mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
crossing here, has to hit the deck, doesn't go down fully, but there he goes.
Oh, I send him in through the front, trying to be the tripwire too. They've all got to push in towards the house.
Many a question going to be answered here for our final day of Phase 1. Number 1, who is going to get second place? Because sure as anything, nobody's getting first place other than MADBULLS. And number 2, who's going to accidentally drop in crabgrass at the end of the day in Livik because it's a rubbish spot? Joining me is Max to talk about everything PUBG Mobile esports related here today. And I'm excited. It's a long day here, Max. We've got a lot to cover.
Yeah, and we don't see Livik play too often. I want to see who's going to play the good old P90. That's a fun weapon. I like to see that one played up. But yeah, no, it's going to be fun. We saw some new contenders rise up yesterday, get some chicken dinners. So intrigued to see if we can see a little shuffle in the tables, except for MADBULLS that already stated. They're not going to budge whatsoever. They're up there for good.
I mean, the hilarious thing is they got about 8 or 9 points yesterday, but they're still so far ahead. But anyway, we have got ourselves the socials as well. You guys can check them out over at TikTok, over at YouTube, over at Twitch, over at Facebook, everywhere. Go and check it out. Use the hashtag PMPL EU as well, and we'll be able to find you just as you'll be able to find us as well. Maybe even Max will give you a little shout out somewhere here or there. Who knows? But beyond that, we've got lots of other things to be talking about here. Yesterday, we had plenty of winners, a little bit different to what we saw in our past days here. We saw some of those contenders rise up, Max, and take that number 1 spot.
Yeah, of course, yeah, the KONINA Power, the Nameless, Muerte, SPG, Nexus Gaming, yeah, there you go. All the wins coming on throughout yesterday. I am happy to see Nexus still continuously get himself, you know, a few wins here and there, even though the consistency is still not super present for Nexus. I would like to see that come through a little bit more. But we saw a first win for the Nameless, which that makes me a little bit happy because we got players like Beast, right? That's just synonymous by now with the European region, Western Europe at the time with Big. So I'm happy to see their win coming on through, and maybe we can see that synergy, that team play coming through a little bit more for this team as they get more comfortable in this lobby.
And I like how they got the win too, man. They rotated from the north on Erangel down towards that ridgeline, which was one of the only locations they could have possibly taken here, and were able to identify that quickly. But let's take a look at the overalls and identify again, as I say, who's going to take second place, because ain't nobody taking first off MADBULLS here. It is a ridiculous lead that they've been able to mount up here against the rest of the lobby, Max. I guess the question is, can they do this in other phases? Because they're walking away with the 20 points for this phase for sure.
I mean, the way we saw in spring, I think that there's a very high likelihood of that happening. I don't expect them to have like a horrible phase. And right now we see the point system that they're going to get extra points every singular phase. So MADBULLS with the extra 24 points by default, they're already going to look comfortable heading into the finals. Though, currently, I would say in the top on this top page, Muerte, Gladiators, and Titan Gaming have a little bit of a lead against the teams in 5th and below. So right now, Nexus Gaming, Alpha Team, Major Pride could catch up, but they're going to need a pretty good start to the day if they want to have a chance to maybe compete and enter in the top 3.
And there they are, good old SBG with a win yesterday, Max, looking like they're in a 10th place position, which actually, again, is kind of important. At the end of the day, that cutoff for a top 12 will determine who goes into that Livik match, so that could be the difference between an extra point or 2 at the end of the phase standings, right?
Yeah, not only that also is that we're going to have, as we know, in the full season, the relegation. So, you know, we don't know how many it is going to be, but you want to be as high as you possibly can be. So SPG might be safe, but we'll have to see how it goes continuing into the season. Though, a little bit of disappointment for me, Kalaris, yesterday was not seeing the continuation of VIRTUS.PRO success of day 4 into day 5. They just kind of fell off throughout yesterday, so I'd like to see them come back a little bit more, but one bad day, it can happen to anyone, so hopefully VIRTUS.PRO can bring it back.
And our 13th through 20th, as you say, is in a bit of danger to look out on that. So I guess I was going to ask you, out of those 13th through 20th places, who you think might be able to get to the Livik, but it sounds like maybe you think VIRTUS.PRO might be the one to do it. What do you think?
VIRTUS.PRO, I would like to see Dagestan 77. Sure. I've been a clear supporter of Dagestan 77, even Dark Project. But the thing is, this tournament is pretty stacked, so it's going to be rough. If there's any teams that I'd expect to maybe fall out, though, VULGAR boys, yeah, that's one I'm like, if we see kind of similar results, they might be able to fall back and give a spot to Dagestan, VIRTUS.PRO, or Dark Project. So yeah, it could go back and forth here throughout today.
Focusing on the negative, good stuff, Max.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it. So let's take a look. Let's take a look then as we move on as well to, I think, top 5 MVPs for the moment here. And this is our end of phase MVP to get things going because we've only played one phase, so lol. Icy, at the moment, looking in a fantastic position. It's great to see him back here on EU soil, as it were. But MADBULLS, despite being so far ahead, somehow has not been able to wrestle that top spot from Icy just yet.
Yeah, and the thing is also, I think that Frozen X-God is not that far behind this top 5. So it's just like, it's 3 fraggers out there constantly bringing the heat for MADBULLS, which is why they're such a threat. And you can see the survival time, they're all pretty much making it to the late game as a squad, which is why I enjoy their macro play, their strategy so much. That 2-2 split in a center, regroup when it's best to get the best POI in the late game, and you're just gonna able to pop off every single time. But yeah, glad to see Icy doing well. But that survival time still needs to increase a little bit more if they want to, hopefully in the future phases, be able to aim for that first position, or MADBULLS are just going to run with it again.
Yeah, good salvage games from Icy, of course, here on starting things off on Sanhok yesterday, and we go even further than that, where he's so impactful on the battleground alongside this Titan roster at the moment. I'm hoping that they don't let up on the pressure that they're able to exert on a lot of this lobby, because it's fun to watch them. They make for a fun PUBG Mobile, I think is fair to say. And actually, whilst we're watching these Icy highlights, I also just want to mention the fact that Matic is the guy that's been standout for Gladiators so far. What a turnaround from him, because I think we had a few questions when we were over in Riyadh as to how he was going to perform, but it's looking good so far.
Yeah, he's looking amazing, actually. I'm really happy with how the team synergy has been looking for them, because they've been together for so long, right? But Matic, it seems like he has been playing a little bit closer with the team. I feel like this is something that Blank referenced a few times in the games. He seems like he's not going for those egregious splits anymore. When he gets so far in the danger zone, he's just going to get knocked and then eliminated because he's far away from his team. So I do appreciate that change, and I feel like Quizzy, the addition to the team as a coach, has been really impactful. Like it seems like the Gladiators from spring into the fall season are 2 completely different teams, at least in how they play the game, but the team synergy is still there, so they can easily transition in this new playstyle that so far has been looking really strong.
Well, you heard it from himself, Kitsune, on the interview, right? He said that the team has learned a lot when it came to having Quizzy on board here in just a short space of time to get things rolling. This Octavian clip was so nice, we watched it twice. But yes, so these are, at present, the top 5 contenders for MVP at the end of phase 1. It's not all done and dusted just yet here, and if anything's to go by, considering MADBULLS' previous performances, Max, they could quite easily take that #1 spot.
Oh, very easily. I feel like there's no, like, they are the team to beat looking into this season. There's been a lot of changes in other squads, like your major prides, of course. The Gladiators with their team, of course, normally they tend to start a little bit slow. They started actually way stronger than I initially expected, but it's, yeah, MADBULLS just had such a big lead on the first 3 days. It was pretty much impossible to catch up at that point, but I'm hoping teams aren't going to allow that to happen in the future phases, because it would be unfortunate to have just one team like dominating everything, right? We want to see it a bit close, at least towards the end.
Well, let's talk to Muerte, because they are now trying to challenge for top spots as well here, and relative to the first 3 days, their last 2 days have been excellent. And of course, we do have a moment that really sticks in our mind, I think, Max, from yesterday. But what kind of salvage situations, what a glow up here from them, if I want to use a Zoomer phrase, I guess, from the previous 3 days.
The Milky Way glow up. That's what we're going to call it. Right? The fact he just survives against 5 4-man teams at the time in that Miramar is just insane how it worked out. Ludicrous. But it worked out in his favor, and he was able to get himself that cheeky chicken dinner with a DBS against KONINA Power. The one significant increase that really stands out to me, except for the eliminations, which that's always going to be good if you have an increase, is that insane survival time increase. You'll get an extra 5 minutes every single game in the second half of this phase if they can continue this way, and it seems like they have a better game plan in how they approach these circle shifts. I feel like they can consistently, throughout every single one of these phases, compete at the top. Especially Korka, I feel like he's done a really good scouting job for the team, and he can also do a pretty good fragging job against KONINA Power, but I feel like the team is just really locked in their own ways, and so far it's been really successful on the second half.
We'll talk about the potential clutch factor as well from all the members of Muerte. If you think about Korka on that Sanhok, he, well, in theory had the potential to do what Milky Way does now, but of course does not actually make it pay off. Fully enough, it was against KONINA Power as well here. But the DBS is able to make this happen alongside the excellent skill from Milky Way. He's able to kind of just really juke and jive across this, despite KONINA Power having the information they need to figure out exactly where he is every single time. KONINA Power still not able to finish that off.
I can't.
Watch it again.
I saw Agorish run away. I'm like, okay, no, it's done.
Yeah.
You just showed your back to a DBS. Actually, looking at the team of the Muerte, it's a 5-man team. Milky Way, Malloy, Corker, Fiora, and the DBS. That's how it goes every single one of these matches, it seems. But yeah, I mean, Malloy has been looking way stronger than in PMRC, and Fiora is also really good when it comes to the utility usage. So the team is just formed really well throughout this phase.
Well, regardless of him not being able to challenge for MVP of the phase, definitely not, I think, considering the names that are already up there, that for me is the MVP play of the phase so far here from Milky Way to be able to get that done after just having adversity against him. But anyway, let's take a look beyond all of that as well. I think we're taking a look at Titan to see exactly how they've been faring here so far. Across our first 4 days, and you can really see that day 3 does stand out. Aside from that, there's been a little bit of a slump, but they're still able to hold on to one of those top spots, Max.
Yeah, they also had a decent day 5. They got himself a 3rd place with 9 limbs and a 2nd place with 11 limbs, but they have that big increase. And of course, we saw throughout the days, their survival time was increasing significantly every single time. So it seemed like they were trying to adjust. I feel like one of the biggest adjustments we have witnessed from this team is they were holding on to their splits maybe a little bit too long. Because of that, would sometimes lose players. And then even when it's just Icy and Havlik, we saw in that Miramar, right, they can still pop off. But if they can keep that 3-4-man team alive just a little bit longer, I feel like that would be the difference maker. They allow Titan to compete for that #1 spot in the future phases. And looking at the day 5 stats, of course, 24 elims on the day. That's such a good stat to have for them. So I'm pumped. And also we saw the addition of Slowly, right, instead of Old Boy, which is bringing a little bit of fresh air for the squad.
No, definitely. That was what I was going to highlight as well. The fact that there has been a little bit of a roster change as a whole here, giving Slowly some reps for the tournament here too. And it seemed to work out from day to day. Of course, I think it was a little bit, no pun intended, a little bit slow for him to incorporate into the squad in this lobby. But as time went on, it seemed to pay dividends. And I don't know whether or not he's playing as more of a support role. I mean, you would imagine so, considering you've got big fraggers like Icy and Havlik able to do a lot as well here. But yeah, so far it's working out here, Max.
Yeah, I do want to reiterate a point here that's been made at the start of the tournament, which is this team has been put together mere weeks before the start of the season, right?
Right.
There's clearly still things to adjust, and I feel like they understand that better than anyone else. That, like, yes, we are currently not the perfect iteration of this team, but it's a long tournament, and next week especially, we need to cover this next week, Kalaris. We have a week break. You're going to have scrims happening in the background. You're going to maybe have like smaller tournaments happening so they can work on individual aspects of the game they want to work on. And I feel like entering phase 2, this is going to be the strongest version of this squad we are going to be seeing play on the battleground. So yeah, there's so much potential with this team, and I would love to see them play in the championship against the Turkish teams, because that would be a true test to see if this roster can stand a chance outside of EU.
Yeah, it's a big week, obviously. The fact that you have those 7 days off, and guess Max is coming over to Poland to eat some pierogi with me as well. We're having a party over here whilst all the teams are actually playing things out. It's going to be a good old time. But yes, so looking at how things break down here for the moment, though, Max, coming into the last phase day here, who are you looking at? Because actually, second all the way through to, I want to say, down towards even Shockwave in 8th place, there's still potential for a lot of movement there and a lot of points coming out of this phase.
Yeah, except for MADBULLS, I feel like there's a lot of movement that could be happening on this top page. I'm still looking at Nexus Gaming. I want to see them stop that kind of like, oh, really good game, 3 really bad games, 1 good game, really bad games after that. I want to see some consistency, even if it's just in eliminations alone. I mean, we know the fragging power of this team. That mill to power finish, right? Mini mill to power finish, should I say.
Oh, yeah.
The execution, top tier. I absolutely love that. I want to see more of that. So Nexus Gaming, I want to see them maybe reach a top 3. It is possible.
You know how much I loved Mini Mill to Power. I was freaking out when we actually had that circle. I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love the way Nexus held it down, right? Of course, we go back to, and if you weren't watching at the end of yesterday, we had a great 2-2 split from them across that Mini Mill to location, as well as a dip southeast of that, which is quite far southeast across the road. But the fact that they could hold that much space and have that many reinforcing angles to one another is awesome. And Octavian, once again, very proactive about holding KASIK team when they pushed up against the wall of Mini Mill to Power, which usually is a weakness of Mini Mill to Power if you allow people to get that close up and kind of exert some of that pressure on you. So really love that from Octavian, considering basically that performance alone, never mind anything else, bagged him one of the top 5 MVP spots. So maybe he can challenge here throughout the day.
I feel like there's a really high chance of that happening here, and I feel like it was still like a little bit critical because it's still 5.1 average limbs over 1,000 damage per game. Those are really good stats, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just being nitpicky because I know, and especially with what we saw from them back in the championship, with especially Exo finally playing, that this team can bring absolute goated games on the battlegrounds here. It can be top fiction, just like One Piece. You know, the final season is looking good, just like for Nexus. Yeah,
that's
the live action's good too.
That's the live action, right? Based on, I don't know what it's based on, to be honest with you, but anyway.
Okay. You just know how to offend me on the deepest level.
Do I? Yeah, maybe I know you too well. Maybe I know you too well. But who else are you looking at to challenge here? Do you think Major Pride can challenge back up? Because currently they're in 7th place. We did see some glimmers of hope from them yesterday. I do not hold it against them, but I'm a little bit concerned that they weren't able to hold that well against VP and KASIK when they were pushing them in the Erangel field, though. What are you thinking?
I thought they would come in way more prepared for this. Like, the stats they could, of course, increase, especially that survival time. Like, they're not making it to the late game, and that's one point I've been bringing up pretty consistently for them, is I feel like there's not as big an emphasis around scouting as they were in spring. Like, they're just sitting in positions with minimal information. They still have the fragging power. I mean, looking at the entire team, Nomi, Effect, these are guys that we know can bring the heat in these breaches, but if you don't have scouting, have minimal information on what you're like getting yourself into, you are going to be struggling regardless of how strong your team is in those head-to-head fights. So I think they can still compete at the top, but it feels weird for them to come in so unprepared. It seems when they had almost a 100-point lead in the PMGC points, this is possibly one of their most important tournaments ever they're playing, and I find it a bit weird that they just got completely like shocked at the start of the season here in phase 1.
I'm going to try and err on the side of positivity and say maybe the rest of the lobby has leveled up. I think it has leveled up around them as well, which has not allowed them to flex out as much as they normally would do. But if I recall correctly, on that Erangel game, every single one of the talent picks Major Pride to win from that compound. Now, of course, yes, circles shift west, west, west and allow that ridgeline to still be in, but still, if they clear out or try and clear out more of their east side or are ready for those breaches as soon as they come along, then you can start using those roofs to try and put pressure. We talked about it yesterday. Then you can start using those roofs to put pressure on that west side of the circle, and maybe then they're wounded trying to coming into those last set of circles. But none of this happened. None of this played out. It was very difficult for them to really kind of make that work. And the Nameless was able to rise up in that game, who kind of are in a little bit of trouble right now, currently in 18th max, but it would be nice to see if the Nameless could bump it up a little bit more.
Yeah, would be good. And actually talking about that compound of Major Pride, right, they were not putting too much pressure on VIRTUS.PRO, I believe it was, at the time, so VIRTUS.PRO breached it, got close really easily, and actually one team I was really happy with in that game was KASIK team.
Absolutely.
We talk a lot about timing and how you want to try and breach compounds when there's already a fight happening, so you can like kind of capitalize on the madness unfolding in front of you, and KASIK team fully sent it in, obliterate VIRTUS.PRO, obliterate Major Pride in the process, and then have a position to get that second place. So, yeah, I still feel like we need to see Major Pride put more pressure, because teams like KASIK team that are still not like this most impressive team in the lobby can surprise you and bring some upsets to the table. So you need to be very careful, because as you stated, it seems like in this season, the entirety of the lobby has in fact leveled up.
Yeah, you see it with those kinds of moves. Absolutely, and it's great to witness. That can also be learned on Miramar as well, can be very strong there. But anyway, a huge thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. It is time to get into the game. Thanks for bearing with us. We've had quite a long pre-show, but that just means me and Max get to talk a lot about the teams we want to talk about, which is awesome. All right, it's time to head over to the commentators here, John and Blank, for all the action.
Thank you very much, guys. We are going to be getting into that first match of the day. Don't you worry. Miramar is up and ready for the plane to sail on over through the dusty weather.
Yeah, a fair few things that the guys on the desk talked about. In fact, a lot of things that they went over there, which is great to see, obviously. Really get stuck in deep with a lot of the analysis on that side, because realistically we've had a lot of changes, a lot of different things have been happening here over in the lobby. Roster changes coming through, you know, Old Boy out, slowly in. We've got Nexus, who have been playing a very different game, which is nice to see. And I think a lot of teams are definitely discovering better ways to play the games. I think teams are more confident to make these splits, more intelligent rotations that are kind of circumventing a lot of these playing paths and where they assume teams might be. Again, we got 2 Sanhoks today, and I do want to see an improvement there from PMPL EU as a whole. Again, that southeast side is disgraceful, the amount of teams that are moving through there. There is many, many other options. But for the time being, it is Miramar. This is a map where I think a lot of the PMPL EU teams do currently excel.
A lot of talent, a lot of skill on this map. Seems to play kind of into their wheelhouse, as you say, on a couple of fronts here. Plenty of teams dropping out north there. We've got the Nameless, TUNA and VULGAR boys all heading up in that area. VULGAR boys hot dropped, I think it was VULGAR boys around La Copereria in a previous match against the Gladiators on that north side. See if they go for a return to that position, but it looks like the Gladiators are a little bit further south. Gonna grab some of those vehicles. PERMITTA out near Picado, near that San Martin central area. So potentially going for a lot more of a middle position. No MADBULLS this time around, so no Puerto Paraíso mainstay.
I think one thing to take real notice of right now on your screens, at least on the left side, is Icy, right? I think he's been topping the tables on pretty much every single one of these graphics. I mean, over the grenade limbs, of course, Octavian's doing very well there. But he's currently 48 eliminations. I think the second behind him is Tulika with 39, which is a ridiculous jump up considering that Tulika and Zerich kind of held that top spot for damage as well as the limbs for a long, long time. I think they're still ahead in damage overall, but Icy's not far behind, about 700-800 total with Zerich in front with 8,900. It's a really big step up coming through from Icy. The guys on the desk were constantly talking about how this guy is a bit of a prodigy coming into PUBG Mobile, and I think he's found himself now a team where he's really excelling on it. I think a lot of times in the past where we've seen Icy, he's been moving from team to team. I believe it was Unicorns of Love back in the day where he's playing with a couple of other teammates that maybe weren't able to play up towards his caliber. I do think that, you know, Old Boy, Robs, Icy, Havlik, it is a really, really good duo here. A really good team to allow him to succeed.
And Old Boy is back in today. We did just see that. So they have put slowly back on the bench for now. Old Boy returns from the sin bin and immediately goes down to an early knock. So does Havlik, though, to be fair. So it looks like Dagestan going to do a little bit to slow Titan's roll on the southeast side. No chance of getting these two back up.
Yeah, this is a bit of a strange little drop here coming through, and I think that this is purely off the back of Nexus as well as MADBULLS not being in this match to start things off with. I mean, you look at this and the way I see it is that Titans as well as Dagestan were both hoping to pick up either Puerto Paraíso or Impala, and there's a bit of a split decision coming through from Titans, in which case they have some part of the team drop up towards the concrete, Robs is over towards Impala side, and Icy's looking down towards Puerto Paraíso.
They do lose a couple. They weren't up to speed, Blank. And I'll tell you how you can keep up to speed is by checking out the social media channels, Esports PUBGM EU, on pretty much everything there. You saw on the bottom left, so make sure you head on over to make sure you are faster than Old Boy on this one.
It's slightly unfortunate as well because I think Titans have been doing fairly well yesterday. They were getting some points up on the board. I mean, starting the day off with pretty much just a dismal two-player elimination coming through in the first couple of seconds of the game is always going to hurt your chances. Again, Robs and Icy, very decent duo here, but you can see the way that Dagestan dropped on this. I think this is kind of a change of pace from Dagestan. Completely based off of where Titans were dropping, because typically Dagestan do drop down towards that south side of Los Leones, so they went out their way to chase down the Titans, who were going for a bit of a split here. And I don't think the split was necessary at all. You know, Impala and Puerto Paraíso are free. Titans should know that. So I would just have headed over towards Impala itself as a full four-man squad, considering there's no teams around this location that are going to drop on you. You start dropping down towards concretes on Puerto Paraíso, you're likely going to get Dagestan looking for a challenge early on. So a strange play coming through from Titans early. I don't know the reasoning behind it. There could be very good planning behind this. We just don't know, but it hasn't worked out here.
Not this time, anyway. They were denied that opportunity, and this is the only match that it could have happened, right? The first game of the day, Miramar, only happens once every 3 days. And that's where MADBULLS will be sitting out in that first game, as well as Nexus going out in that first game, obviously playing in the latter part of the day. So that there is only really one chance to execute on this, and it right now just has not worked. It's flubbed just a little bit. SBG, in the meantime, have sent very, very central to this ridgeline that sits to the east of El Pozo, just to the northeast of Monte Nuevo as well. They've got some pretty good looking high ground, difficult to descend from, but they're not going to need to for quite a while. They are slap bang in the center of this first circle.
Yeah, I give them a lot of time to work. There's something I complained about yesterday. That is where the party bus comes in handy. Basically a little bulldozer for your vehicles, get them back up on 4 wheels. But yeah, for SPG, something I complained about yesterday. I'm a bit of a whiner on the broadcast recently, but that's okay. That's okay. That they typically have these locations around the map where, you know, there is an opening available to them, there's an opportunity given to them, and a lot of times they won't take it. This is something that Gladiators have definitely iterated on a lot more recently. I think these guys are definitely trying to take more of these central spots that they haven't really gone for in the past. But for SPG, this is a nice little quick push out from San Martin, which is where they usually drop over towards a very central position. Nice bit of high ground. I saw they had some DMRs on side as well. And like you said, this is going to keep them safe for a long, long time.
They should be pretty happy. No one really pressuring their north side right now. Dark Project on their west, close to, or well, inside of El Pozo, and south east, you've got KASIK and PERMITTA as well, giving a little bit of trouble to them, but they've still got a lot of distance around them. The Gladiators yet to move in from that north side. It'll be interesting to see how they try and play this northwest circle, because I don't think we've seen this so far on a Gladiators Miramar after this adjustment, this redevelopment of their playstyle that we've sort of seen over the last couple of days. Over the course of this phase, they've really been implementing Quizzy's new strats.
It's certainly trying to get towards that center side a lot more frequently, and I think that the biggest problem they're having at the moment is some of those speedy rotates. It is how to thread that needle, right? You know, the knitting skills aren't quite up to snuff just yet, but the firepower certainly is. And the main thing I'm starting to see with Gladiators is I would like to see a little bit more of this melding of gameplay that we've seen from them in the past, which is, you know, they take some strong central areas, and this is where, you know, things started to go awry, is where they take strong edge position, they would move slightly towards the center, and then give up on the chase for a central position. So some of that scouting is just being thrown out the window in favor of a quicker rotate, a really lightning fast rotate. But unfortunately for them, sometimes they're getting caught up in the crossfire and getting burned themselves, frazzled as they send in. So I would just like to see a slightly slower approach towards that beginning of the match, maybe play it as a full-man squad. Because right now, that, you know, with the Northwest Circle, there's a big opportunity to pick up some nice, strong positions. I think most likely they're going to be playing over towards the eastern side of Credit Fields, towards that ridge side that looks down towards the fields itself. This is a really strong spot, and it gives you options to head towards that compound that is right on the edge of the fields as well. So for Gladiators, they have moved down a lot quicker than we would usually see them from the Cabrera, so this is decent.
They have moved a little bit closer, playing in a position that they would not really have been seen in before. TUNA behind them are kind of in that compound just to the north side of the ridgeline that runs down from La Cabrera, and in general that's where Gladiators used to launch their position further south to get that overlook onto the field south of it. But with the circle shifting kind of away from it, TUNA are going to have to choose another location to try and pressure towards. Major Pride trying to move in on the south side, and Alpha in the meantime finding KASIK on the road and doing pretty well with it.
Yeah, Trofka as well as English now send up towards Longhouse. There is players in here with Einaus. A nade around the corner could be absolutely deadly. There's a good amount of damage, and both players don't quite get around the corner with the guns out in time, but fortunately for them, Einau is just caught absolutely slacking on the bottom floor.
That is unfortunate. SPG were not in the position to go for a rebuffal of this push, of this presence from KASIK. They've allowed some healing to go through as well, which means they're going to have to share this location. The spread from SPG on the hills to the south here make it really difficult for this regroup immediately, especially with a number of teams circling the waters. Muerte with a fight of their own, 3 of their players down, really struggling now. You can see it's only Furia left standing, and Major Pride doing well in this engagement. No Mead down, but he's got a lot of cover. He's got that smoke to play around. And with Furia under pressure, it's unlikely that Muerte can actually push in and get that flush. Corker will just be pinched away there. And Muerte lose 1. Seems like a little bit of a dip down for the teams that did really quite well yesterday, Muerte and Titan.
Yeah, I mean, for Muerte, this is pretty typical for them in terms of where they will go down, or which team they'll go down to, too, because I think Major Pride and Muerte have very similar rotates in towards this circle from the south side of the map. I think for Major Pride, this is a good sign for them, honestly. I think we saw yesterday on Sanhok 8 eliminations coming through in the first minute of the match. Yes, they only got 2 points from there onwards, but again, it's still a good point scoring regardless of what happens from there on. But the thing that was slightly lacking on their side was just that fragging power, which is odd, right? Because I think that we went from, in the past, talking about Major Pride as being one of these teams that just has disgustingly good players on side that can really hit their shots, get some incredible engagements going, to more focusing on their rotates and how they're very intelligent, able to get towards the central of the circle quite quickly and then play off from there. I think they're trying to mesh that a bit more today and over the past couple of days because they have strong players, and it is odd to see them fail in scenarios where you would expect them to do a lot better in.
Need to keep it together in those spots, but still early doors. Almost a third of the way through the games, though, Blank, for the league stage of play. So don't want to be taking too long to find that presence. Circle shrinks over towards El Pozzo, and actually Dark Project stay in the circle. They're not going to have to leave just yet. This fielded area that SBG have overlooked from the eastern side with their remaining players, as well as the north from Dark Project, is very, very difficult to move around. So we'll see how the teams on the east try and break through this area, because the south edge of it is really quite covered off. The Gladiators hold the north. Those hills on the east can only hold so much.
Yeah, there is that rotational path that goes straight through to El Pozzo itself. And I think for SBG, they were trying to go for something quite aggressive here. I like the idea behind it. You know, you send 2 up towards the ridge side. You have 2 down below towards that compound that overlooks the field area that currently KASIK are in. It's a really good spot to try and hold on to as that split, but you need to be very, very quick on the trigger and very quick on the regroup when it comes to controlling that compound down below. So for SBG, it's a bit of greed that they couldn't quite you know, pay the bills for. Let's put it that way. Shockwave, though, do find Meku on the back line, and he will get knocked and flushed with Tixi and Kitsune trying to head forward.
Matic as well, completely away. Major Pride, Muerte, the last player there. KONINA Power now in a bit of a scuffle as Palucci goes down and flushed immediately. Becca as well, similarly dispatched. And Major Pride are doing well so far. 6 eliminations this match. They've taken down the majority of Muerte. Now they've done the same to KONINA Power, but this time they've got him trapped upstairs. Nomi launches a nade in through the top floor window, looks for a little bit of damage. I think he was able to find it. Dino spots him running down, but he gets handled. It's a flick around from Of Haze. Can he get to cover? No, he can't. Did the flush go through? Yes, it did. Dino is out, and Major Pride are going to play on with 3.
Fear is also over in the crate here, just waiting things out for the time being. I think that he knew exactly where Major Pride would be heading over towards and tries to make the sneaky play. This is a bit unfortunate for Major Pride that they play this position on the map all the time. This is one of their typical rotational paths. Then they'll try and control the western edge of the ridge, looking over towards Monte Nuevo's side. It's very strong, and often they have been able to make some quick sends over towards the field when it does end there. So I do like this position. You have a lot of areas to control from where Major Pride is currently playing. And I think it's a bit unfortunate that you do lose Dino there, because playing as 4 from this spot can be one of the strongest positions in the map, but you do need those sightlines available to you. You need those guns on board too. So I think for Major Pride, this is a sad way to start their push into the end game. Either way, a lot of eliminations found already, and I think they can be happy with that.
Dagestan rolling up towards the Nameless on the southwest side, close by to Major Pride, and that engagement with KONINA Power that we just saw. Dagestan lost a player there on the roll-up, but they are into these concretes, Blank. They have managed to get that foothold. They will isolate one side of this compound and look for a nade over the top. Madagod goes down first. It was Dagestan who took the majority of Titans down. 2 of their 3 casualties right now are to their name. And now they want to add 3 more from the Nameless. The first knock is good. The burn is there. Another nade over the top from Keep, and they will be able to tuck that one away. Beast, ooh, the dangerous rebank there off the headbutt between the concretes. Unfortunate arc on the nade. Actually finds a little bit of damage over to Limbo. I want to slow down and heal that up, but they're against 2 now on the hold.
They got close in. Right now, it's a case of just the Nameless being locked into towards this concrete. Utility going to be fantastic here. There's only so many positions you can play. Continue to send these nades through, ensure they can't get anywhere. Nice little explosion on the nade, catches him through the door. Hatemost tries to get something done, but will not be able to finish it off. Shifu will be brought back up into position. Alpha makes a quick rotate towards the center, drops the smokes. This is early, so they will need the smokes to remain healthy. And with VULGAR down for VULGAR boys, their chances becomes a lot less. They will need to grab him, pick him up, because VULGAR kind of is that lead singer of the band for VULGAR.
Yeah, he's been doing probably, I think, demonstrably the best out of any of these players. VULGAR boys sent early into these fields blank. I think it was about halfway through the previous phase, under the watchful eyes of everybody around them. Dark Project couldn't slow them in, and it looks like they should be able to get this res back up as well. In the meantime, over on the southwest side, No Mercy Warriors capitalized on the engagement. They moved up, but they didn't fully commit to this fight with Dagestan. The 3 players that remain there will still all be alive, and they can start to regroup. So not a full capitalization on this third party, but still good ground gained. So SHOCKWAVE trying to move on up, and it's goodness me, VULGAR boys just tearing them apart. Alpha chime into the fight, sure, but SHOCKWAVE fall flat on the northeast.
It's actually a really good position that Laos is playing. Very dangerous, very risky, but I love the fact that he's got the party bus here, provides him cover. The issue is that trying to push over towards Laos' position is a bit of it's very difficult, right? Super tricky. There's a huge amount of hurdles you got to get through. First, you got to hit the plateau that's towards the east of him. Then you got to push down, but by that time, you're in sight lines of a lot of other teams. Dagestan right now is having a very good game. You know, No Mercy Warriors tries to push on them as 3, and they're very much struggling right now.
Wobbly trying to get those DBS shots up the stairs. Limbo crawling away. He's been down more than a yo-yo, but he's been brought back up again just as much by Dagestan, but he's bleeding out pretty quickly now. Wobbly low wants that heal to go through before he pushes this staircase further. Keep on the upstairs floor, the off angle for Dagestan to try and save them. Limbo finally goes down fully as Wobbly steps into a sightline and Zadira hesitates none to capitalize.
Yeah, Zadira pushing around the side is a pretty ballsy maneuver, but certainly one that worked out there. Marlow will now just look for the res. You wonder if Dagestan's going to try and capitalize on this. I like that they're still taking shots through, you know, making sure that he can't just hit the actual res in the meantime, but Marlow just instantly sends out.
Marlow able to get that flush onto Zadira. Keep still in action though, and it's a 1 versus 1 at this stage. Keep steps in with a DBS, but doesn't manage to land the pump, and Marlow will be able to reign supreme on the engagement, but he's lost 3 of his teammates now. They're up to 4 eliminations. They're a solo, and the circle shrunk to the fields.
Yeah, that's a swift maneuver coming through from Marlow as well. Not one that I sort of expected to come through from him, just instantly sending out to the other concrete, taking down 1 player, understanding he can isolate 2 1v1s. Furia is spotted finally, and Major Pride will take them down.
Now we're looking over towards those fields as TUNA send in towards some of the shacks, some of the hay bales in the middle. Alpha losing a player. VULGAR boys still on a pretty good split with Pilaus's position slowly losing steam. You said you really liked it as SPG still hold that high ground, but when the circle shrinks away, I imagine it's going to lose a little bit of value. Still a nice little anchor point for them. Tresley, the major vulnerability in VULGAR boys' position.
Yeah, I think Tresley, honestly, he's fairly safe. To be quite frank, I think where he's positioned, quite difficult to take shots over towards him. His main problem comes in the fact that he just has to not peek as much as possible. Teams coming over towards his spot are going to get absolutely blasted by several other members around the lobby. But now that TUNA's got far up into this circle, life becomes a little bit more dangerous. Just to take some pot shots here and there. Tixi, if he just actually sends over a little bit further, might be able to spot him. It's good shots from Tixi.
Beto just about able to shimmy into cover, but the regroup is going to be pretty tricky for TUNA. Maybe trying to bait out a couple of shots by staying wide there for a Beto, but TUNA yet to regroup. They might just lose this player out in the open. Purple, no, you're not going to be able to get that one back. TUNA on 3, playing central. A very split decision from all of us on the predictions as No Meat takes a tumble to Icy. Still going for Titan, a solo player. We've said the prestige of this player is absolutely terrifying. So can he make something happen? I doubt it, but there's always that possibility. We've seen it before.
Yeah, right now Icy's raging just a little bit. I mean, that's an instant pick-off, very accurate. You can see how much of a laser this guy is. PERMITTA Esports down towards the southeast side. You know, went for the prediction there for them, just because I feel like maybe if they play their cards right, they can actually make a good push over towards KASIK. The difficulty of holding that compound is you sort of need 3 players. It's really easy to play off a lot of angles in KASIK's compound down towards the south side and catch teams off guard. But when you only have 2 players there, it's a lot easier just to overwhelm because you sort of can't hold the barn in front of it just as 2. So I think PERMITTA could easily just swing in there and maybe take control of the game that way. Dark Project is also going to struggle on this north side. Getting down from that ridge is not impossible.
Oh, that nade over the top, just a little bit to the left, but the damage has already been done. The Gladiators are going to light them up. The off angle there from the Gladiators position, really nice and strong. Going to find a lot of value over to the Dark Project position. From El Pozo, they had a lot of oversight, but they just allowed teams to get in ahead of them, and it's not gone super well.
I mean, you know, Gladiators actually have a really good shot into this game. Again, this position is very difficult to play, but with the vehicle they currently have, swinging down towards the south side of the map along the ridge side, towards where Marlowe's currently playing, you can see him on the south side of your screen on that top right in the mini-map. You know, they could still play that ridge, so there is a chance in this game for Gladiators.
VSS in action for Dark Project. Snowix goes down. That was to the Mini 14. Oh, no, wait, hang on a minute. That was over to Dark Project with the Mini 14. Able to get that one in. VSS, an interesting choice of weapon. I don't think I would be the one bringing it to the battlefield here. Marlowe still fragging out for No Mercy Warriors. Out in the open, his position definitely known. TUNA are taking shots over his way as well, as Gladiators have turned their watchful eyes over his way. And they're looking to strike out this direction. Major Pride's lone player effect and Icy on the southwest side, sorry, trying to move along these ridge lines to try and get a little defilade that they can hide behind for the coming moments.
Some nice shots coming through from Kitsune, forcing even more utility to be used here by Marlowe. He is pretty decked though, you know, a lot of smokes available too. I think TUNA's currently taking shots over towards him. I think Gladiators honestly would have headed down towards the ridge side down this south where Vect is currently playing, as well as Icy. You can see around this area there is a lot of little ridges, some defilades to play in, a couple of ditches just to poke your head up and down from. It's a great spot to play, but I think for Gladiators, they assume there is like a 4-man team here, and I would as well. And I think because we have all the information, understanding there's just 2 one-man teams in this location, that they instead just try and head in towards the field itself, play on the barest edge of it, and go from there. But that would have been the winning play for them. It's just unfortunate that, you know, they make the smart call not to head down there, because 3v4 is never an ideal scenario, especially when you're trying to crash.
It's tough. PERMITTA still playing as 4, still trying to hold out on the southeast side. The crash from Gladiators denied. Dark Project's duo did rotate now on that northern flank and have gotten themselves to some of that cover. Very central position held by the duo from TUNA. And PERMITTA yet to pull the trigger on a push towards KASIK.
Yeah, again, this is a lot of just non-info being available. With the barn being in front, Icy once again finds effect. Goodness me, this lad has held his own. 10 teams still remaining in the lobby. You wouldn't think it, but it's fairly insane.
Crazy. 4 solos, 4 duos as well in this lobby, which is what's really pumping the numbers, because we've got 19 players.
So for PERMITTA Esports, yeah, you were mentioning not pulling the trigger yet, but again, this is just a non-info call, right? You don't know exactly how many members are in towards that compound that KASIK's currently holding. You would assume that a team has got many of their players in there, but this was just KASIK's duo crashing over towards SPG's duo that were playing down here, a split from the team, so they've been able to take that away from them. And PERMITTA just doesn't know who's currently in the barn. Now, this is a situation in the game that if you can take control of that compound, there is the little edge of the compound over towards our eastern side that you can just prone on top and get so much information peeking up and down. It's really strong. So at this point, PERMITTA now has to make that call. Do they just try and send pass into the field itself, or are they going to go for this one? I think they've spent so much time here. They should have the information. There's not many players, at least 3, I would say.
A little bit of a tickle from the fire there, but Ingush needs to hold the longhouse. If KASIK want a chance of moving forwards here, Sneaks drops the nade in and follows it up with a hop. Ingush to the upper floor now. DBS has the SLR as well, but that's not going to be so strong in close quarters combat. Ingush nade down the stairs, trying to slow PERMITTA, but they are into this compound now firmly. Rogo playing that backstop, utilizing their numbers to give themselves another angle available. Beautiful nade in, and Ingush finds the first opener. A regroup coming through as well from Trofka to get him towards that longhouse, but he's already taken a lot of damage. They're lighting up the corridor. There's the DBS, banks another nade, and it's another knock. Beautiful stuff from Ingush to look for a third as well, and he's cleaning up. Rogo now the last standing, and a full 3 push from PERMITTA, absolutely assuaged by that beautiful play from the inside. Ingush stands tall for KASIK.
Well, I mean, that is just a great play from Ingush, honestly. But also, I would say that's very much a hesitant play coming through from PERMITTA. Certainly need to be a lot more aggressive on that one. I think as soon as you notice it's just one player inside this building, Matic goes down next, 7 teams remain. I think as soon as you notice it's just one player inside there, you all just rush upstairs. He's going to be pulling pins on the grenade, but he can't grenade all of you. Come on, let's be honest. So you just run in. Even if he gets one of you with the DBS, you just go for the refrag off the back of it. Trofka is nowhere near them. So PERMITTA just plays a little bit of a scared game there where really all the cards were in their hands.
This is a difficult compound to leave now as well. They've got to conclude the fight first. Rogo, the last to go down, and Trofka will take his turn at the crack. Icy. That's the challenge, though, and as a solo against a duo, it's definitely possible, especially for someone of Icy's caliber. Ingush steps to the door. If he steps wrong, then this nade could really find what it's looking for. Damage over towards Trofka. I think he saw that damage tag and knows which corner he's on at this stage, but Ingush also has info on Icy now. The shots over the top might pale in comparison to the nade, but he lights one up. Trofka's there for the refrag. KASIK are going to have to leave, though, and Ingush is going to slow that decision down.
He's so insane as a player, man. Like, you could see the way he was moving around that, trying to bait the grenade, bait into the peak and switch. I think he assumed the nade would go a little bit further, in which case he could just completely sidestep it, maybe lose maybe 10 of his HP overall. But yeah, like, you can see just how good Icy is. Now, KASIK team will be moving further forward. I believe Ingush is back up on his feet.
Yep.
But TUNA, Dark Project, Alpha, all still going. I think for TUNA, they're getting very lucky right now with this circle, keeping them in play. Tenchik will take down one of them. This actual truck here is really good. You know, with the tractor in play here, you can play behind this wheel, and it gives you a lot of opportunity to take shots towards the enemy team. Difficulty is, because it's so far towards this eastern side, TUNA can just sit here for the rest of the game, essentially.
They are just going to wait this one out, force the conflict between TUNA, between KASIK and Alpha, and it's going to pop off in the form of Reflect going down first. You can see this ridgeline in front of KASIK gives them a really nice route towards and can isolate one fight instead of having to go out into the open field with a mad bit of a crash and just take that fight towards both of these two duos. They can sort of skirt around this terrain. TUNA have a little bit of danger sent their way as Trofka lights them up, but they're going to have to get off this mound because it's just not in the blue.
Yeah, basically they just need to smoke up. It's just going to be a dry push from them. With these smokes in play, there's going to be no cover available, but they have nades, they have utility. So if they can get over towards that position, that spot is very easily nadeable, but you can see there's just really not much cover between KASIK as well as TUNA to actually get in towards that nade range in the first place. So they're going to have to play off the back of the circle itself, wait for TUNA to have to push out from this little shack that they currently have. Tenchik sends wide, and Alpha's going to try and employ a split here.
They did manage to get the res for Alpha as well, which could be absolutely crucial. Reflect was allowed to get back up, which brings them back to their duo. And these 3 teams trying to navigate such open and treacherous terrain. It's difficult at the best of times. Reflect hits the deck to try and cross this ground, and luckily KASIK didn't quite have him in his sightlines when he went for that push. TUNA, I don't think spotted it either, just about. That ghillie suit for Purple could be really valuable. I mean, you can see he's taken that pan off as well, because it gives you a little bit of a target, a dark spot in the burnt out grass.
Yeah, he's very hidden in a big way. Zero steps up though, tries to bait out some shots from these teams. Hopefully Purple can try and capitalize off the back of it. Every single team now just snaking in. Trofka had a few nades on board. Now the first point would be that tractor. So if Trofka can predict this, get a good nade behind it, you know, that is big news for them. Purple goes down, Tenchik starts off strong, and a nade over the top, that takes them out pretty much immediately.
They will be able to find it now. 2 teams remain, KASIK and Alpha. KASIK were playing the compound on the south side for so long, and now they moved out into the field. They held off against the push from the south side of PERMITTA, and they have moved into the open field. Victorious, Ingush and Trofka. What a play from the south side. They have managed to keep it together when I don't think anybody counted them in on this one.
I think it was so unlikely they were going to win this game that I wasn't really even considering it from the start. And honestly, that was a fantastic match coming through from Trofka and Ingush. A lot of difficulties they went up against. They went up against the raid boss in Icy as well. Very, very tough. PERMITTA Esports sends in with the Thrall, the Horde. But even then, Ingush deals with that all on his lonesome. It's a fantastic game from KASIK overall. And again, that all just starts from that push over towards SBG. Again, that could have been SBG's game if they'd regrouped early on to that.
There were plenty of teams who could have taken that one home. Yeah. Disappointing that PERMITTA weren't able to make that one work. Rogo taking the back foot, and maybe they would have had that winning position. But you step up to Ingush, you're going to find out about it, as did everybody else in the lobby. KASIK team taking a chicken dinner.
Oh, no way. No way. KASIK team makes it happen. Firstly, amazing victory for them to be able to make it happen as a 2-man. But at the same time, PERMITTA could have had this in the bag. What is this game, Max?
Yeah, this is why you needed to be here on the first half of the face to understand why I do not predict PERMITTA anymore. They just don't go. They don't go for the big playmaking decisions, and they just wait it out. And I mean, KASIK team, they were in a weakened state too, because they were not only down to 2 players, they were split away from one another. It should have been the easiest breach in their life for PERMITTA Esports, but they keep delaying it every single time. And then, I think you said it right, they heard the pins. They should have tried to counter push.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Once you hear one, okay, given maybe you're a little bit hesitant at that moment, you hear a second. There has to be a moment. Also, where on earth was Rogo? Like, what's going on, guys? I don't know. PERMITTA should have been able to absolutely smash this a breach, and they just didn't. KASIK, but at the same time, huge hold from them to be able to make that happen the way they did here against this. Ingush putting in a massive play, a 3v1. That was spectacular, Max.
Yeah, amazing from Ingush. Definitely the best game by far by KASIK team. I don't think it should have been given to them the way they did, but they made small mistakes around them, and they were able to punish those teams. And look at the individual player stats. 8 for Ingush, 5 for Trofka. Like, tricks and skills has just died instantly at the start of this match, and then they were just able to hold down the fort after that breach onto SBG. I do agree with what John and Blank were mentioning in that game. It could have been SBG's game if they were not too willing to commit to that split for as long as they did. If they regrouped, maybe we'd be looking at an SBG win, but KASIK team know that teams typically like to do this split, so that position is very vulnerable. They breached it early, held on to it, and got the win off the back of that.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, that compound in general with these kinds of field endings is very, very strong, right? The hill is strong-ish, that they were kind of split across for a little while, but not strong enough to say, okay, yeah, well, we should be split for as long as we were, because that's just a little bit reckless, almost, for a circle like this. Because the thing is that even if you've got the split up the hill, good luck getting down it. Like, it's almost nigh on impossible to get down when this field almost always becomes the focal point of a circle like this, right? That's why the predictions were so split when people had... Technically, VULGAR went to great spots early, but, you know, so divided, eventually peaking, eventually bleeding out. Not exactly easy. But let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this game. Poor old boy, man. Comes back in, instantly taken out in the start of this game.
Yeah, we did see in the replays actually one of the fights happening between the Muerte and Major Pride, and Blank did mention during that game that Major Pride, that is currently a massive position in that kind of circle, but they're just not able to win that fight versus the Muerte. If they do, who knows, maybe they're able to then transition, eliminate Titan, then transition into KASIK's team's warehouses and who knows, maybe win the game off the back of that. So it wasn't quite the way it went. Though Dagestan, how are they able to win this fight versus No Mercy Warriors? This fight just should not have been won by the opposing teams in this game. It's just, it's all over the place. What's going on?
It was a bit of a crazy game. But again, kind of this field ending creates those kind of crazier situations, right? For especially towards the end. Here we are. Here's English holding that first pin pull, and then the second, and then coming around with the DBS just to finish things off. Trofka, very instrumental in actually being able to get this victory too. I mean, the fact that he was able to survive when he was eventually pushing over from Warehouse to Longhouse, when he was under fire, that's why he had to drop smokes from kind of other angles that were north of him as he was being shot at. If he goes down on that transition between Warehouse and Longhouse, they can't win this game. So multiple plays by KASIK team, very, very important.
Actually, I would even go to say that PERMITTA Esport helped KASIK team get the win, because we know that before this breach, right, PERMITTA Esport used no utility. They had all of their resources available.
True.
KASIK team eliminate them, pick up all the loot, all the smokes, the nades that we saw. The smokes in the end was so pivotal for them to transition from position to position. So yeah, I hope KASIK team are going to say thank you to PERMITTA, because without them, I don't think they would have got the win. They needed that utility to close off the game.
It was a proverbial car crash, unfortunately, for PERMITTA here, as we take a look at their numbers in this game. But yeah, they just need to do better, unfortunately, with a crash like that, because they had all the time in the world to make this happen. It's like when Blank flips cars in game all the time, and I have to come along and rewrite the car for him. He's terrible at it. But you know what? That's what I'll compare this for PERMITTA to here, Max. It's a rough one.
You know, we talked about the fact that next week we'd have a full week break, right? So I'm just hoping that teams like PERMITTA look back on that and are able to see what's wrong, what's not going their way in these matches, and just hopefully listen to the desk segment. You know, we can like, maybe move a little bit quicker. Who knows? They probably won't, but you could just do that rotation a little bit sooner, and you would also avoid third parties. You even saw that the way PERMITTA pushed, it was so late that the altercation between Major Pride, effect of Major Pride, and Icy ended, and Icy tried to third party and leapfrog that fight, because you give ample opportunities for teams around you to punish such a late fight at that stage of the game. So yeah, we could criticize as much as possible, but hopefully they can witness it for themselves and see like what they can work on in the following phases.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, and these things do happen as well. In the heat of the moment, in a high octane lobby like this, it is understandable that sometimes mistakes happen like this. And but again, on the opposite side, kudos to KASIK team for being able to capitalize on it. Let's take a look at the overalls here, and for the most part, a small amount of catch up, but not much. He's so close between Gladiators, Muerte, and Titan Gaming. We also got to see a cool 1v1 between Icy and Effects. I want to see more of that, Max.
Yeah, that's the fight for the ages right now in the European region, it seems. But no big movement other than that on this page. It seems Major Pride at least got himself 8 points, I believe, this game. So that's good. When MADBULLS is not playing, they're at least able to close that gap for the PMGC points just a tad. Hopefully that's going to continue throughout the rest of today. But yeah, KASIK team, look at that. That's the first time they're on the first page, right?
Yes.
I believe it is. Yeah, they're just first time on the first page. So glad to see that from KASIK team. A nice hold onto their warehouse, of course. Though I want to see a little bit lower on the rankings what's been happening over here. And we are seeing Dark Project playing with the VSS at one point this game.
That did happen.
Yeah, they were just out of resources because they were playing southeast of El Pozo, trying to take shots at everyone that was moving in the fields. Yeah. And we saw at one point they were just out of resources, so I guess they just picked another weapon, and at that point it was a VSS, but at that kind of range, the VSS, not, fair to say, not the best weapon to use.
No, not great. there was a period of time in PUBG Mobile where the VSS was kind of cool. Those days are long gone, unfortunately. It's definitely not my weapon of choice, I'll put it that way here, when it comes to any engagement, now that I think about it. But yeah, anyway, beyond that, of course, we do have Sanhok coming up here, Max, and who have you got your eyes on for Sanhok with this on the way as we take a look at the map performances from these guys coming into the battleground?
I'm not going to say Titan because they are, in fact, not playing this game. That's going to be helping out a little bit, but I want to go with I want to see VIRTUS.PRO. I want to see the comeback start with this game. Hopefully, it's going to be the case here. I know they're not like a really strong team when it comes to playing on Sanhok, but I'd like to see them subvert expectations, do well on a map that usually they do not do that well onto. So yeah, VIRTUS.PRO. How about you?
I mean, as you say, generally VIRTUS.PRO is kind of more, I would say, leans towards Miramar for some of their bigger performances, right? Yeah. Who am I going to pick? Ooh, that's a good question. That is a good question. I've drawn a blank here, Max. Who do I want? I'd like to see...
Blank? Well, you flipped a car?
No. Nobody could do it quite like blank. He's useless. I'm going to go Alpha Team, you know? I would like to see them kind of bump up the rankings a little bit more with this. I think that they do have the chops to be able to do it. Tenshik as well, the guys over there. I think that they have some great individual skill. You already mentioned, you know, guys like Mandarin as well having some great individual performances. We haven't quite seen the pop-offs just yet in these last couple of days, but I'd like to see them.
We have a lot of teams in a situation where they got a lot of strong players off Spring all together in the same squad, which on paper can be really strong. It just takes a little bit of time to adapt, to really come up with a really effective game plan that works for this team. But Alpha Team in particular, one thing that I do see is they're really good at getting in central positions. They've done it multiple times. They just tend to be a little bit too passive, allowing teams to close that gap too much. So I'd like them to start zoning a little bit earlier and to be more aggressive. And if they can do so, I think we can see Alpha Team get themselves like a dominant chicken dinner with double-digit elims, because we said it right. The fragging power is there, but I want to see more confidence exerted in the late stage.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And also, I'm thinking about it now with MADBULLS now coming back into the lobby. Yes, they didn't have the best of days yesterday, only about 8 or 9 points or so or something like that. But there's a world where they could, if they do well today, they could get towards a 300-point mark in one phase if they were to really pop off. You know what I mean? That would be...
Have we already seen that? That's rare. Like,
I think the closest maybe we ever got to was something like Panda way back in the day. Or what were they called after Panda? Is it TJB?
TJB Europe, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You don't see that all the time. I mean, there's a chance, right? Clearly, I feel like they're just chilling a bit. They're like, yeah, this phase one, it's in the bag. We're done with this one. So they're having a good time right now, for sure. But I do wonder if they're going to be able to replicate that. I feel like that's the big question, because they had a little bit of a fall-off towards the end of this phase, and we saw a lot of teams start to rise up to the occasion, improve significantly day after day after day. Can MADBULLS maintain the pressure in Phase 2 and Phase 3? I mean, not can they? They have to if they want to be the team to represent Europe in PMGC. Currently in the lead, but that gap can close really quickly.
And as you're taking a look here at Alpha, this is a team that we were just talking about before. If anything that leans towards Alpha for Sanhok, it's that actually I think they're very good at defending breaches when it comes to... And on Sanhok, that's kind of important, right? Especially if you're able to wrestle away some of those priority compounds in the mid to then late game. But anyway, it is time to head over to the casters. Thank you to Monsters for joining us here at PMPL EU. It is time for a Sanhok, so John and Blank, bring us the game.
We're ready to bring it. We're ready to go, Blank. We are, of course, going over to your favorite map, Sanhok. We're going over to the jungle, see where the circles will take us this time. We've had plenty of opportunity on multiple different islands so far. One of 3 is going to be where we end up today. We'll have to wait and see.
I know, either southwest side, northeast side, or the northwest itself. I would like to see a northeast circle, because I'd like to get away from the chaos that happens down towards Cave and Camp Charlie, which has been causing a lot of these games to become very strange in the end game with a huge amount of open space once we get to like stage 6, stage 5, which is obviously always a bit odd. I don't like to see it. But yeah, circle, not on our screens yet, but playing path up towards that northwest side in the first place. So pretty much everywhere is available. More position can be taken over towards that eastern side of the map. Kampong docks available as well, with just a long drop on the chute itself. But Gladiators will be getting in early, can get looted up as well nicely. So can the MADBULLS for their first entrance of the day.
Should be interesting to see how this dynamic pans out, as always, on that southwest island crossing, depending on where teams want to go. That is 3 teams heading over towards Hartin right now. I think that's TUNA, Unicorns of Love, and VIRTUS.PRO, all trying to drop over in Hartin. A 3-team hot drop, Blank. You don't see it too often, as all 4 players from all 3 teams are going to set down there. Oh my goodness. Okay, they really are committing to it.
Well, that's sort of insane, I suppose. I mean, but I'm okay to see it. TUNA, Unicorns Love, VIRTUS.PRO all looking for something here, but it is obviously your boy Max who wanted VIRTUS.PRO to come out on top here. Elementrix already takes a big amount of damage, but does find himself a nasty hit over towards the guys on TUNA.
Trial by fire for VIRTUS.PRO and their bid for a good result today. TUNA with Noshi already down are on 2 players now active. Unicorns of Love doing quite well. Purple has the angle to potentially get a flush up to Rollkiss, but he's holding over to the left, so doesn't have quite the angle he wants. TUNA holding on the inside. trying to get those reses on the upstairs. No healing there, which makes it so much harder. There's some hot drops on the other parts of the map as well as Muerte go up against Alpha on the southeast. But in the meantime, Woodson is allowing his teammate to step into his area, keeping him nice and safe from the fire for the time being. Noshi on the corner has a challenge from Woodson, and it's good. We'll be able to find the shutdown, and Rolkis now maybe a little bit more resable in this scenario behind the car, burnt out in the middle of the settlement upstairs. Woodson leads the push, but Zero fades away, fades it to start. Only 16 rounds, and needs to find something more, because he doesn't have a secondary weapon here.
I mean, QVZ with 16 bullets might not do the trick for 2 players. He's going to be really careful here. Just goes for the full-on spray. 7 still remaining.
3, the machete. He might need to use it as well. This is the thing. Goes for the push, goes for the swing. Is he going to find it? Looks for another as well. Oh my God, that was close. And Maxa, close to death. Closer than maybe he knew. And now VIRTUS.PRO are encircling this hot drop. The Gladiators haven't come for a third party on this hard-in engagement. They would have heard it from Matic's position, but it is shut down by VIRTUS.PRO. All 4 of whom are alive on a 3-team hot drop.
Dear me, I mean, they just stood out the way. They kind of corralled both these teams into one another, let the collide happen. Went from there,
out.
Purple sending away. Yeah, he's gone.
He's out of there.
Out of vehicle and leaves. I think for Unicorns of Love, in terms of actual weaponry, it's a little bit lacking. 1 Molotov, no first aid, so MacVin's not getting up to a high HP pool anytime soon.
Rolkis shimmying about in the dirt right now. The reses for VIRTUS.PRO are just going to be disciplined. They know that they have a massive advantage in this fight, and they don't need to press the issue just yet. Certainly not when they have a player down. See how much health Beck can get back, because they have looted probably more than Unicorns and Tuna combined. As Wait leads the charge. Elementrix in through the wall as well. Rolkis on the inside of the shack. Going to dip out just a little bit. Play on the corner, but he's spotted. Ruda able to clean that one up. And now just 1 player remains. VIRTUS.PRO will roll on through. We'll spot him up on the little shelf there by the door, respraying as well. And the auto shotty through the door, not even going to land either. So nice and healthy for VIRTUS.PRO. 4 eliminations found from a 3-way hot drop. Unicorns of Love pull 3 points from that. And actually Purple still out, and he's over to boot camp.
Yeah, he sent very far away from here. It's quite immediately. Yeah, dear me. Practically 2 teams are gone now. I guess you could call TUNA Esports still playing onwards with Purple, but just don't know how long he'll be able to go for. Currently playing in boot camp. A lot of teams will be heading over this way, maybe even playing over towards that coastal edge. But yeah, VIRTUS.PRO very happy with that. I don't think that kind of panned out exactly how they'd expect it to. 3 teams being in that location, getting away with all 3 players alive. Pretty easy looting options as well, because you're basically just taking the loot crates from all of these players.
It should lower the total number of meds in general, though, just a little bit. Not too much, but because of all the fighting, any meds that people were picking up, they were using almost instantly. So potentially a little bit low on meds to kick things off for VIRTUS.PRO, unless they try and just stagger their way through these next compounds, pick up a couple more first aid kits, a couple more stims, see what they can get on board. But they're healthy for the time being. Circle pops over to the mainland. Blank centers up, pretty much slap bang middle. No trifecta shenanigans this time.
Nice. Pretty much most teams will be able to get towards this position, you know. Even that northwest side is going to be a little bit more clear now, considering we don't have Unicorns of Love as well as Tuna in the mix. A lot of teams might even opt to go for that western crossing over towards boot camp. You know, MADBULLS can certainly go for this one too. Easily done. 6.67 eliminations average on this map currently. Pretty long survival time. First innings here for MADBULLS after not the greatest of performances yesterday. I think they got very unlucky a lot of times with the positions that they were taking. Still exercising a lot of firepower into those matches, taking a lot of fights. I think anytime a team came into them, it wasn't easy to remove them, but just not able to get towards those winning spots in the game. And this happens.
I mean, it does. Once every couple of blue moons, but you want to try and minimize that as much as possible. Gladiators, they're on the road as well. Matic is still over towards the west coast, still getting some loot on board, I suppose. Kitsune close up for Gladiators to that trifecta crossing. It is unguarded, but they don't know that just yet. They haven't fully scouted, gotten that information. MADBULLS made it across Blank and onto the junction compound to launch themselves further in. Major Pride were sat there before, but they've headed up northeast of boot camp now to the further north junction compound that sits there with an outpost on the southeast in the form of Naomi to keep them full of info to the south side. No teams really stepping too close to one another right now, but the Nameless have taken a knock to try and keep themselves safe. They'll be on that northeast side, close to SBG and Paradise Resort.
Yeah, a bit of a safer spot to play for them overall. I think, you know, even heading down towards that south side, it might be getting a little bit hairy, honestly. But I think here you can effectively try and hold out teams coming in from that northern side. VIRTUS.PRO currently taking slightly lower ground approach on that northwest, just waiting for the next circle. Most teams will just be sticking the heels in before they wait to go. And Circle actually heads further towards that northern edge. So there's a few compounds here, easily playable. SBG, in the meantime, will just all regroup up towards Paris Resort. Interesting that KONINA Power aren't here early on, and SBG were able to take this quite confidently.
Yeah, they didn't try and harass those outside areas. KONINA Power actually on the southeast, just passing Quarry now, moving to the opposing compound from Major Pride on that central road that goes west to east on this circle. Trying to scout it out, get that info. MADBULLS trying to follow that Major Pride rotation, in fact, but they will not be able to take that compound. Instead, they draw just a little bit short. You can see on the top of this hill, a pretty solid position, though, with Naomi in the valley beneath them. They don't have that major threat coming through from Major Pride. Their south side is going to be probably a little bit more vulnerable than they'd like, and KONINA Power seemingly having sight lines up towards them. No Mercy Warriors across the valley to the south.
Yeah, it's a fairly insane push for MADBULLS to go for. I mean, there's so many players that will be looking this way, but equally the fact that they have been able to get through just gives them this beautiful bit of high ground to play around with. They will have to be very, very clear on who's watching which sightline at what time, because a lot of teams can look over towards this spot. You can see No Mercy Warriors off in the distance, just on the other side of this valley, holding them down right now. MADBULLS unwilling to give up this spot for the time being. I think they will lose vehicles here, but that's okay, considering how central they are. Most likely endgame will be done on foot anyway, so these vehicles just work as a nice bit of cover for them. So it's a good game plan that we see here from MADBULLS, and this is the type of game plan that's going to get them quite decently far into the game without a push coming through to completely remove them.
Will be difficult to push them as well, because as you say, it's kind of a mental rotation that they've gone for, right? There's so many teams that are going to be looking out, so that's going to be the same story for teams trying to crash onto them at this stage. So we'll have to wait and see if anyone is desperate enough to go for it. Muerte on the south side, all the way out, still just crossing over by Camp Charlie. They've got a forward duo in Malloy and Milky Way who are breaking new ground for them. The Nameless with Nexus neighbors over on the northeast point of this circle. Dark Project close by, so potential conflict over on the northeast side. Probably the next to pop off, unless the Gladiators try and make a little bit of a move from their hilltop.
I think right now, with this position on the map at least, there's so many areas that teams can play. It's basically going to be stage 3, stage 4 that kind of influences the majority of the movements that will happen here. You can see that in this area, there is a huge amount of elevation available to a lot of teams. There's a lot of compounds available to these teams as well. So no one's really too far put out, and everyone's really happy with their position. And most of these spots can be winning compounds, right? This is the thing. So if we get a northern shift towards Paris Resort, you know, then SPG is looking really fine. Eastern shift, KONINA Power starts to take control of this game. It's very interesting the way this is all going to go down. Likely that if we do move further away to the eastern side and MADBULLS and Major Pride come out of the equation, there's going to be some crashes that will have to occur in the meantime.
Matic moved over to those rocks on the east side, away from the Gladiators' high ground, and now with this circle shift out to the east, it's going to pay out for them. They can fully regroup on that area, figure out where they want to go in these hills south of Paradise Resort. Right on KONINA Power's compound, the circle goes, and a lot of conflict on that southwest, I'm sure, soon to come.
It's going to be a slow game for Gladiators, though, right? Because unless they just pull the Gladiator special and just send straight through, there are so many teams around here that all know exactly what is happening, who's playing where. And I think the fact that this moves further towards that eastern side after everyone's taken some really strong spots within the circle, you know, looking at VIRTUS.PRO, SPG, Major Pride, MADBULLS, No Mercy Warriors, you know, pushing through this location is always going to be difficult. I think Gladiators want to slowly push over towards a more eastern spot on the map, but already you can see that KONINA Power taking shots towards them. Meku goes down, leaving them as 3. It was a dangerous play, but I think they try to circumvent a lot of the clash that was going to happen on the western side.
I mean, you move early and you do get away from that, right? So the cost of one player to get to this position, it feels like a bit of a decision, right? They knew it was dangerous. They knew that they might have to expend that resource in order to get over there, but they have managed to make that push now, and they have got a position on this northeast side, but it is just as treacherous here. There's so many teams waiting in the wings. Dagestan on the southeast side of it, lining up on this ridge. Really solid spot for them. Trying to move over these valleys is difficult, but see if they can sequester themselves safely. You can see they've got a bit of high ground to play with at the moment. Dark Project to their northeast side, and the roll-up from Muerte behind them.
Yeah, I mean, there is a really, really strong little push here from Muerte coming through. I actually really like this one. I think it's one of the pushes that you could only make if you were still pushing in from the south. So they go to the eastern side of Quarry, head up towards Barn. It's a good identification of where players might be heading over towards. EXO here, though, unleashes versus VIRTUS.PRO.
These walls, so difficult to play around when there's a player jumping about, hopping with that DBS, and Nexus are going to roll out. They're just going to take care of Beck, I'm sure, in the meantime. Last player to stand for VIRTUS.PRO. He's got a fight in him, but it's not going to be enough to take down the whole of Nexus. Octavian does get knocked, but that's Reserble on the northeast side. The Nameless will be aware of this position now, as will Dark Project fully. And they'll be able to take precautions that direction. Tixi getting quite bold towards Dagestan in the meantime.
Yeah, I think the reason behind this, if they get an opening knockover towards Dagestan, the Gladiators can pull the pin on trying to head up towards this spot and taking control of it. Realistically, they do just need to get a couple of good pickoffs at the start here, in which case Matic and Kitsune can start to rally towards this spot. If they can control this, it's a big game for them. But like you say, it's very risky coming through from Tixi.
I mean, you get spotted by pretty much anyone, you're done for. Tixi has that nade. Limbo has been taking shots as well, so this rock should be fully known. Tixi needs to launch it in, but as soon as that nade comes through, Dagestan can start to collapse onto this position. They know he's going to be on this hillside, so it needs to be perfect, and it needs to find the knock on the first time.
And pretty much after that, he needs to get an instantaneous re-knock. And Dagestan is going to move further down as they need to get into this circle towards the northwestern edge. Alpha team also sending away Tenshik, trying to get out of position, but Kitsune actually finds Limbo, and this is where Tixi can start to pass that information back across, and because he's so far up, they sort of expect the rest of Gladiators down towards this position, so this nade could potentially get 2 if he tries to confirm the res. This was very smart coming through from Gladiators.
They've managed to get that first nade, but the second nade goes a little bit short. Can he find another? Can he get a re-knock and a double? Potentially. Oh, doesn't tag Limbo's heels there and has to get away from it now. Teams are starting to move in. The northeast side popping off as the Nameless fend off against Nexus. It's going well for the Nameless right now. They haven't taken a heavy hit, and Nexus have fallen at their feet for the time being. Becca holding a central area for KONINA Power. A really powerful compound on this junction. Difficult to hold off on all angles, though. We'll see if they're able to make it work.
I mean, I just want to talk about Tixi really quickly, because I think that it doesn't toss the nade further, in which case that fight goes really wrong for Tixi. It could have been a really good opening for Gladiators themselves. Dagestan, though, coming up against KASIK team, and Shifu just continues to shoot through the door. I mean, you can't get through that one if there's a hail of pellets coming through the entire time. Fairly effective defense, I suppose.
I mean, it's pretty much impenetrable. As soon as that magazine empties, it's a little bit more tenable to go for it, but it's not going to work out. Shifu with the auto shotty, able to shut it down. And KASIK will fall. Really good news for Dagestan to stay alive as 4 as well on that full engagement. So nice position found. Again, a very split decision amongst all of us as to who we think is going to have the power. Kale, with Major Pride prediction over those hills south of Paradise Resort, they've got quite a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, and they often have actually moved from this position and done quite well from it. The issue is that most of the times, by the time they get here, there's teams around them that have taken shots towards them, and they are very much weakened as a full squad. So this time around, though, Major Pride, they do make it in as 4, and this is a really good potential for them. A team that used to be absolutely insane at Sanhok. KONINA Power also, I think, is a big threat that I don't think any of us went for in the end, no. So I think this is a team that could win this game. They're very, very decent at Sanhok overall. It's where they get a lot of their points from in the future. You go for MADBULLS, a little bit more of a tough push up towards that northern side, but we'll see how they do go for that execute.
Yeah, with that shift out to the northeast, it is going to make their lives a lot harder. I was imagining that they could find a couple of cheeky pickoffs towards the KONINA Power position. But with this circle, they don't really need to go for this push towards KONINA Power. They can potentially move over towards Dagestan's area. Either way, it is difficult for them. And I was more hoping that they'll just be able to pull it out the bag because they're the MADBULLS, right? They've been performing. They had a bit of a down day yesterday. Can they find their feet here?
Yeah, again, a lot of this area is open space, and I think for MADBULLS, like you say, it's going to just have to be a case of a MADBULLS play coming through towards them. Quick little run up towards Dagestan, and this is a team in the process of leaving, so instantly starting off with a shot off towards Shifu. Horrible timing here for Dagestan.
And a move in from Tuluka as well on foot to play close. Limbo still has that auto shotty. He's into the vehicle. They should be able to see that through the windows if they've got their wits about them. Sees it immediately, and Tuluka thinks, what the hell are you trying to do there, mate? That's not going to work out. No smoke, nothing to play with. Dagestan being dismounted now. They've had a lot of challenge, but the MADBULLS might just be too much. Agorish actually taking shots over to Zerich in the meantime. Zadira trying to light up the hillside, and Tuluka feels the brunt of it. But there is a trade, and right on the money it is. The sideswipe comes through. Hang on a minute. He's been lit up from the edge. Who's coming through? It's Keep for Dagestan to try and assuage the MADBULLS threat, and he will do a blinding good job there. Frozen now the last to stand, and Dagestan can run in.
Yeah, the sidelines over towards the position. You could understand exactly why Dagestan was getting ready and prepped to leave, right? It's just not a good spot for them to be in, especially with the sidelines that currently KONINA Power holds. Like, from that compound on the south side, MADBULLS are always going to have a tough time. Again, they did extremely well, all things considered, but some of their rotations could be a little bit faster in towards the circle, and they could take a few more risks like Gladiators have done, sacrificing a player for a strong endgame. Korka is trying to get this nade over towards Dino, but he does continue to keep popping him. Nice nade, though. Will take him out finally.
Finally dunks it down. Muerte on the northwest side have managed to take out a major threat for themselves, and SBG are next to fall. They do tumble out. Milky Way with the position on the building towards the roadside blank. I think you might be quids in on this prediction.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still a little bit unsure. I do like this spot from Muerte. Again, it's not one of the strongest spots in the circle, but I think Major Pride has always struggled when it comes to rotating in towards these late games, and SPG has a bit of that indecision about them. So it was more a case of a prediction against teams surrounding them than it was a prediction for Muerte, even though I do really like the team. Milky Way does get knocked, though, as KONINA Power finds their way further into the circle. They've played a bit of a blind for a match so far.
Nameless getting lit up on the hillsides by Closet Close and Ivaneska Far. Gladiators, they take a little bit of respite here against the onslaught from Ivaneska. But Dark Project are out in the circle, so they need to move forwards. The opening pick to the Nameless is good, but it's not going to be enough to see them safe now because the blue is chivying things along. Matic has to duck back behind the rock, but it's going to force Dark Project to make a choice. It seems like the choice that they're going for is the Gladiators building. Can Matic on the off angle find anything? No, because the Nameless on the north flank are just going to shut that down. Nades in through the windows, the flush over onto Matic. Even Esker goes down first, but Kitsune's low. He will get lit up as Forced pushes his way close. Tixi now with the challenge. 2 players left standing out in the open. Goes for 1. Needs to reload because there is Closet close by with the DBS. And everybody goes down because the Nameless are here to party.
Oh, there was certainly an opportunity there for Tixi. That's so unfortunate. Furia and Korka in the backline go down to players from the Nameless, as well as KONINA Power. Again, KONINA Power has had such strong control over this match for such a long, long time here, John. And again, find themselves one of the few positions that is playable in this lobby. But the Nameless continue to move up. They find themselves at a little quick position. I think KONINA Power, Right now for Muerte, it's a waiting game, right? They have to wait for stage 8, stage 9 because they can't afford to let this team leave from here freely. In the meantime, Corker has been crawling his way over towards Muerte. They get a third player up. The potential of the game goes up a lot more, but he is spotted out by one of the nameless players.
Yeah, this hunting outpost there, the watchtower, will be their sanctuary for the time being, but as soon as someone gets close with nades, that's kind of it. Like, Malloy goes down, there's no way you can hold that. The difficulty is getting close, right? Milky Way gets knocked. That res, I just don't think is possible, because you have to stand up. He could maybe get over to the staircase and take a little dip in elevation, maybe expose feet a little bit and hope no one sees it to try for the res. Beast gets knocked out in the open. Will most likely be suffering the full force of KONINA power. I didn't predict them. I felt it was too obvious, Blank. I thought, oh, I'll go a little bit sideways. But you know what? Fair play. KONINA power, you said control. I feel like that's been their motto of this game so far. Muerte down in third. The Nameless trying to move forwards, but what can you do here? Beckett is down, sure. You need to thread a needle nade here, but it's just not going to happen. Not this time around. No, sir. KONINA power able to control center area and ride their way to victory. 22 points on the match. A beautiful, controlled center compound game for KONINA power. They get that circle shift. They get what they're looking for. They move out and they make it work.
Yeah, I think for KONINA power, the main sticking point here is the fact that they did take shots at everyone around the lobby, right? And I don't think they let that position on the crossroads go to waste. I don't think that really influenced how their ending game went in the... Actually, overall, because honestly, when you just sit in that position, you just hold it. We've seen so many teams just kind of sit there for so long, don't really do anything, very passive. But the fact they were very aggressive, took shots at everyone was very low by the time they even got close to them, and then they had a free rotation into one of the, basically the winning position of the game. It was very smart from KONINA power, and this is their map, essentially.
Yeah, they made it happen. Good stuff. Great news for their points totals, I'm sure. Let's head back over to James and Max.
That's right, pretty textbook here from KONINA power to get themselves the victory off the back of this, even though all of us were like, well, let's throw a curveball with our predictions, let's throw another curveball, another one. All of us were totally wrong. I probably should have just gone with the obvious pick and the obvious position, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even remember how many wins they won in like this kind of compound. They are so good at playing those eastern positions on the mainland. And initially how they dropped, Becca dropped in that compound. He just checked it early. Then they did regroup south towards Quarry. And I feel like they saw that phase 2 pop. They're like, we know Becca scouted it out earlier. Chances are no one's there. If we pull the trigger early enough, we can just reclaim that previous position and just play it out, which is what they ended up doing super quickly, by the way. And then they just waited things out. They still had a lot of resources when teams were just kind of feeding down the hills because it's not an easy transition point. And because of that, they get the 10 placement points from the win and 14 elim on board too. So that's a massive game to kick off game 2 here for KONINA power.
Yeah, very important. I mean, the game came to them and they grasped it with both hands firmly. I think that what was impressive, though, was Muerte, to be perfectly honest. One of the main features of this circle is that road that leads north of the KONINA power compound, and it acts almost like a river because it's so dividing. Like, you see teams on the west side of that circle trying to transition to the east and having no success. Muerte just absolutely blasted through and found themselves a decent position, so kudos to them.
Yeah, I feel like if the circle went just barely north, a little bit more north, and they could still play that sniper tower position, and you have KONINA power and the Nameless having to transition, it's going to be a Muerte win, but the circle was a little bit further south. And actually, Muerte, not only did they go for a really strong position, we know as a fact that all the terrain around Paradise Resort sucks. It's horrible to play, it's horrible to transition through, and because of that, they just waited in their position and just let teams like SBG and Major Pride be pushed by the blue zone in their vicinity, and when they're close enough, they're just going to like absolutely destroy them. So that was a really good setup from Muerte, and I'm not surprised Blank picked them because that was a good game plan after.
Yeah, they played it well. Other teams that played it well, of course, as we take a look here with KONINA power, 7 elims going for Hayes to get things rolling, and only 56 damage done to Agori. I mean, again, it's just how it's going to work out when you've got a compound like this. You're able to shoot at everything, nobody's able to push against you, and even then the transitions north along that road, which were very important, they were going up against a solo that they just rip away from the small building and then almost do 2k damage in the process.
I don't know if this is just me that's feeling this way about KONINA Power, but even throughout this phase, I feel like they're getting more comfortable playing as this team. Like it's getting to the point where they're just getting to the late game a little bit more every single time. They're taking these big splits in the late game. They're trying to control the lobby as much as they can, and I'm really enjoying what they've been able to work on throughout this phase. So I'm really glad about that. And yeah, as you said, almost 2k damage, really good conversion rate in those 14 elims. Though, Dagestan 77, it was rough for them because I really like the way they took their fight north of Barn. Like, the execution of that fight was really top tier.
Yep.
Then you just have MADBULLS that backstab you as they're transitioning downhill. That was unfortunate timing for Dagestan, but yeah, MADBULLS, they knew what was going on there. Though this, I didn't know what was going on here. This was weird.
This was a little strange, but you know what? There's plenty of limbs to boot for when it comes out from this. VIRTUS.PRO is eventually able to clean all of this up. Now, I kind of like what you were saying about the MADBULLS situation, actually, because MADBULLS, yes, they were on that west side of the circle, whilst we take a look at these highlights, and they actually made what I think was a potential winning play, right? Like, to try and transition towards the east side of the circle. If they do win out those fights against Dagestan, like we're seeing here, and then are able to move north, maybe they could make a campaign of it. If they stay on the west side of the circle, there's almost nothing that they can do. So I don't mind those kind of wilder moves like this.
I like it. Though Keep was a real pain for Dagestan, like he did have that off angle that did slow down the approach of MADBULLS significantly. But looking back actually on the circle, I feel like MADBULLS were close enough to hear the cast. They're like, oh, this team's moving. If we can catch them while they are transitioning downhill and we get back to that point of interest, then the chances are they're going to win that fight. But it doesn't matter because KONINA Power in strong position equals strong game, strong chicken dinner. So not much you could really do. Having 4 players at this stage when teams have been fighting continuously to get to that position, there's nothing you can really do at that point.
No, definitely not, especially on Sanhok. It is the most egregious example of it when it comes to the battlegrounds that we actually play on here. Sanhok is very much compound heavy, compound favored, and if you're able to take the right spot, you're able to take the right spot. I mean, and with that now, we're actually finding ourselves in this position where KONINA Power can start challenging for some of those, I would say, technically second, third, fourth, if they're able to do a little bit better. Let's take a look at those overalls and see if they've been able to make some leaps up as they now find themselves in 7th place here with just 20, 30 points shy of where we're seeing that kind of second, third, fourth position.
KASIK team were not there for long.
No, they were not.
What one game on the top page and then they kicked right down by KONINA Power. But yeah, they, as you said, if they can replicate this again throughout today, they could try and aim for, I would say a top 3 is not out of the question here. Because you do have a Livik too, right? So you're going to have more games than your average day of PMPL Europe here. So it's more opportunities, more potential for them to get those points and close that gap with the top 3. So yeah, hype to see KONINA Power. As I said, KASIK team did get pushed down. SHOCKWAVE, a little bit more silent, but they're going to be playing normally all of the games for the rest of the day. So I want to see SHOCKWAVE start popping off here.
Yep, they could potentially. We still have high hopes for them when it comes to those later game scenarios, and unfortunately for the teams down towards the bottom, now they've got quite a bit of work to do if they want to play that Livik here for today. But before we get on to the next games, let's head over to the commentators here for some TDM action.
Another legendary TDM for the books, Blank. We are onto the 4th match of the bracket. Of course, we're going to be taking a look at which teams are going to have the highest pure fragging potential over these coming days. Of course, we've seen 3 matches so far, some more interesting than others. Some have been slower, some have been faster paced. But one thing we know is that the Groza and the shotgun is a mainstay.
Yeah, I mean, M114 has been really big for them. TUNA Esports versus SHOCKWAVE start things off. Sorry, the Nameless versus SHOCKWAVE. MADBULLS here with a nade out. With Miji sent in. There's a bit more of an aggressive start, actually.
It is traded off, and maybe they'll have learnt their lesson and play the rest of this one slowly, Blank. SHOCKWAVE are going to open for the first, but it is answered. And it is back and forth, as you normally see at the start of these TDMs. You'll see a little bit of posturing. Whoever can take control of that high ground spit that we were just looking at there is going to have a pretty good time of things. That path B, as it says on the map, is going to be pivotal to control. Looks like Nameless have managed to get there first, but Aza wants to take it back.
I think this is going to be a fast game, just purely because practically everyone's using shotguns. There's a few Grozas in play, but the majority of players, it's like two shotguns, 2 Grozas overall. So this is going to be a pretty speedy one. 6-5 already.
Opening up the cannons, 6 and 6. Nade potentially over the top here. MADBULLS trying to get a flank on, but Repositions, knows that the spawns came on that side as his teammate went down. 8 apiece now as Aza breaks out wide and maybe into the barrels of an auto shotty. Zero tries to get the spray down, but that's just not going to work. MADBULLS has his own handle on the situation, and 12-10.
Good old GG, not GG. Bit disrespectful, bit BM, that's fine. We're here in TDM, that's what it's all about. Nade over the top though, this seems to be the typical play. Bounce that off the wall, see what you can get done. There's a couple of nades coming back from the Nameless though. Be worried about that.
Ooh. Dangerous there, pushes past the nade zone. And Aza, able to make it work. Been doing pretty good work so far, Aza, on the auto shotty, but MADBULLS got one of his own, and he's going to use it.
50-50, again, tied up. We're just sending backwards and forwards with these shotgun plays. Aza doing fantastically well for SHOCKWAVE, to 6 eliminations so far, highest within the team. And doing it with very little health a lot of times. There goes another one, and a nade I hate most. Great stuff.
The Nameless trying to fall back a little bit. This is where teams will start to rethink the hyper-aggressive strategy, I find, in the middle of these point scenarios, because you've got 40 as the total goal, right? At the start, everyone's like, oh, we've got loads. We can make some risky plays, see what's going on. Around that 20 mark, teams start to think, oh, hang on a minute. We're almost halfway to our total, so maybe we should figure out our strategy a little bit more. And then when you get into those final 10, everybody just stops dead. So we're 7 minutes in, we're just about halfway through the points as it goes, and I'm expecting it to start to slow down from here, but maybe that's not true, because SHOCKWAVE is just going to jump out with these shotties, continue the barrage.
Yeah, Wagnerzada still doing a bit more. Hate most of the Groza around the side, but Aza tries to get more done with the shotgun. The Groza does keep them at bay. Short amount of invincibility there for GG, not GG. Gives him a bit of time to get the shots off. 20, it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. This is a nice, fast match.
It's going well. 6.5 minutes. A double nade coming on through, though, from Aza. I've got to give credit to the guy. 12 eliminations of his team's 25 right now. Doing lots of work, almost half of his entire total. Doesn't quite get the drop on hate most, but they even the numbers. Where's the rest of his team? Aza leading the charge by example. And they're just not going to be able to keep up with that pace because the Nameless have taken control.
Yeah, he's just sending in. That's fair play. His nades have been pretty on point too. Looks over the top side, over towards hate most, but will be taken down from behind by Beast. And that's the Nameless actually taking the lead here, 28-26. Aza's still desperately trying to find some more of these points. Beast goes for quite the interesting play, let's say.
With a shotgun as well. You cannot challenge at that range. In those mid-range engagements, you need to have one of those rifles. Maybe an SMG would do it. We haven't seen any snipers this time around. We've seen them before be quite effective in these TDMs, but when it's a little bit faster, you do need some more twitch reactions on these shotguns. The Groza, not quite as impactful when you're playing in these super close quarters, but when you have people making pushes like that, you know you can make it work.
Aza gets naded out. GG, not GG around the side. 8 more limbs to finish off the game. Beast just jumping over the top with the shoddy. Looks like the Nameless might be taking up the control, but they get a little bit more revenge here from Scars on very low HP, up to 35 eliminations now for SHOCKWAVE, trying to take this match home.
Aza is tearing this lobby apart. 17 eliminations, almost half of the required point total to be able to take his team to victory. There was a massive swing for SHOCKWAVE to be able to bring it back into their control, but it's going either way as well. Wagnerzada with the shotgun, low HP bars in front of him, gets one, gets two, and 2 players are going to fall. 2 more needed. 14 eliminations for Beast, 11 for MADBULLS, and the Nameless want to try and keep control here. Wagnerzada on the door frame, 2 rounds in that shotgun, but it's not going to be good. It's not going to matter though, because Aza lands the final blow. A Titan on the ruins, going to be getting up to 19 eliminations, Blank. As I said, almost half of that 40-point total. The guy's a machine.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, SHOCKWAVE have always known Aza to be one of the best players on the squad, right? He is absolutely insane. That's why we call him Aza the Laser at the end of the day. Great shotgun shots, great nades he sent through that game. Yeah, pretty much carried SHOCKWAVE. Similarly, though, we got to give props to Hate Most from the Nameless. He was doing a huge amount of work for them.
Yeah, great stuff from both of those two teams, but we're going to be moving over on to Erangel next as we took a look at the bracket there. We've got plenty more TDM, don't worry, but not right now because we've got real PUBG to play. Real PUBG Mobile, I shouldn't say that, but we are getting back into the thick of it.
Yeah, actual PUBG Mobile, that's right. That's what we're heading into at the moment over on Erangel. So we did finish off that match, so congratulations to SHOCKWAVE on winning the game over in their bracket on this side. We'll be heading over towards the tried and tested on Erangel itself and see what they can get done. MADBULLS looking for some more interesting rotations, and again, that's kind of what I wanted to see, especially from Miramar, was looking at the, well, sorry, from, yeah. My God, just from games overall, I thought we played way more than we already have, but I think I'm thinking about yesterday, which is so much of these more intense rotations towards the end game to get towards that central side, a bit more like Gladiators, because they have the chops on to make it happen. It just happened a little bit late on that game up towards Dagestan, where they got caught off by several off angles on the side. I still think it's a monumentous approach, the fact they're able to dodge out sightlines coming through from KONINA Power and also attempt to fend off Dagestan at the same time. Because they were leaving, they were quite split as well, so not an easy engagement to take.
Let's take a look at this playing path though. Hard West Plain. Going to really exacerbate some issues over in these Gatka areas, maybe Ferry Pier. Potential for a little bit of a hot drop over Sosnovka. VULGAR boys already taking a little bit of a change up, going over to Zaki. Looks like SHOCKWAVE have company over in the northeast side. I believe that's the Nameless, if I'm not mistaken. Can't quite make it out underneath them, but moving over to Severny, potentially a little bit of a scrap there. Gladiators uncontested right now in South George. Muerte close enough by to make it a problem, but they've already grabbed some vehicles. You imagine they're just going to try and get out of dodge. Similar story for Rozhok. Nobody really around that area except for the MADBULLS. The Major Pride scout out towards Sunken is there, but that will fall short of them. Fortunately for everyone, the circle is on that west side, or maybe unfortunately, because it's going to keep those teams compressed for a lot longer. SHOCKWAVE lose out the first pick on a hot drop in near Severny, over towards this junction compound here. And there's very minimal weaponry available. The Nameless getting the better end of the deal, though. They've been able to pick up a lot more. Aza putting that TDM practice to good use. And is going to be able to find 1 and 2 with the Vector. It's a pretty dominant weapon in these early drop scenarios with minimal weaponry, with minimal armor as well.
Yeah, not sure SHOCKWAVE and the Nameless know, but their TDM has finished now. They don't have to do this in-game anymore. But the hot drop comes through. Malloy also goes down there for Muerte, who have lost 2 players right off the bat. I think they tried to take a bit of a box compound split, but Major Pride and No Mercy Warriors quite quickly put a stop to that one.
Reses for both of these two teams, Terminus and Aza, they're just going to move in, get the flush onto Madagod. You just want to make sure that's confirmed. Minimal healing as well, which we've seen before in these early drops, means that just one lick from pretty much any weapon at all, doesn't matter what it is going to send you down. Terminus holding this window, holding this run out on the alleyway to the side of it as well. It's the Nameless trying to move forwards. Aza controlling the door frame. Beast with the biggest health bar right now in this engagement, 2v2.
Rocking the Honey Badger, big HP bar, small gun. Still can get something good done here. Aza just sprays around the side there with the Vector. Just challenging them slightly. Terminus is playing a very dangerous game, and it works out rather well.
They send out, they don't get the refrag as well, and they're going to allow SHOCKWAVE to reset. In fact, the push comes through. Ooh, a lovely little pre-spray through the door. I liked it, but the really heads-up halt from SHOCKWAVE to allow that one to go through. We're seeing more combat as well as PERMITTA taking on Nexus. We're going to see if Octavian and Exo can hold this whilst the rest of his team move on in. All 4 players for Nexus are alive. PERMITTA on the ground floor, sure, but Kapahala has got that off angle. It's going to slow PERMITTA from going for this full push upstairs, but they need to just commit. We were saying on Miramar, they didn't find that commitment in them to get that push onto KASIK. Can they find it here? Because Folly stepping out, they're just wasting time on the ground floor. They're taking knocks and it's redocks to open. You can see plenty more engagements going on as well as Muerte and Major Pride continue their scrap in the bottom right of your screen.
I think Muerte is down to 1 player now. I think it is Furia that's still going. A really deadly player as a solo. If PMPL Esports, I think the issue we're finding here is that you know there's two players upstairs, there's people taking shots from the outside, so it must be a case of only a few are inside this building. And not having control over this high ground is a bit of a problem for them. But again, running into EXO with a shotgun, always dangerous. But you lose one player, you get that knock, and then you overwhelm Octavian on the outside. He is playing a really strong position looking at the stairs though, but I think one player going for time, not ideal. We're trying to force Folly up there.
If EXO can land a shot with a shotgun, Octavian might just be able to instantly flush or carry on to the next player beneath them. But this is just too slow from PMPL. They're allowing Octavian to just keep this control, force them into the ground floor. And you're right, those off angles controlling from Nexus are just going to keep finding these windows, keep finding these openings. Finally, a shot over to Kapahala to assuage some of that pressure. But Rogo's already down and they can't mount an offensive onto the upstairs, even with that knock. Octavian is on the outside now, playing on the wall. PMPL are just getting circled. They're getting outdone on the maneuvers here. Really low ammo count for EXO, and he gets jumped out on. Finally, they find it within themselves, digging a little bit deeper, and PMPL get that heal through as well. Nexus are starting to lose players, but Octavian will not let this one go without a fight, trying to jump in through these windows, drop these shots where he can, but 28 rounds in the magazine is going to be good for Rogo for the first. 33 temp close by. Folly not committing for the res, and another knock over towards PMPL.
I think PMPL Esports, considering they control the entirety of the outside, could just consider to threaten these reses. Fortunately, that would have knocked him had it been a little bit sooner. I think you just have to pull the players back up here. Now, Folly's in a very dangerous scenario. PMPL Esports will finally go down. I think at that point you just take control of the high ground, honestly. You find a couple of good knocks, you see if you can take that high ground advantage to spot out some of those players on the outside, flush some away, then you're dealing with less and less and less. I think the rest of the team just went into full attack mode at that point.
For these early games, as we see this replay, with a hard plane path that really isolates part of the island, as well as a circle that sits on top of that hard plane path, you will see these early engagements. It will keep these teams close by, and that's what we've seen. 3 teams have gone down, and out of the 3 teams that engaged with them, none of them have escaped unscathed, Blank. We see 3 players on Nexus, 3 players on Major Pride, 2 players on Shockwave. So this is really bad news for these early positions, for these early drops, and it's teams that have managed to escape unscathed from these early engagements that are going to do a little bit better moving forward, that have a better chance in these mid-circles.
I think the Nexus is not such a big deal for them. I mean, losing one player, obviously unideal, but the fact they get 4 eliminations off the back of it and they control the majority of the western side, like, they should be safe for quite some time and also be able to play stage 2 circle quite easily, try and pick themselves up a spot. A lot of teams are already congregating around Everest, around those compounds that sit just underneath it. You know, Gladiators are already here. They set up a shop right towards that top side of Everest itself. They have some scouting happening through Matic down towards that south side. I think to one of the stronger compounds too.
Major Pride with their 3 players as well. Got a lot of open ground around them. These buildings should be safe for the time being, but they're playing a 2-1 right now. Leaving Naomi up onto the north. Titan into the fight with KASIK team. They've done it plenty of times in Painan this time. They'll be playing around these buildings here, as it looks like KASIK have gone 1 for 1 on these trades, but Titan have actually taken a second knock here. Havlik very like to get flushed out. The cavalry's here. Old Boy and Robs ride on into the bottom side of the hill. There's 2 players ready and waiting to receive on this. Skills is up top. It's going to make sure that Titan can only go for these internal pushes on the bottom here, but a lovely nade in through finds another knock for Titan, and they are going to be able to look for that flush over to Trovka. Sure, Robs is burning now, but he steps up, looks for that heal. Meantime, there is another nade going to be able to find it. That's from the Gladiators, who have rolled on down. A third party on this spot. KASIK have their lone player up top still. Skillsers needing to try and fend it off, but Robs is down to English's shotgun. We know what this guy can do on the inside of buildings, Blank. We saw it before against PMPL with their lackluster push, but this time around he's got a lot more taller of an order. Titan around the corner. They will be taken back, and now the Gladiators, their next challenge.
I mean, Gladiators just came in and started tossing nades through, Molotovs, making it very awkward to play around that compound, which is where they had to fight from. But immediately taking control of the high ground is probably the biggest deal. Also, isolating skills this here would be really big as long as they don't fluff the push.
And they've left Meku back on the top of the mountain. He's not there for the backup, but Gladiators fall flat. This is a team that cannot be breached, Blank. KASIK, hold strong.
I mean, realistically, Skills should just get knocked. They should be eliminated. That's a bit of an unfortunate play from Gladiators because I think they make the right call there to instantly try and take this one down. In the meantime, Beta Pride also swinging around this location up to where Matic's currently playing on Everest. He's just going to have to send away, salvage this game out.
Yeah, they left Meku up the top there, and he didn't regroup. They thought that maybe on the third party they could get more done against KASIK team, but it just wasn't there. They were still playing as 3, and it was an even fight. You talked about how that high ground take was really important, sure, but as you rightly highlighted, Skills just opens up, and there was a poorly timed double peek for the Gladiators, and they just lost both of their players there, and you can't do anything if you're Tixie in that spot. You're just left alone.
I don't think it was poorly timed. I just think they missed all their shots, which is an issue. I think that was the right play to go for. I mean, in fact, I would hope more teams would try and do that, which is the double peak on the top side. It's just the issue comes in the fact that Skills gets 2 headshots somehow, a couple of body shots, instantly takes both of them down. And I think that he was basically full HP by the time that fight ended, so they just didn't hit anything onto him. I mean, always it should be a case of 2 guns looking at you should certainly always result in a knock. Even if it's a case of one player gets knocked in the process, that should have been resolvable from that point, because the play was good. Isolate Skillsers, have Tixie on backline, prevent them from pushing over towards the 2 players taking him on. Again, I think KASIK's just playing pretty damn well today.
I mean, there's just people stepping up to their positions, getting rebuffed time and time again. So, will anyone be able to take it from them this time around? The circle still keeps a lot of that Everest surrounding area in this circle, moving a little bit over towards George Pole, but we will see where this next shift goes. Unlikely that we end up north of the river, so No Mercy Warrior's going to have to transition, but it keeps it in on the crates here, Blanca. This is a devilish finish at the best of times, and actually Meku is going to have potentially one of the best chances he could possibly have as a solo playing around this area.
Yeah, as a solo, especially like you say, in this spot, it's quite nice to just live onwards for quite some time, especially just hiding in some crates somewhere, trying to stay out of trouble. Major Pride, though, instantly sent down from Everest. I think they realized, considering their position, they had one of the fastest rotates towards this circle, instantly down off the high ground, pick up some strong speed, get towards the circle itself, play from there. You know, apartments might come into play later on if we get some western shifts, but I like the take of the warehouses nice and early on.
They've got control on the south side. Skillsers gets ahead of it and draws a lot of shots. Empties some magazines for Major Pride as he allows the rest of his team to move on through. Nicely done. English sends it wide. They know this warehouse position is now taken. A really nice wide rotation split from KASIK, and they can regroup on this warehouse on the east of crates.
Yeah, very, very well done. I think that could have gone very differently as well if it wasn't the fact that Major Pride looks like they're very much down on ammo. I didn't think they were super wanting to go for a huge amount of shots towards there. You know, it's going to be some time before anyone tries to crash one of those warehouses, and that's all the loot they have to deal with. So Naomi just stops taking shots as soon as he gets down to about 160 bullets. He knows he'll need that in the long run.
A cheeky little knock over to English, but he's on the inside here, and Skills or Trix might be able to get this rotation. You can see the smokes have already bloomed here. Do Major Pride spot this cross? Do they have those sight lines across the way? Have Nexus got high ground on them to try and clock a couple of shots? And the cross is actually covered off by VULGAR boys who find Trix. And now there's 2 players down in the warehouse. It is all up to Skillsers. He's in the vehicle. You imagine he's just going to try and sneak this one through because he doesn't have a lot of cover on that side available to VULGAR boys. Has to instead take the back foot, get across here. Will the smokes give him cover, or will the VULGAR boys be able to spot this one too? Just about gets in. Is anyone else going to take him down? I don't think so.
Shockwave out in 12th. Difficult start to their game versus the Nameless. Again, a lot of this does happen. I think a lot of teams need to figure out these secondary drop spots. I think less so in a case of it's a mistake, but more just discuss it behind the scenes. Because right now, whenever we do get a playing path that it does go slightly awry, you know, we are getting a lot of these hot drops coming through. And they're not exactly a case of these hot drops coming through and them being very efficient at putting the enemy players down. If not that, just deciding, look, this is not worth it. Like half the time when we take these hot drops in PMPL EU, because all the players are quite good and strong, it's never a case of just simply putting one of these players, one of these teams down. I think you just got to send away, try and figure out an alternate drop spot on the fly and look where the shoots aren't breaching. So yeah, that's probably the best play for them. VULGAR boys down towards the south side of Everest. Still can play from this position. Obviously, it's a little bit out in the open, but definitely doable. If we do get a northern shift on the circle once again, life becomes very difficult for everyone. Leaving crates is not easy.
Unicorns love trying to get away from KONINA Power, trying to extricate himself, but not quite going to be able to get all the way out there. Immediately flushed as well. Rollkiss did move in to try and curtail this rotation from KONINA Power on the east point of the Everest position, but MADBULLS actually could send in behind this and crunch KONINA Power into this valley. That's exactly what they'll find. VIRTUS.PRO taking shots out this way from across the river as well. Goodness me, it is not going well for KONINA Power. We said they've been on a little bit of a step up in today's games. We saw their compound play over on Sanhok this time around. They don't have a central area, and they are being punished for it.
Yeah, I think in terms of step up, I would probably just leave that to Sanhok. I think it's one of their... It's the map in their wheelhouse that is extremely polished, right? I think they're very, very good at figuring out how to play Sanhok. They just have very good rotations on that map. Over on Erangel and Miramar, it's a little bit more difficult for them, especially dropping towards Los Leones and dropping out the way here on Erangel too. Their rotates take a bit longer, and I think they do excel from central positions. They have strong players on the team of Hayes, Becker, Palucci in particular, but when you drop into a spot like this, it's very difficult to get out from. MADBULLS did take a really strong rotate up towards the top of Everest as soon as they saw that Major Pride had left, and that's given them a whole wealth of options in the future to get into the circle or capitalize on fights like these.
KONINA Power into the drink. Elementrix wants to put a nade in. We'll know where the vehicle stops. That looks pretty perfectly on the money, and Agorish takes a lot of damage from it. Elementrix knows that there's a lot of threat there, and I think this is the right call from Elementrix to reposition away from this. He knows that there's plenty of players from KONINA Power in the water, and as a solo, he can't hold it on his own, and the rest of VIRTUS.PRO were not in a position to give them the backup that they needed to make it work. From the top of Everest in the meantime, Dark Project on the top of it will rain down bullets towards MADBULLS and pinch away a player.
It's a bit sad. I think Frozen was just getting ready to leave as well to regroup the rest of his team. He was providing information, seeing who was coming behind him in the first place. And he's like, all's clear, immediately gets shot in the back of the head. So sad for Frozen there. I think he makes the right call and the team provides themselves a little bit of information on the back foot, but does not quite wait long enough.
I said earlier, Blank, that it's likely it's going to finish on the south side, so most teams are going to have to transition. But right now, we've got about, I would say, 30% of this circle on that northern side, which means that No Mercy Warriors have been able to hide out for a long time here. Major Pride have put themselves underneath the bridge. They'll be playing the troll game for the rest of this lobby, I imagine, until they are forced out by the circle or by bullets raining down their way. But VIRTUS.PRO very split on control of this eastern bridge.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing on the ridge side at the moment, trying to look down towards any teams here. MADBULLS are going to try and send in towards the bridge as well. They know they need a position just to hold, and they rock right up on top of Major Pride, and instantly one player gets knocked. Now, Major Pride has a real good chance in this game. Playing from this bridge side is extremely strong. You know, the area around it is extremely open too, so getting across here, very, very difficult. Another goes down. Dino sits in the vehicle, and we'll have to immediately get back out again as Zerich straight away spots his position.
Teleports out the way. Very nice stuff. Jumping in the vehicle. I think that's something we've seen develop actually quite a lot over this phase, is actually a lot of teams using that to their advantage more than we've seen in the past, I think. You know, getting those hop into the vehicles as mobility. We've seen it before, obviously, but I think it's been a little bit more prevalent so far, and I'm liking it. I'm liking it. They're bringing that tech.
Elementrix tries to hold out the bridge on the eastern side, but KONINA Power actually spots out one of the players, which does make them a bit weaker. Wait's going to try and go across to assist. I'm not sure how much assistance he can actually provide here, as Becca does take down Elementrix now, and Wait instantly sends back to the rest of the team.
Tries to regroup. He's been a little bit wayward as Elementrix gets taken down. KONINA Power now moving through. They managed to get across. They sent straight into the river, and now they're starting to get a little bit more presence here. Don't think the Vulgar boys quite have the angle onto Becca just yet. Either that or they're not looking out because they haven't taken the shots just yet. Bloom in the smoke will give that position away to them, so maybe they'll try and scout further. Dark Project on the eastern side going to most likely have to crash this Vulgar boys position.
And Vulgar boys right now are in that compound. It's fairly decent, but again, it's a team that just doesn't want to do anything at all, John. Right now, they're just happy to sit here. I think the way the circle's looking as well, I mean, they're just praying that it heads down towards that southeast side, and they're going to play from there. A lot of teams taking casualties, and I think it's actually admirable that KONINA Power is at this point in the game with 3 eliminations. They've done fantastically well to stay alive this long, and Becca through the smoke, what a shot.
Really nice stuff coming through from Becca to be able to get that spray down. Aces takes a tumble, and he's very split from the rest of the Dark Project roster. They're still locked in on the close bank with this engagement, but Ovhaze finds the flush as well from the far side. A nade over the top, beautiful from Agorish, finds Klozik nice and early, and immediately transitions to Ivaneska's challenge, ducks back behind that tiny little rock there to keep the cover going. And it's going well right now for KONINA Power, but this nade should be able to find Agorish. He needs to step up, and there's an answer. Really nicely found. These nades from Agorish have been on point.
Me just to get back to the water though. A lot of teams shooting at them now, and this is always the difficulty of this position of the map, is that it's very open on either side of the river, and the closer the circle closes, the more opportunities for teams like No Mercy Warriors, VIRTUS.PRO, as well as Vulgar Boys have opportunity to see you playing down towards here. Right now, No Mercy Warriors have a very good control over this side. If it shifts down towards that south side though, you know, No Mercy Warriors are going to be in for a little bit of difficulty.
Could be a major danger because Ruder is close by as well. Finds Aztec on that northern flank. Playing very split from Wait right now. They're hedging their bets. It is going to be a south shift. It keeps Vulgar Boys' position in, and I think KASIK are in just on the edge. Watch Me, in the meantime, has dispatched Ruder. Not going to be able to get that res. It's outside of the zone, and Wait doesn't want to push up that far, so playing on as a solo now.
Yeah, again, I mean, Wait's just going to send back. I think VIRTUS.PRO had a fairly decent position. We got KASIK pick and 2 Vulgar Boys picks. This might be a case of Maxman regretting this, saying that you should never pick PERMITTA or Vulgar Boys in the future. Then again, Vulgar Boys have actually picked up a fair few chicken dinners just from playing a passive position like this all game. I think the difficulty comes that for them, the next circle most likely will require them to leave this compound. But they're in the same boat as KASIK in the sense that they can wait out the majority of the circle, let a lot of these teams just take shots at one another. No Mercy Warriors going to head down towards the bridge side as well. We're going to add a little bit more fire to the bonfire and create more problems. So I think a lot of these teams will end up with a lot more casualties in the long run.
There's a lot more fighting to be done, Blank. You're right. This bridge, a major feature of this circle. Of course, playing around those stanchions underneath it, really important for Major Pride to try and keep themselves safe. KONINA Power playing like mermaids right now. They have been absolutely devilish from the waters. They've been up and out and through all of the trials and tribulations that you can imagine being thrown their way, and Tresley wants to put one more in their path. Becca is completely known to him. Has that smoke, looks to bloom it. No Mercy Warriors maybe just going to spot this one on their downhill position. I think the scope just covered Marlow there, peeking up the top there. And Becca takes some shots, has to go back down towards the water, but crucially stays alive.
It's hilarious that Becca gets there. I'm not going to lie. It's fairly astonishing that he's able to make that play happen. Marlow just driving off in the distance. Tresley with 17 bullets. I mean, this is the thing. They've stayed here all game. He has nothing left. I wonder what the supplies look like for the rest of the squad, because they really just haven't done much from this position.
Might need to redistribute that, but look at the cluster of teams all trying to play around this river. They say, Blank, that rivers breathe life into a settlement, but right now it is only a deliverer of death. And at the moment, the nades from KONINA Power continue to ring across these hills. KASIK trying to get rid of this VULGAR Boys outpost because they know it's the major danger to them on that run out.
Yeah, again, it's not going to be much of a danger in the future because they just have no bullets. They can't shoot back.
That's true, that's true.
Which is obviously problematic. Becker, once again, he has been really good at this. I mean, just slipping through the ranks. Another nade over the top. Finds Watch Me. If he throws one a little bit further, he'll even find Wobbly at this rate.
He's going to get that flush, and No Mercy Warriors are being picked to pieces. KONINA Power continue to just survive, Blank. 8 eliminations playing on this river. They sent in as a little bit of a Hail Mary earlier, and it's just working out. You can see the ammo count there for Dakimi on VULGAR Boys is a little bit low. He's only got one magazine in the back pocket, but he finds Marlow, pinches the point.
Oh, that's so classic VULGAR Boys to get the circle like that. God. It's directly towards them. They sort of have to go for a crash or something here, do KASIK, but it looks like they're just going to send over towards the bridge side. There's a lot of shots coming in through Wobbly.
Plenty of suppression, but you can see just how conservative they're being on the ammo for VULGAR Boys. You're right, it is so dry right now up there. 4 bullets in the back, has the UMP as a secondary. I don't know how much ammo he's got on that, but what can they do with this resource? I mean, at the moment, their biggest resource is fear. They have such a stranglehold over teams peeking them that they don't need to expend that ammo.
No, there's a good shot coming through from Skills, though. Very much needed. They needed to clear off that western side approach because now they can comfortably start to get towards this bridge side, start to take some shots. Laos also with 30 bullets left in the mag. This might be enough, you know.
It might just be. I mean, if they are keeping that ammo for the crashes to wait for later on, they can get into closer range. I saw a DBS, I've seen a UMP in the back pocket. So potential that they're using their M4s in this mid to long range engagement where it will be much more effective, and keeping that supply in the back pocket. We'll have to wait for that ammo count though. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Tresley keeps one in the back. No, he doesn't. He's expended it. He's popped it off.
I think they might just send in now with the DBSs because obviously they can't just sit here. They can't sit here anymore.
Did you see how much ammo he had for that micro Uzi? He had 120 behind.
Well, I mean, yeah. Again, this is a waiting game for KASIK. Trix needs to get back towards the team, though. It's a crawl backwards. It will be actually taken down by Laos there. It's a little bit too far forward. Nexus need to get towards the circle. Of Hayes is just sending all the nades in now over the top side, just hoping that some stick.
Octavian for Nexus trying to stay covered. It's working out for him, but with the blue zone just about to close, what sort of control can there be? Takimi popping the last of his M4 shots here. And Wesley suppressing with a micro Uzi. If teams are keeping their wits about them, they might hear that micro Uzi and think, hang on a minute. What's going on? There's Major Pride going down. KASIK team playing with 2. Ingush and Skillses. Oh, a lovely little lights up there as the UMP is swapped towards. You can see there is a lot more ammo on those close range positions. Ingush the last to stand for KASIK.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to get his boy back up. Another nade over the top might finish him. Luckily, that's his last one, and they'll just confirm the res now.
But they're out of the circle. And it is so difficult to move forwards. Octavian in with that DBS, but spotted by Agorish on this coastline. These 3 teams are playing for second place, Blank, at this point. If the VULGAR Boys don't make a catastrophic error, this is their game.
Off Hayes. That should be on target, I think. Down towards Octavian. Ooh. Very close, just not close enough. It's just Uzi's been shot across now as he gets towards his end game. Oh, Foopsman's got more ammo. He's got 40 bullets and a little bit more.
That's so many bullets. Oh my god. He's
getting over towards the loot crate will be the big thing for them. But yeah, Of Hayes and Agori both looking for a bit more points. Skillses tries to make the run out. Needed more smoke so to make it happen. He almost got it too.
And now English is the next under the pressure of the VULGAR boys' position. Only one team now remains. KONINA Power have survived really well in this circle playing. They will go down to the blue zone, and it is a VULGAR boys chicken dinner. But KONINA Power on that river dominated through and through. They controlled both coastlines against all the odds, with the assist from the VULGAR boys suppressing that northern shore, who were able to take that chicken dinner. I'm very impressed with KONINA Power here.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with VULGAR, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. It's a silly win. It's a very, very silly win. Not gonna lie. You just sit in the same spot all game, essentially, and the circle comes to you. That's how VULGAR's won the majority of their chicken dinners. The circle moves away from VULGAR's position at least once, because the circle kept them in 3 times in a row on a very hard shift. That's really, really lucky. Not gonna lie.
True. I mean, if they'd have had to make a move and make a crash, they might have had more ammo and maybe they'd have played more dynamically. But yeah, I think you might be right there. VULGAR boys do kind of get gifted that one. All of those teams on the coastline were fighting for second place. And in the end, KONINA Power play strong through their earlier crash into the water. They get that second place, but it is VULGAR boys to, I guess, just have a chicken dinner. I mean, why not? Let's go.
A legendary performance coming out here from the VULGAR boys. The switch is over to the Uzi. Love it, every bit of it in this compound. Max, what do you think?
I predicted VULGAR boys, and even though I do get the 3 points, I feel dirty right now. I'm not. It's not my proudest win, unfortunately, on the prediction game happening here. It's a position surrounded by nothing. I would say the unofficial win goes to KONINA Power. You know, with how it went, they won that river fight really, really dominantly. So, but. Yeah, the main threat to VULGAR boys was not having any more bullets, it seems. They were just counting shots every time. Like, if I use these 3 bullets now, how's the late game going to unfold?
I mean, to speak frankly on it, that's exactly why I can't speak for Blank, I suppose, but I'll speak for myself, why I went with KASIK team, because I felt like they were eventually going to be the last team going into the North Embankment on the river, eventually eliminating Nexus and other teams like that and winning the game from there. But the circle constantly still left that compound in here, and VULGAR boys is able to capitalize on it. It's, you know, fair play, fair play.
I don't know if I'd call it capitalized, but they were there.
They did win.
They did take the win, technically. So yeah, they did do something about it. Love to see it. It's twice as much as their previous chicken dinner. 6 eliminations. Wow. Looking
spicy. Yeah. Amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know which one to use. There's so many options, so many to go with. But yeah, on the lower side of things, a lot of early engagements, actually. I think we had 3 hot drops happening. You had PERMITTA versus Nexus. You had yourself the NAMELESS versus also SHOCKWAVE. So the playing path did kind of make some teams drop really close to one another, and it just unfolded into like these full-out wars with these 6 teams. But it was a little bit all over the place. As looking at the stats, I almost wanted to see the damage of VULGAR boys this game. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to see it. But yeah, KONINA and their nades, especially of Becca versus, who was it, No Mercy Warriors? Like, bang! Every time. So good.
Yeah, I mean, these are the teams that were really scrapping it out, right? The bridge becoming such a focal point in this game for the majority of teams. I mean, any team in that north side always going to have a hard time regardless. The teams that tried to transition to this bridge here from the south side, considering there's just no other terrain to play. You could see between VULGAR boys' compound and that bridge, just nothing there. It's barren. It's wasteland, as we take a look. Redox actually able to do a huge amount of damage here for Nexus, while Skills will take those 5 limbs here, Max.
Yeah, Skills is able to just carve his way through away from the crates of Southern George Pole, so really good transition from them. And you even stated it right, if they can play that ridge line of Nexus, it would be the potential play to reach that podium finish. Unfortunately, the blue zone became an issue when they were going for that push, but I feel like if they pulled it maybe like 1 circle shift earlier, maybe they clear Nexus a lot earlier, and then they can start sweeping the teams like Major Pride, like your KONINA Powers and No Mercy Warriors. But it was not an easy game for them, it's fair to say, and I feel like they made the most out of a tough transition point.
Yeah, tough transition points and smart moves made in that late game, but there were also some smart moves made in the earlier stages of this game, Max.
Yeah, exactly. One of the teams I want to talk about here in particular, despite the fact it didn't go super late, is going to be the side of MADBULLS. And of course, we did see Gladiators do a weird move, I think it's fair to say. Kalaris not holding on to Everest, breaching south really early on. And I just want to show the MADBULLS map awareness and like awareness of the lobby is just like second to none in these kind of European PMPLs. Because here they're playing Everest, of course. Because of that, you're going to get a lot of scouting done, getting information on the northern side, onto the west. Like you're getting info pretty much everywhere at that point. But they do hear one really important fight, which is the fight of Unicorns of Love fighting versus KONINA Power. And this, instead of having to breach for a VULGAR Boys, which you could go for, or you could go for like the western side of G.GLADIATORS, which I would not recommend, but these are in fact options. You hear that fight happening between Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power, you instantly start to think that this is MADBULLS, they love the third party, they love to get involved in engagements. They instantly get into their cars and start to go for the rotation into this fight. And by doing so, carve a decent entry point into the circle from then on out. Of course, the circle tends to shift away, so then it becomes a bit tougher. But the fact that they're so aware of what's happening around them and they capitalize on those fights to third party when teams are technically at their weakest, it is always something I can appreciate with MADBULLS. So sure, they don't get the win, but it was a strong display once more of their macro performance.
Yeah, I like this wider rotate for it. But in a ridiculous twist of fate, though, Max, if they'd have just crashed into that VULGAR Boys compound and tried to kind of dislodge them, maybe they would have won the game. But to play devil's advocate against my own point, usually that angle is very open against those crates teams, right? So that's why you might be kind of apprehensive about crashing into a team in that compound, never mind that off angle of crates firing all the way from the west. So I can understand why they made this play, right?
I think the thought process is, if that compound is held by VULGAR Boys and PERMITTA, we can push it, but what if it's not? It's like, oh, there's a little bit of doubt now. We're not sure if we're going to commit to that one, so let's go for the third party, Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power. But yeah, I mean, sure. And then they just send it right on the bridge on Major Pride, I believe, but that was going to be a tough time because all the positions were already held onto.
And of course, Becca and Skills is looking great in this previous game. Of course, they didn't quite top the damage meter, each of them individually, but they're able to put up so many eliminations here whilst battling against adversity. And that's the kind of skills that we want to see in a game like PUBG Mobile, especially when all of these teams are having to wiggle around underneath this bridge, which becomes such an important location as we take a look at the highlights, Max.
I'd even go to say that was the skills S I wanted to see.
Sure, you could do that. I mean...
Yeah, I could, yeah. I don't know.
Nice try, I suppose.
Actually, talking about Skills S, he was a previous player of MADBULLS, right, back in 2022.
Yep.
Fall of PMPL Europe, and he actually was one of the top players in the entire region back then. He was doing so well alongside the side, of course, of Effect and Zerich when they were playing on the same team. And he definitely had a slow start. He didn't even play in spring. I feel like he didn't qualify through any kind of opening tournaments to get one of the bottom spots through PMCO, but he has slowly been rising up to the occasion on the second half of this phase. So it's not just, of course, him doing well. The entirety of KASIK team have been improving, it seems, but I'm glad we have seen skills that show signs of life in these games.
Oh, definitely. And speaking of kind of old MADBULLS, we actually brought up earlier in the day the idea of what is a record in points when it came to a phase, and it was 351 or 349, I can't remember, due to bonus points awarded by ref rulings and things like that. But it was MADBULLS in Phase 3 2022 fall season, where they got that ridiculous, if you recall, the 4 wins within 5 games of each other. They got 3 wins on one day, and then it rolled into the next day, and then they got 2 wins off the back of it. So, yeah, I don't think they'll be breaching that anytime soon, though. There are still 120 points behind that. But MADBULLS, man, when it comes to roster changes and kind of the roster stability, they are always on it.
Yeah, we had the big question mark in the spring season, of course, with losing Zerich, etc. How is that going to really work out for the team? But now they're back to, I would say, the glory days, right? The team is just so good. The synergy is there, and the fragging power especially is there, which is really something that made MADBULLS stand out. Though, heading on a little bit low on the rankings, Major Pride have slipped out of that top page, which is definitely not something you want to see happening for them, but they'll just not staying relevant in the conversation. So Major Pride need to make some big changes still.
I will say, though, Muerte in second place so far. If you'd have asked me at the beginning of this phase if Muerte was going to be above, like, Gladiators, etc., and things like that, I probably would have called you a liar. But anyway, thank you to Monster for joining us here for PMPL EU Fall. We are done here at the desk. Let's head over to the casters here for all the Dusty Tunes action.
get your duster out, Blank. We are, of course, headed over, as he rightly says, to the Dusty Tunes. We are taking to Miramar once more. This is the last match, potentially, for some of our teams to play, because, of course, some of our teams will be sitting out after this match. I think Dark Project, most notably, right towards that boundary in that 12th place to go forwards to the Livik match that we'll be playing at the end of today after the final round. Dark Project with their final entry this time.
Yeah, they just haven't really done too much in these games. I think they do have some pretty prolific players on side as well. I mean, Wait in particular, Ivaneska as well. Like, it's just sad not seeing these players like play up towards the potential that I think we all know they can go for. So slightly sad, but definitely still improvement to be had in the future. Maybe phase 2, phase 3, they can start to work on that just a little bit. Gladiators, though, I do want to see a strong game here on Miramar from them. I think that they have been kind of dropping the ball just a little bit on some of these pushes. We saw them being extremely strong in those gunfights and just whiffing all those shots over towards Skills from KASIK team. It's just a bit sad. Again, they are making all the right decisions. It's just those gunfights that look a little bit squiffy, which is interesting considering like what they showed us coming into the start of phase 1, you know, in the first weekend of play. They looked really good on those gunfights. They looked like they could take it to task with absolutely anybody in the lobby. So I want to see a bit more of that coming back into fruition.
Hopefully. Resurgence potentially on the cards for Dark Project this time around. You've also, sorry, for Gladiators this time around, you've also got Titan trying to make their bid. They're playing in both of the remaining games today, but that's not the same story for Muerte, who aren't playing this one, and as you said before, Gladiators, right? So Titan looking to try and make their mark here in terms of the points they're able to accrue. They've had a little bit of trouble in the early games so far today, Blank, and they haven't been afforded a little bit of leg room that maybe they would have liked otherwise. Backup drop coming through for Gladiators. They're playing down south towards Chumacera, near that south side of the circle. Blank, why not? On Miramar, just have a southeast circle, literally every time. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we love it. We'll have more of it. Go for it. I don't mind it. Major Pride not playing the game, so Gladiators obviously going to take Chumacera off the back of that one. I mean, it works out really well considering the circle. I think that, you know, particularly they don't even have to worry about Muerte either. So this is a really good opportunity for them in this game. Similar opportunity gifted to Titans earlier on, where MADBULLS and Nexus weren't playing in, where Impala and Puerto Paradiso was open. Obviously didn't take too huge advantage of that. But for this time around, Gladiators, no Major Pride. Muerte won't be chasing this rotation either down towards that southeast edge. So for Gladiators, they have a lot of space available for them at the start of the game here.
A lot of room to maneuver on that south coast. Los Leones on that split, not going to be too much of a worry just yet. SBG, they're playing out over towards San Martin, just to the west of Hacienda. They'll be just looting on up, no one really super close by. Shockwave potentially in for a scuffle in their preceding rotations, because of course moving around that sort of central area of the map, we know how dangerous it can be, right? That middle area near Graveyard is always going to be treacherous, with Alpha, with an outpost near there as well. Could be spotted, could be scouted on a rotation if you make it down south. So you've got to choose your paths very, very carefully around this area. Miramar is a playground for the MADBULLS with circles like this. They've played them, I think we're up to like 5 southeast circles now, and they have a 7.7 average eliminations on this map. It should just be another good game for them. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This team knows how to play this area.
And this is sort of an interesting stats coming through from Gladiators as well. You know, 24 minutes survival time average here on Miramar, which is very lengthy, to be honest, into these matches. But only 4 elims and about 1,000 damage average total. 1,000 damage total is pretty decent as average, but 4 eliminations seems just a bit of an anomaly there for them, considering how long they live into these games. So likely just being held up by the fact that on Miramar, typically Matic, Kitsune, both very good players when it comes to living out far towards that end game as a solo, probably upping those numbers quite considerably. But yeah, so again, there's a few teams that we want to be looking at here. I think Nexus definitely MADBULLS, as you were talking about earlier, another team that we want to be looking at. Alpha, a team that Kalaris definitely has highlighted today, is a team that he wants to do better. And I too would also like to see that coming through from Alpha team. I think they have fallen off just slightly, and they need to get back on the bike here coming into this Miramar, because they're a strong team. They have good plays. I do think that one of their biggest weaknesses at the moment is just these egregious splits sometimes, because they're quick to make them and then they're quick to fall apart as well. And I think that, you know, Tenchik, although does hit some really nice shots as playing a backstop for them on Miramar, possibly needs to get back to team a little bit quicker sometimes.
They have better stats on Miramar than Gladiators do as well, which is quite impressive. We saw, I think it was a 26-minute average survival time, somewhere around that, and somewhere in I didn't quite catch the eliminations, but I remember it was more than 4, which is a pretty big difference to be able to put on the board against a team like Gladiators. Miramar, we said this before today, Blank, seemingly a strong position for the EU teams here in PMPL EU. Teams seem to really know what's going on here and be able to make the most of it. 6.1 average eliminations for Titan, but their average survival is a little bit more curtailed. We've seen some early trouble for them, and that's probably what's happening.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of backed up by the fact that, you know, you have Icy and Havlik playing towards the end game as a duo, often getting a lot of eliminations, but there's only so far you can go as a duo. A lot of times on Miramar, you do need to have a lot of those outposts secured, a huge amount of angles being taken, which requires kind of like 4 players a lot of times. I think despite all that, the players from Titans have done fairly well with those duos to get some good points been set on board here on Miramar, despite not having the full squad a lot of times. But they do start the game off without anyone going down early, which is a nice change of pace here for Titans.
Yeah, they have been afforded a little bit more leeway, which is, as you say, quite nice. Shockwave, we saw their stats pop up for Miramar, a little bit lackluster compared to some of the other rosters we've just been taking a peek at. But Shockwave, I think, is kind of the... I see Shockwave as kind of a barrier team right now, right? They are good. If you want to win, you need to be better than them, but they will absolutely ruin you if you make the wrong play. But right now, they haven't been as powerful as maybe we've seen some of these players be in the past, and they aren't really, in my mind, a contender to jump up there with the top players right now.
Yeah, I think they've been trying to adjust some of their rotations, adjust how they're getting into a lot of these circles. I mean, they went from playing that very much gatekeepy style, where they were on the edge of the blue, just taking down teams as they came in. And that gave them some significant points in terms of eliminations, but then they would always struggle getting in towards that end game. So I think what we're seeing right now is a bit of a deliberation between, do we stay on the edge side, do we go further towards the center of the map, how do we play that one out, because we're not confirming our edges. And I think this is a team that plays very well once they gain a lot of space to work around. Terminus as well as Aza extremely good when it comes to those off angles and finding those cheeky picks in the end game. So for them, I do think it's a case of trying to adjust gameplay right now. KONINA Power though do spot out versus Titan on the low ground. Icy tries to take some shots back upwards, but just really can't get the angle. I think at this point for Titans it's just a case of just continue onwards.
Yeah, you do not want to be getting locked into combat at this point. Not wise, especially with Titan's track record of taking a little bit too much damage earlier on today. The circle, it does have a lot of water in, and Titan might just be comfortable to play somewhere pretty close to this area. Just play on these buildings that Old Boy's currently sitting in, maybe set up a couple of off angles on those ridges, and sit here and wait for this next shrink. Zone 2 on Miramar, the biggest percentage shrink that we see in PUBG Mobile Esports, so they'll be waiting for that to make their full call.
And it could go anyway. It could very much go over towards the hard west side. I think a lot of times we see in this circle, it has quite comfortably head down towards the southeast pretty much every single time. But we haven't seen too much of over towards La Vendita and Los Leones edge. But we are going to center up here on Impala. Again, Nexus is now going to have to make a little bit of room, give up some seats for some of these other teams to have a little quick breather as they head over towards Impala side in that compound, that city itself. Again, Nexus have felt a little bit cramped in on this map, but I do think they've kind of assuaged a lot of those issues recently just by backing up, allowing teams to get in, and then just confirming on a solid high ground position and playing off the back of that.
And similarly, MADBULLS, familiar with this area. They've played a 2-2 split on this position before. They had a lot of control on the south side. This time around, I don't think they have as much control, and I think they've read into that as well, because they've just regrouped over to the east coast to play around those rocks and potentially fend off the unicorns, play the backstop to Impala Hills, and try and control that east side. Slow teams moving in that area. We'll see if the MADBULLS are able to hold this one out as teams continue to condense themselves, most notably probably on the south side right now, with KONINA Power close to Dagestan, Titan a little bit further ahead, and the Gladiators who have swung through on the south side of Los Leones to punch into those hills.
Yeah, Meku scouts up front, looking down towards the compound that MADBULLS are just on the outside of. Now, I think that MADBULLS, honestly, from this position, in the past, they've had a lot of room to work around with, and there is a slight change that's making this a bit more uncomfortable for them, is the fact that SHOCKWAVE are instantly over towards this northern side of the east road, right? A lot of times, SHOCKWAVE would sit up here, they would take down VULGAR moving through, they would battle along against Unicorns and Love, and MADBULLS would practically only have to ever worry about the western side of them. So right now, a lot of other teams have been able to slip through this position just because SHOCKWAVE's playing a slightly slower game. And I think that might change the pace of their gameplay overall.
Nexus seem to have spotted the Unicorns, though, trying to make that eastern push, and maybe the MADBULLS are going to have another Arbiter to protect them on the north side. Look at the high ground the Redox holds right now. It's so difficult to deal with on your maneuvers. If you could set up some baselines, set up some fire over towards it, get 2 or 3 of your barrels pointed that way, potential to just get these knocks, and especially on the high ground here, difficult to get the reses for Nexus, so potential danger. But right now, it's very, very strong, and Nexus continue to play a split.
I mean, for Nexus, there's no real reason not to play a split here at the moment. They've got so much control to work around with. VULGAR spots out Aza, though, and again, it looks like they fall prey to their own doing. I mean, SHOCKWAVE would have loved to have been here much earlier, but they were just taking a little bit more slow, and VULGAR knows this is a rotation SHOCKWAVE comes through a lot of times. The fact that they're here first, they don't come into contact with any of them, I think immediately VULGAR realized that they need to start looking over towards this northern side, and I think it's a smart move from VULGAR overall.
They have tried to evade danger as much as possible over the course of this tournament, trying to continue to stay safe on the northern flank. Dark Project, they've sent right nice and central. They don't have much ground under their control. They're close by to Gladiators as well, which is at the best of times dangerous, and at the worst of times a death sentence, but we'll see what sort of time they're going to have now, as MADBULLS are also starting to move back towards this area. They moved over to the coastline before, where they were trying to hold out from the teams on the north, and now they're moving back in to the hills on the south side, but the Gladiators have taken this position already.
Yeah, again, this is very good adjustment from a lot of teams, because I do think that MADBULLS have been getting away with a lot recently on Miramar, because they are given so much space to play around with on this eastern side. Not a lot of teams have been taking shots towards them. Now with Nexus, you know, giving themselves a bit more breathing room, being able to play in this position. Unicorns love making their way through. No Mercy Warriors being another threat, and Gladiators specifically holding this position, looking down towards MADBULLS. They've been sort of penned in. I think it's really, really good overall from mainly Gladiators, but also MADBULLS now need to rethink their strategy, considering SHOCKWAVE is no longer being the guardian of that northern edge.
Not this time around, no, and they've actually put themselves into the garages on the south side, those factory positions on the south of Impala, which is surrounded by those hills on most sides. It's difficult to get out of if you allow teams to already take positions above you. And I think that, yeah, they have left that position now, because it is just not going to play out well for them. Sweeping down south, I actually kind of like it for the MADBULLS. If you can clear out the No Mercy Warriors, you can start to push in behind the Gladiators into the position that you should have had by all rights, but this time around they can have a better crack at it.
Yeah, it's a quick move here from MADBULLS, and I like it. So, again, the rejig of the strategy, you can't get up towards that western side of Impala, so instantly send down towards the south, clear out No Mercy Warriors, and try and create space on the south side of the map that you can start to push upwards. The longer MADBULLS can remain safe, the better, right? Good nades comes through, but not enough, as instantly they are taken down, and MADBULLS underneath. Zerich gets flushed out. They're going to try and take Longhouse control. I think MADBULLS might just want to send away from this. Not really worth it for them at this point in time.
They might want a little bit of retribution though. They want to stick into this fight right now. Frozen and Tulika are both cooking nades. Wobbly repositioning onto this high ground. This will force the fight onto that cliff face on the south. On the east side of this compound. Downhill towards the MADBULLS. Aztec stays low as Tulika's moved on up. Flique now actually trumps Wobbly's off-angle position here. Gets to even higher ground behind them. And this fight continues. A nade on through to try and open the door, but Marlowe's already low.
I mean, by all rights, he should be dead, honestly. With the shots that came through from Flique, really good reposition from him. Watch Me looks down the stairs, does pick up one.
Looking for more, tries to descend, sees the player in the corner, and Watch Me doesn't quite make it happen. Wobbly can't regroup here with Flique on the off angle. MADBULLS should be good to find that position, but Flique, he's not on the lookout. He's allowing this run to go across, and Wobbly potentially playing spoiler here, cuts him down, and Tulika didn't get the res. It's disastrous. Flique drops the sight line. He allows his team to go down, and with that, No Mercy Warriors can get back up to 4. Unless Flique pulls something miraculous out the bag here, he needs a perfect nade.
I think for Flique, he just couldn't see him. He moved towards that western side of the compound itself, so there was just no sight lines for him to pick up there. His entire approach to that actual fight was to take out the players hiding on the outside of the doors, prevent the nades coming through. So honestly, for Wobbly to come down, just play off the backside of this tractor and just make the desperate run across was really, really big from him. And again, that's just great understanding of where Flique was playing at the time. Flique's angle is fantastic if the guys from MADBULLS can start to take control of Longhouse, but as soon as they started to lose that engagement, it all went downhill from there.
The MADBULLS down on 1, and the fact that No Mercy Warriors have all 4 of their players alive is absolutely massive. They can now look for that rotation we were talking about for the MADBULLS, moving out to the west and along the ridgeline up north, but Dagestan, in the meantime, have got ahead of them on that position, so danger abound for them. Flique back over to that sequestered area around those warehouses, just a little bit further north of that position where they had to retreat from. Unfortunate for the MADBULLS, but sometimes that's just how it goes.
I can understand why Unicorns are lover here with 2 players. I don't understand why Vulgar's here. Again, Nexus drops here in the first place, so it makes sense, but they've got their split, so they can easily leave with the help of some backstops. Yeah, Vulgar Boy sitting into Impala this early on feels like a slight oversight in terms of the plan. Effectively, they have to take down Unicorn to Love and Nexus now to leave. And getting up towards that northwest side is not easy. And a lot of these teams will probably just wait them out. With Nexus still having these high ground positions to take shots to Vulgar as they leave the compound itself. There's not a lot of areas you can play, but Vulgar might have wanted to fight out versus Shockwave, try and take control of this northern side position.
No Mercy Warriors trying to skirt the top of this position. Flique is still there, and maybe they want to just finish the job. We'll spot him, and Aztec in with the challenge. There is a backup. This should go to the way of the No Mercy Warriors finally, but at the cost of a knock and a lot of damage over to Marlowe. It looks pretty good for Flique, but the flush comes through, and the Gladiators just holding down. That is a cruel under roof angle, but it's there, and you're not going to be able to do too much about it.
Kitsune actually takes a shot from Kapahala up on high. Should be resable. I'm going to say should. I don't exactly know. I think they are in the compound, so they should be able to get towards the side there. Kapahala has really good oversight. For the Gladiators, they just need to be very much wary of down towards the southeast side. Try and deny as many angles as possible from that northeast position that's on the high ground. Next circle coming through now. Here it centers up down towards the south side. So, yeah, Impala now has to be vacated. Especially Unicorns of Love and Vulgar, and with the position Nexus in, they can kind of just wait this one out and slowly but surely pick off the players from Vulgar as they try and move through this position.
This is so dangerous for pretty much everyone moving on forwards, but with this shift, I mean, the compound that sits right in the middle, it should be a pretty solid spot coming forwards for the Gladiators. They have got a lot of control on pretty much every angle. Nexus have, sure, got sightlines down towards them, but they're going to have to move that way, and they've even disengaged up to Impala to try and control that route out. Vulgar Boys, they sent it early. They managed to get out, but how much further can they go?
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a little nifty rotation. trying to stay out of the way, but again, there's a lot of sightlines looking over towards this spot. And being forced to leave here, a lot of teams understanding that Impala needs to be vacated from, and that's one of the only routes you can get out whilst denying sightlines from Impala itself. I think Alpha, TUNA, all very aware of this play.
They're trying to make it across, but they're just being peppered from the west. It's so difficult. There is actually a couple of shots coming through onto VIRTUS.PRO from SHOCKWAVE. A quadruple prediction for the Gladiators. There's probably one team that I'm thinking could give them trouble, which is the No Mercy Warriors right now. Playing around the hill that sits to the south of that Gladiators compound setup. Potential for a cheeky little off angle, but even from there, it's going to be so hard to push over to them. Nexus trying to isolate this position over in Impala and clear out everybody who tries to move into their home turf. It's looking good for them right now as the Unicorns are down to just MacVins. And he wants the spray. He wants the challenge around the corner, but it's just not going to pan out for him. Octavian, I think he's getting rezzed right now. Should be back on his feet for Nexus, and they'll play on us 4 with 8 limbs. Yeah,
it's a big game so far for Nexus. Again, that's the power of being in Impala early on and the adjustments that they've made, which is to start sending those splits upwards and take a little bit more of a defensible position down towards that south side. You just have so many more angles to work with than teams that just have to force themselves or just basically brute force themselves into Impala on that north side. You know, have no elevation. You've got some buildings to play with. Eventually have to move downwards. So yeah, Nexus are now much more comfortable, it seems, at least being forced to be comfortable with this, right? With the amount of southeast shifts we've got playing in Impala and controlling it well. So yeah, I'm really impressed by that.
Titan with a scrap against KONINA Power, and it's going well right now with Old Boy already out of the mix. They're playing as 3. We've seen this quite a lot, but it's working out because they're on that southwest corner. They got some buildings to play around, which is more than quite a lot of these other teams can say for themselves. It's a bit of treacherous ground as Alpha hold a really dominant sightline spot, a 2-2 split right now on that open ground.
Yeah, I think it works out rather well for them because TUNA is playing as 2 on the other side of this ridge, essentially being guard dogs. They're never going to push on towards Longhouse themselves. It's such a dangerous push for them. So Alpha's fairly defensible right now. And with Alpha Sashipa as well as Tenchik down towards the south side looking over towards the open ground that sits on the west. Yeah, Alpha on that 2-2 split. It's a nice little play coming through from this team.
They've got control. Can they keep it is the question. Dagestan, they've been circling on this south side. Sharks on these hillsides. And they are going to continue that over towards No Mercy Warriors. Watch me on the inside of the shack. I think he doesn't quite see the nade, but repositions nice and quickly on the outside there. Zadira was able to thread it through the window, so nice throw, but going to be denied his desserts. The Gladiators have regrouped as to full 4 on the south side of the road. They want to move away from the ridgeline that VULGAR Boys has moved up towards. As No Mercy Warriors just start to take a little bit too much damage now. They will be burnt away, but it's just a matter of time.
Watch me off in the distance there. A lot of nades coming through from Dagestan. It's going to be a difficult push to get up towards Gladiators. Gladiators, in fact, all regrouped on one building. They gave up the compound off towards that eastern side. A smart move, actually. You know, allowing other teams in there gives them so much more precedence over the circle. Again, they want to have much more control should a crash come their way from the south. And being a 2-2 split, the sightlines just aren't favorable from that eastern compound to assist the guys on the west. It was good in the early game in terms of getting a lot of information and trying to take some stabs at a couple of teams coming out from their compound. But right now, having the full force in one compound, way, way better for them, considering it is fairly central too.
Nexus are trying to bomb VULGAR Boys out from between these silos. It's not going so well, but the suppression is definitely looking good. 3 players for them after losing that solo player on their route out of Impala. Probably a worthwhile price to pay for them to be able to get a little bit deeper into these circles. There's another player from No Mercy Warriors going down. Dagestan are really exerting a lot of control on the south side, Blank, but look at the open terrain that sort of sits in front of them behind the Gladiators' position. It's going to be so hard for them.
Alpha now been challenged by VIRTUS.PRO. Did lose Sashipa and Tenchik down towards that south side, so a really nice push came in. I don't know where from. I'm sure the desk guys will remind me. Tension was elsewhere. So that 2-2 split just held maybe for a little too long in this game.
It's a little bit too bold as PERMITTA actually make that push. They make that crash. Titan trying to push in from south of them, and they're going to be able to hold off yet another position. Second time now today that we've seen PERMITTA in a pretty solid spot on a Miramar. We'll see if they're able to extract value from this one. Mixer is down, and they are playing as 3, which leaves only 2 active, as they have managed to do a lot of damage over the road towards Titan. Only Icy is there. He's dropping these smokes and looking to try and enact these reses.
Yeah, Party Bus really got a lot of defense on it as well, so that thing should keep them safe. Essentially a little bit of impromptu cover for the boys. VULGAR's playing very well around their Party Bus as well, considering it's just essentially allowing them to shimmy around it when the nades come through. And they've been alive a lot longer than maybe Nexus had hoped them to be. Nexo comes through and Gladiators are still in. Now, Dagestan will have to make a little bit of a shimmy over towards them, potentially assault this compound. But as for, there's a really good chance that they can win this engagement versus Gladiators.
A nade being cooked by Mandarin for Alpha to try and fend off Ruda, the last player for VIRTUS.PRO. Zadira close by. And in the danger zone, Meku just absolutely gets threaded on there. A needle of a play from Zadira, making it look easy, but that is a really tough shot to hit. Tixi also taking a lot of damage here. Zadira giving Gladiators a run for their money on these buildings. A nade to follow it up. If it lands through the window, we saw him be able to do it earlier. Tixi gets that heal and gets away, goes for the cross, but he's just cut down in the open, and the Gladiators are getting minced.
Yeah, there's still opportunity for them to get all their players back up in action. Meku's already rezzed. Again, they just need to weather the storm in terms of this utility. Mornay's been sent over the top towards Zadira's position. He's been very aggressive. But he's done so much so far. Dagestan still has yet to move up towards him. I think they're looking to head over there now.
Zadira, 2 nades still in the back pocket to potentially ruin the Gladiators' day. But Nexus are suffering as well. And VULGAR boys still surviving. 2 players alive, but those silos are sanctuary for them. Redox cross the road, and no chance that you get these reses. Dagestan looking to pinch these points. As Zadira opens up for Exo. Octavian will go down next, and Shifu gets that. They will pop them in the pocket. Dagestan up to 5 elimination points now.
That's not a bad push from Dagestan. I mean, this is the kind of play that MADBULLS would have wanted to have taken. And now Titans off in the distance. I think pretty sure you can see them there. No, not yet.
Just
they peek over the ridge, yeah. It's very much problematic. Icy already finding a couple of shots over their way.
This is good news for Gladiators. It leaves Dagestan needing to take control of this western side. It will remove some of the pressure from them. They can re-establish sightlines out this way as well as Titan open the door for the fight. Shifu, with that back of the buggy play, that position that's covered off to the north, can get a lot more sight over towards Titan. You can see the Gladiators immediately moving. They hear these nades go through. Havlik goes down, and they immediately have broken out wide. The nades continue to pour on over from the back lines, and they have moved out perfectly timed for the Gladiators. Zadira falls next, and Dagestan are completely minced apart, but there is an answer back their way, and it's difficult for the Gladiators to make sure that this one stays in safety for them. 2 knocks have been sent out, but 2 more nades to answer for it. Keep the last to go. He was able to take down MADBULLS over on Sanhok, but he is denied here on Miramar. However, there are shots across the way, and they're getting lit up. 3 players now alive for the Gladiators. They need these reses to come through because Redox is here.
Yeah, it's a wonderful little play coming through from Gladiators. I mean, they understood the assignment very well in the sense that they had to instantly get across, just send some grenades. Because clearing out that ridge side for them was super important. It was outside the circle, and they didn't really want another team around their area. They will go down to 3 players. Redox kind of spoils the day for them. They could have come into this game, endgame at least, with 5.
With 5? Goodness me.
Well, with 4, sorry.
They're playing out their minds. I mean, that is sometimes what it feels like when Gladiators are on form. You just have that extra man going on in. 6 eliminations so far for them. They've been really controlling from these shacks that they've got. Havlik also spotted by Matic. Redox was taken off that ridge by the Titans position, forced down behind a tree. So it's a little bit less of a threat for the Gladiators. Broad peek in that door, though. That was dangerous, but doesn't manage to get punished for it. Kitsune spots Redox, and now that northern position, so much easier for them to use.
Yeah, they're just going to clear this now. I think this is probably the best move for them. Continuing to send mollies over the top. And we're in Zone 9, and there's still 5 teams in Zone 9, which is very odd. It's kind of roads splitting up the game here. VULGAR boys still going. They have really held on. I don't know for how much longer they can.
Being taken out the Warren unduly there, but will go down. 5th place for them. Not too many eliminations, so only 4 points on this match. Not ideal for getting this late into the game. Titan up with a challenge, and Meku goes down, but the response is there from Kitsune with that Groza. Will be able to find that second as the backup, but Meku's quite isolated here. A dangerous position to look for this res. PERMITTA might have a chance to take this one away. Can they have redemption from their previous Miramar performance? But right now, the Gladiators on 11 eliminations.
Yeah, it's super unlikely you'll get this res. TUNA, though, steps up. Noshi and Zero, 2 really strong players. DBS in hand, but nice nade from Rogo. And that'll be them Dunzo'd.
To shut it down. Excellent stuff. Dunzo, as you say, Kitsune's broken out wide, but he's knocked now. And just 1 player active, Matic, with the challenge of PERMITTA. Take it back. The Gladiators make misstep 1 and 2. They are taken out of the mix, and PERMITTA, they are given the chicken dinner that they were denied on the fields earlier. They will be able to get that response from a dip that provided basically no cover. Somehow, the Gladiators throw it away.
Yeah, I'm kind of unsure about that ending, realistically. And I think that it's even more... it's a bit of a head scratcher because Kitsune was using the Mini 14, so he's looking for the DMR play. And considering PERMITTA kind of had those close-range weapons, just makes more sense for them to stick on the backline and just take pot shots as they have to crest that ridge. So, yeah, I was a little bit confused by that. That should have been a Gladiators win. They played everything so marvelously well up until that moment. The Matic classic.
They just got a little bit overexcited, maybe. I mean, it's just a situation that they like to find themselves in, but we haven't seen them in for a little bit, so maybe overzealous. However, they still get plenty of points for their efforts. They still got plenty of eliminations. Just those final moments need a little bit of tweaking. Well, let's see what the studio made of that.
That was a squiffy win here by an almost Dunzo PERMITTA here as they are able to take the victory in an eyebrow-raising scenario here towards the end, Max.
Yes, I did not expect them to get the win. We just got VULGAR boys followed up by PERMITTA win. This is a weird alternate reality we're living in right now. But yeah, they go for that really strong dip, right? That I was surprised Alpha team were not able to defend as efficiently, but because there was another team pushing on their spot, so PERMITTA were able to carve their way through the western edge.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gladiators, as Blank stated, they had such a good game plan here. The execution was amazing. Of course, they do lose a player along the way. Redox was also a pain from Nexus side. They do get 17 points, but yeah, that cross and playing the buggy push at the end, maybe not the best way to try and lock down that game, I'd say.
No, I mean, as you say, with the push that they made on towards the split of Alpha team, the south side of that 2-2 split almost acts like a mini OP dip from kind of Erangel, northwest of Shelter, and things like that, because there's not many angles that you can actually attack that little dip at. So for PERMITTA, they identified that very, very well and then continue to make the transitions that they needed. So I'm happy to see that they made that push as quickly as they did, because for Alpha team, they're damned if they do and they're damned if they don't. If you have everybody in the compound, you're not going to be able to get into the circle. If you have everybody in that dip, you're probably going to get shot by the compound if you don't have a good car fault. But yeah, Gladiators on the other side of this road, Max, were doing work.
I really do want to praise Gladiators for not just being idle in their compound too, right? At one point, they had the fight happening between Titan and Dagestan 77 south of their compound, and they tried to third-party that. They know that if they clear all of those teams south, they're going to have a way easier transition point to the road, or to even go further than the road if need be at the time. So, love to see it. And Matic, very sneaky, by the way, with that small little hole in the roof, just making some shots at No Mercy Warriors. You don't see it used very often, but I can appreciate it when it is being used as efficiently as Matic was doing there.
Yeah, there's some locations like that we were talking about whilst that game was going on, right? I was talking about the gas station west of Yasnaya, right, where there's that wall and you could technically lie down underneath it and have some good angles, but if anybody spots you, you're dead because you have to get up off of lying down, which is rough in itself. But it's PERMITTA versus Nexus. Nexus doing huge work from Impala. I feel like they could have had a 2-2 across Impala and Alpha's compound earlier in this game, and then maybe that would have afforded them more transitions, because coming out of Impala was always going to be a death sentence, it felt like.
I do want to give credit to Nexus, though. They did do a really good job clearing all of Impala. There was Unicorns of Love, there was VULGAR Boys at one point. They do end up clearing a lot of VULGAR Boys later on down the line, so really good job on that side. Look at that, almost like 2.7k damage on this game. So really, really strong, dominant performance in Impala itself. But I don't even like the split they were doing. They did a 2-2 split, 2 players on the west of Impala and 2 players on that hilltop on the east of Impala. I don't think those really work that well together, and I do agree with your point. I feel like 2-2 split, 2 players in Impala, 2 players in the compound of Alpha Team was an option that would have just kept so many good late game options available for them, depending on where the circle goes. So maybe they can look towards doing that in the future because they drop in Impala. It could have been a really strong option.
Maybe. Let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this game as well then. MADBULLS continues to take casualties in some of the earlier stages of the game, unfortunately for them. But as these circles narrow down, you see in a lot of these fights in the north side of these field locations, which eventually devolve into mutual destruction, unfortunately, for a lot of those teams. So that's why down towards the south here, in these very important compounds, these teams were able to prevail.
I think a lot of the teams are starting to get a bit annoyed with having so many Eastern Coast finishes. It's been happening so many times this phase. I'm really surprised, but I really like what Dagestan 77 would do in this match too. They had a really wide 4-man split in the southern edge of, I think, phase 6, 5-6 moving forward, and they were just really looking for opportunities to engage. They saw No Mercy Warriors push that up eventually, but Matic send it with a car, and unfortunately, a shotgun was on the receiving end. So that's... It's not going to work out.
Yeah, not ideal. I think Gladiators feels very confident about their late game car plays, but sometimes they can look it's like skirting the line of genius and insanity, and for this one it looked a little bit insane. But anyway, we've got ourselves the overall rankings, as we actually have Gladiators somewhat catching up with MADBULLS. We didn't expect anybody to catch up with them at the start of the day. All you have to do now is put up a casual 40 points in this game and then the Livik. I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, yeah.
And you can get 10 points per chicken dinner on a Livik. There's no like point reductions despite only having 12 players. You got less eliminations you can possibly get, of course. But the fact that also Major Pride and MADBULLS have not been doing that well today, that means that when you look at the PMGC rankings, we're not looking at them right now, of course, but when we will potentially in phase 2, I feel like Gladiators are way closer to compete for that spot in PMGC. And you saw how Kitsune during the interview was confident they would qualify for PMGC. So that is definitely their objective, is to overtake Major Pride, MADBULLS, and go to the global stage.
It'd be cool to see if they do it. For now, though, we are heading over to the commentators here, TDM, and then our final game before our Livik.
Another slobber knocker of a TDM blank. I'm super excited for it. We're going to see our first, I think, of the second stage of the bracket as well. So we're going to be going back up to the top to take a look at which teams are going to make their way further forwards in this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look who's playing here. It's Major Pride on the blue side of things, going up against PERMITTA. I think this might be kind of one-sided. I don't know, though.
You never know, I think. In TDM, I feel like it's a completely different game sometimes. But Nomi turns the corner, opens the cannon. We'll be able to blast them away, and you might be right, Blank. I feel like you might just have been on the money with that one.
Major Pride's a great team, honestly. Nomi goes down. Black-White is fumbling, though, unfortunately, because they get the team wipes so quickly that you can't really predict where these spawns are coming through. So PERMITTA does even the scoreline. Black-White is playing. I do want to see him more in the actual regular tournament.
Yeah, he's certainly been around the block, has a lot of talent to his name, a lot of prestige there, but just not appearing in the... for Major Pride. Rogo turning the corner, and it's pretty even right now. It looked like maybe it was going to be a one-sided at the start. Blank, the first 10 have already been reached, and it's pretty even Stevens both ways.
No, the good on PERMITTA. I think that they started off a little bit slow there, but have tried to bring things back into the fold, which is great. Not going to just lay down and let Major Pride walk all over him here.
Trying to keep themselves standing tall. Rogo will be able to, once again, even these score lines. We're up to a minute and a half down, and we've got 25 eliminations on the board. Made that 26 as Black-White picks up the point around the corner here. I've spoken a lot before about how this path is really important to hold at the top of the stairs. Looks like Major Pride have it under control right now. PERMITTA trying to flow around the sides of it, get something done. Dino not quite able to get value there.
That's a cheeky peek.
He is sneaky for Sneaks. Hits the drop shot but doesn't get the value. Nomi turns the corner and it's a rattle down for Rogo.
Yeah, it looks like PERMITTA's riding the high of their chicken dinner there over on Miramar. From a difficult position to play in as well, but they made it happen. All coming off the back of them, taking down Alpha in a really tricky spot, but luckily Alpha was just playing as 2 in that position, didn't regroup early enough. But PERMITTA now up to 18 eliminations, which is great to see. You know, everyone here is pretty evenly matched, it would seem, up to 20 to 18, and Major Pride just losing the flow of the game.
PERMITTA steps forwards. That's not going to be good for Folly. Nades through the door though. Answer in kind. 23 points now on the board for PERMITTA. We thought it was going to be that one-sided shot, but Folly ducks in, looks for that healing to come alive. Nomi, in the meantime, pressured on the off angle, and Folly will be allowed to heal. Steps out for the challenge on Black-White, and 26 to 19. 7-8 points now is the difference, and PERMITTA have control of the high ground as well.
This is fantastic stuff. I mean, this is one of the biggest leads we've seen, actually, in the TDM so far. Little stun grenade sent around the side. Just stunts the push a bit from Major Pride. Rogo attempts to get the shotgun over towards middle.
Sneaks, able to line him up under the bridge, and the drop shot is good. Has the backup of Folly behind him with the Groza to be able to put that one to bed. 29 eliminations now on the cards for PERMITTA. Snomi sends out wide. Folly goes for the double peek and doesn't even need his teammate because the nade's there to back him up as well. Rogo looking for the corner turn. Major Pride lighting up the alleyway, but is it too little too late because Sneaks is once again in the back lines, and PERMITTA are running away with this now. A 10-point lead up to 33.
Yeah, it seems to be coming to get a lot of cheeky little pickoffs around the map, which has been enabling the rest of the team to start popping off a bit. Folly up to 11. Good old Folly.
Putting in the shift for PERMITTA. 34 now. 6 eliminations needed. They want to line up 1 and 2, but it's not going to work because Major Pride still have some fuel left in the tank. Trying to light him up, and Rogo goes down next. Still, though, the eliminations pour through for PERMITTA, and 36 now on the cards. Only 4 needed. A nade over the top for Mixer. Looks pretty good. We'll be able to find the damage, and the nade over the top onto Naomi. 3 now needed. PERMITTA drop out, and Folly turns the corner for 1. And the 40th just racks on in before half-time blank, and PERMITTA dominate Major Pride.
I mean, that was... Oh dear me, I was so confused by how quickly that game went. I just blurred out of existence very quickly. Just like how that game went past in a blur. Very, very fantastic little match coming through from PERMITTA Esports. Folly, you know, still has it. Back even when he was playing on VIRTUS.PRO, he was one of the best players on that side and really kicked things off to a firecracker over on that TDM there on Ruins. Major Pride will not be heading forward into the later parts of the TDM bracket. Very, very nice done.
PERMITTA will be taking on the winner of KONINA Power and Titan, but we're not going to give you that just yet. No, sir, we have another Sanhok to play the last match of Phase 1, blank. That's what we're looking at. We're staring down his barrel. A lot of teams going to have their last performance here. We saw the Gladiators go out at a bit of a blaze of inglorious glory towards the end of that match. They got a lot of points, but they did kind of drop the ball right at the end there. They will not be playing here. They have finished their bid for the top spots in this phase. So we'll be seeing them over in Livik to try and earn a couple more points to add up and close that gap towards the MADBULLS, as insurmountable as it might be.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they have done quite well to catch up to them the way they have over in that really, really good point scoring that MADBULLS have been able to accrue during Phase 1. Obviously, I don't think they'll be able to get ahead of them, but in terms of general rankings, it would be nice for them to get a few more points on Livik at the end of the day too, just so it's a case of, you know, they're only 20 points behind. There's still a big chance to overtake them and get that 20-point total from the general rankings to take with them over towards the finals.
They certainly are going to want that platform to play from, because you cannot allow the MADBULLS to have that sort of a lead for as long as possible. Not only that, PMGC points as well want to keep within striking distance. So can the MADBULLS put more headroom on that gap, or are the Gladiators going to be afforded that opportunity over on Livik? We'll have to wait and see. So the MADBULLS going to be dropping out relatively uncontested. We saw a very hot drop over towards an earlier match today. I think it was in Hatin, dropping up north. A lot of teams trying to look for that position, but we're back over to the Painan. Hot drop with KASIK and Titan both putting in their bid for the spot, and they'll continue this engagement, continue this battle that will rage on a major crossing from the southwest to the North Island.
It's kind of gone back and forth as well over towards Painan. You know, KASIK winning out some of the fights. You know, Titans sometimes getting a couple others. PERMITTA continues to be this really annoying character down towards the south side that has been getting involved on that engagement a fair few times. But both these teams will have to leave. It will not be one of those games where if you take Painan, you just win. Because we're going to have to head up towards that northeast side. SBG currently controlling over towards Paris Resort. And with KONINA Power not playing in this game, maybe someone else can win Sanhok.
Perhaps it's someone else's turn. SBG maybe with that chance. I know Max is on the edge of his seat waiting for SBG to maybe. Oh, it's a Paradise Resort circle. Let's go. Beast though going to be a little bit further than the edge of his seat. He's going to be all the way off it there as Malloy blasts him back. There's the Nameless
MADBULLS
looking for shots.
Yeah, MADBULLS just kind of trying to hold on to it. Muerte loses a knock on their side. I'll try and get back up its feet, which they do quite quickly here. Beast down though, and I think Muerte would like to clear out the Nameless. You know, having complete control over the northeast side of the map this early on would make some of their rotations later very easy. But again, not a simple spot to assault here. The Nameless are currently playing in.
Not trivial, certainly. The res possible on both sides, and they will both be up at 4 now after that's brought through for Beast. How many meds do they have, though? That's a big question. Furia has that first aid kit. You saw his health bar just tick up there. Beast still waiting on the heal to come through. MADBULLS certainly doesn't have anything. He doesn't have a helmet either. So if he peeks out, even against the micro Uzi, it's really, really dangerous to make that one work. Corker crawling forwards. Got the sword on his back. Ready to take the fight as close range as it needs to be.
Nice shot from Mango on the side, though. Let's take down one, and Milky Way desperately gets back behind the buggy, tried to take some shots backwards. UMP out of ammo now, and he just holds the angle, instantly starts running.
Over to the building. Furia is safe for the time being, but Milky Way will not really likely be able to get back across this gap with Mango holding that angle. He is going to reposition now and get a better cover on this crossing. Milky Way looking to try and peek out wide. Just continuing that suppression. Milky Way drops back, but the reload is there. Tucks the rock. Perfectly timed for Milky Way. He wouldn't have got away with that if Mango didn't take those shots and didn't go for that reload.
Fury now out, and Milky Way trapped in a very difficult spot. Malloy also down. And it looks like Muerte's close towards that second place at the end of the day. He's looking a little bit more tough. Have to wait for Livik to see how that one goes down. Corker, though, springs out of nowhere. We'll find one. I don't think he'll be able to go get his boy back up in action in Milky Way, though. Not long for this world.
Over towards Titan. They're looking for a crash here. 2 players sent forwards, and Old Boy tears one of them out, but Robs is already down on the hold. The close range master himself has been taken out of the mix, which is good news for Major Pride. The burn starts to creep on into these wooden floored shacks. Very dangerous at the best of times. The nade in for the back is huge. Look at that. Naomi completely opens up this engagement, and Icy now with it all to do as the backstop for Titans. 2 players active. Naomi wants to turn the corner. Icy on the door frame. Another knock goes through, and the off angle is there for Major Pride. He steps out wide, and Icy is cutting him down, but effect is there for the refrag. Really big nade coming in from Naomi. Black-White is already down, and they'll play as 3, but Titan are blasted back.
I mean, even back when Naomi was under the pseudonym of Monkey, that's what he was always known for, was the big nades, the fantastic explosions that comes through from this guy, the demolition expert. I'm really putting that to its place here in this game, with Titans just completely out the mix now. An unfortunate way to end their run here. Again, we'll see them over on Livik.
After this game concludes, we'll see if they're able to pull that one back, but a little bit of a bad spot for them. VIRTUS.PRO have joined the northwest point of Paradise Resort, so SBG gonna have to share this time around. Beck is still on the backside for VIRTUS.PRO, guarding out towards Nexus as they try and move south from Cal. From that area of the map, it's dangerous to move across that lumberyard that sits beneath them, but if they can make it happen to the south side of Tapmok, then they'll be good to go. PERMITTA crashing up towards VULGAR boys. And they go for a 1-for-1 trade right now, but VULGAR are just down to Pillhouse.
Honestly, off in the distance, he's not looking in too hot of a spot either. Muerte, sadly, not able to deal with the Nameless. Now go on with 2. Milky Way actually did escape from that position. Well, Nameless still trying to look out for him, but they've headed further down towards that south side. 15 teams still remaining, but 50 players. You know, we've already lost 14 out of this game. VULGAR on with 1, PERMITTA with 2, Muerte with 2. And a lot of 3-man teams still left remaining after initial engagements that have come through on this map. MADBULLS make an instant rotate past Ruins towards Quarry, and I think they're trying to get ahead of KASIK team right now.
It's working for the time being. They haven't been cut down on this rotation, potentially just allowing them to slip through, strike at the back. We'll have to wait and see if KASIK team take these shots. At the moment, TUNA and PERMITTA still scrapping it out. 2 players from PERMITTA after their engagement with VULGAR boys. They get an opening knock, but that's rezzed very quickly by Purple. Zero nade cooking, wants to bobble it around the side there and get some damage, but won't find what he's looking for. They'll have to go for the good old-fashioned gunfight. Zabito plays close with the UMP to the door. Noshi as well, cooking up another nade. PERMITTA biding their time, trying to put the ordnance out the window as well. Thinks better of it, waits for Zero to peek. The nade tags some damage. Another one sent towards the back of the room. Finds Mixer very, very low, and the shotgun's not going to work out this time around. Zero has to go for the challenge, but it's Purple to clean things up. And Zero, the only casualty for TUNA here, but who's this? It's the Nameless on the northeast flank, trying to maybe third-party this.
Yeah, again, having control of that northeast side, I mentioned it earlier, is quite strong in terms of being able to push down towards the southwest, instantly hearing this third party. They don't have to worry about Muerte getting involved. They know they've already sent them away, so they try and come in, but Abito, very strong in terms of player, tries to take down one more of theirs in Mangoes, up to 4 eliminations so far. I think the Nameless might just make their way into this compound without anyone going out.
In the midst
just yet.
In the midst of all that chaos, Blank, the MADBULLS sent to the northeast side of Paradise Resort, and they're operating in the ground around the west side of this area. They've managed to get this compound on the road moving down, and a really solid spot. Fast rotations from the MADBULLS this game. A little bit chaotic, but it's worked out this time.
I mean, down to 11 teams at stage 2, though, is fairly insane. We have a lot of teams already out here. And you can see there's only a few teams that actually hold the center as strong squads. You know, Dagestan currently at 4 just underneath. MADBULLS as well, like you said, taking Longhouse. This is a pretty interesting finish to the game. We're just going to have some real powerhouses going at it. I think this is one of the matches where you'll see towards stage 9, you know, maybe 3-4-man teams in the end game. VIRTUS.PRO, though, currently trying to assault Paris Resort. SPG starts that one off strong with an initial knock, but it is the full 4v4.
VIRTUS.PRO have been trying to share Paradise Resort for quite a while. They were on the northwest side, but now they've pushed SPG to the south side of Paradise Resort to try and hide on out. The res should be able to come through as the regroup came in for VIRTUS.PRO. But a difficult extraction should they need to make it happen. In the meantime, I think it's the Unicorns of Love and SHOCKWAVE, both on that northwestern island. Oh, Unicorns of Love did go down, sorry, earlier. SHOCKWAVE were able to pick that up, so they've yet to leave that northwest island and make their way in. So the northwest side of the circle, really not a threat right now until SHOCKWAVE make that move.
Yeah, SHOCKWAVE's got a ton of space to play with. I think more space than they maybe even think they have. All right, Tapmok clear, compound towards the west side of the bridge is completely clear. You know, all the way up until Paris Resort, there's just no teams. So for SHOCKWAVE, they're just going to be moving through Barrett area, desperately looking out, but I think they could have saved some of that sweat for later.
Still good discipline that we're seeing from them. Nexus needing some of their own discipline as well, because Redox is down now, and the Nameless are taking them on in a full-on fight here. Kapahala goes down next. Mango the only want to be responded on towards, but it's just Exo on the inside, finding a little bit of a knock over there, and the Nameless are also down on one. Tulica's here, and the MADBULLS want to play. Third party, nades in. Tulica, Fleek both launching them forwards, wanting to bombard this position out. Kapahala flush to the nade from Tulica, and Exo lines up the Nameless. The last player for Nexus to stay alive, but 4 MADBULLS are here, and Dagestan have rocked up on the south side as well.
Yeah, so a very dangerous compound currently playing around with, and I mean, MADBULLS might even want to just disengage, and I think Zadira and Dagestan make the correct play. If they can like kind of swing around the western side, head further up into the circle, they'll have a decent spot to play around with. Zerich, though, has some good shots, could take out a couple of the players here, and already one's down. Shifa extremely low.
Finds Keep, gets a little bit of a spray onto the downed player as well. Very difficult to get crawling to safety there. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do it, but it's Corker of the remaining duo of Muerte who sent in even further north than Dagestan, who are able to pick up that point. Shockwave, in the meantime, they're moving north of Tapmok and could be a massive force in this circle, Blank.
They could be. They absolutely could be. I think Shockwave has kind of dropped the ball a few times here on Sanhok, though, and I would love to see them pick it back up again. I just don't know how well it's going to go. MADBULLS, though, I think they have big props to Zerich there. I think the fact that he continues to hold Watchtower to kind of hope to spot out any of these players that are trying to leave, and he absolutely does. Taking down Dagestan is going to make their game in the long run much easier towards that western side. Taking down at least one of their players, the breach is going to be so much more simple. Muerte up towards the north, though, they have one player with Corker inside that compound, and Milky Way playing a dangerous game around the side of MADBULLS.
I mean, you kind of have to throw it at the wall and see if it sticks at this point for Muerte. You're 9 teams remaining. You need to pick up points on elimination. So any sneaky shots you can find is a massive boon to your position, especially for Muerte specifically, right? Because they're looking to challenge for that top 2 spot to try and take it back off the Gladiators, who are 13 points ahead of them at the start of this game, with Muerte sitting in a pretty unfortunate position. They're going to need 10 more points this match, so any point they can close is absolutely brilliant if they can find it. Any snake kills they can get, brilliant.
Yeah, evening it up just before Livik as well is going to make actually crediting over them a bit easier for themselves. Again, if they do ladder up in phase 1, they get an additional point to go in towards the finals. And sometimes, you know, 1 point is all it takes to win out of finals or take a podium finish in terms of a spot. So for Muerte, there is a lot on the line here for both Corker and Milky Way. You know, we talked a lot about Fury and Malloy, but I think Corker, similarly with Milky Way, have had some pretty massive performances, even as just solo players in the past. So for them getting far into this game, maybe a top 5 would be really quite ideal.
Major Pride starting to move their remaining duo, Nomi in effect, seeing if they can get toward Paradise Resort potentially, but right now there's 3 teams there, Blank. SPG with 3 players, suffering to Alpha on the south, and VIRTUS.PRO on the north side of it, controlling the majority, I'd say, of Paradise Resort. That is a MADBULLS shift if I've ever seen one, Blank. A brilliant shift for them on their campaign, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a clean sweep prediction for them, given that Dagestan sit on 3, Muerte on 2, but Fleek's taken a knock, and maybe Milky Way has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew.
Just a little bit. He does just instantly send backwards, though. You know, a couple of stims and a first aid kit wouldn't hurt him in this situation.
Trying to just keep alive. I mean, as a duo, it is very important to keep yourself in the running. You don't want to leave Corker as a solo. As good as he is, might be too tall of an order to ask for that sort of a performance. Shockwave yet to really do anything on this northern side off their scrap with Unicorns of Love. They've been very, very quiet. As you said before, there's much more space on this area than they probably expect, and they're wondering where the hell is everyone right now, because they haven't come into contact with pretty much anyone at this stage.
They've just left the game. You know, at this point, it's just cancelled matchmaking because obviously no one else is playing in this match. It's just us. We're going to wait for Zone 9. There's going to be one dude out in the blue, and then we'll just take the chicken dinner. So overall, a little bit odd for Shockwave, certainly. MADBULLS definitely have this really strong position. You know, the walled compound, they have 4 players. It's an ideal setup for them. Major Pride now trying to just insert down towards that southwest edge. Alpha team is currently there. KASIK hovering down towards the south too. Major Pride move up. And I don't know if Alpha Team have any idea they're here. Instantly a smoke comes through. Diverts attention, I guess, a little bit.
Just spooking him, but Mandarin is now definitely looking out this way. The nades are cooking. I feel like I said everyone was going to predict Madbulls, and then you and Kilaris have got a little bit contrarian on me. You've gone for Alpha, KO went for Dagestan.
Yeah, I mean, Dagestan definitely could take this game. You know, if they play their cards right, they're in a strong spot in terms of angles. The windows that they have to fire out of are pretty good. I went for Alpha in the hope... Oh dear, unlucky Corker, you're down. In the hopes that they would send east towards the Crossroads compound. I think they're pretty dead set on trying to take out the teams coming out from Paris Resort, but now being in a little bit of a tight spot between both Major Pride, SBG, and VIRTUS.PRO does leave me with some worries here.
Have we all just ignored KASIK again, is the question. If they take that Crossroad compound, potentially a little bit of a better spot, and with that shift, it might be the winning play if they can make it work for them.
Please, Alpha, just move. I know you have a vehicle. I saw you getting one earlier on. I think Shockwave might just make the full send now as well. You can see them on that northeast side. Oh, dear me. This is depressing.
Major Pride rolling up to the back of KASIK, spot the knock onto English, but Effect is down for his trouble. Nomi now the last to stand and will be flushed away. English needs a res. That will slow KASIK from being able to move to this compound if that's the target that they want to go for. Alpha are going to look to continue this guard out. They do get in a buggy. They might have started this move now, Blank, but they just want these off angles potentially. VIRTUS.PRO losing Elementrix to a knock on a small bit of cover there should be resable if Ruda wants to get a little bit bold with it. That Molotov on the corner allows this res to go through.
Yeah, right now they're in a pretty sticky spot, both these teams trying to escape from here. I mean, Alpha team might be able to pick up some big points, and already as the Sheepa opens up towards Nalvalo, and now it's very much known that there is a third party in the mix here.
They've been guarding on the south for quite a while. SBG, I think, in the worst spot of it all. You really want them to move now, don't you? Goodness me.
I mean, that is a pretty horrible spot to be in, though.
Yeah, that's fair. SBG go down, but now they need to move because VIRTUS.PRO are going to make it if they don't. And across they go. Beck's starting to extend the influence of VIRTUS.PRO to allow them to get that eastern shift, and Tenchik goes down. Sorry, Reflect falls instead. And Tenchik going to have to try and pull him back up. Wait moves in, and VIRTUS.PRO might just be able to guard it out here and now.
Down goes Ruda, another player to deal with. Nice shots here coming through from Zashipa to keep them alive in this one, but now just Tenchik and Zashipa left remaining. Do they have any nades available? And Zashipa's going to have to move. Elementrix out into blue. That is a naughty little play from him.
And he gets back in. His teammate is knocked, so if he goes down there, that is completely them out of the mix, and it will be, in fact, them going down. Alpha T will survive, Blank. They will be alive, but they have a lot of knocks to deal with, a lot of casualties to try and get something done with. In the meantime, Shockwave tried to push into Madbulls and lost a player. The circle shifting away from them, and that compound you wanted Alpha to go to is right slap bang center of this circle.
I mean, there was scouting done by Zashipa earlier on too. Some nice shots from English, who's been on a bit of a tear today. But yeah, the scouting was done by Zashipa earlier on, and he just refused to scout that compound on the Crossroads at all, in fact. So, yeah, I don't know. I think at that point in time, it's like, yes, you can try and hold them from this south side. It's a great spot to be in, and any team that tries to come out from Paris Resort is going to really struggle. But when that's open, you can still hold them from that spot. You just shoot out to the west.
Dagestan, I think they know that Alpha's here, playing as two. And they're going to make their bid for freedom. Reflect will not be able to make it. Alpha are out. Fourth place found. 4 players alive for Madbulls, and nobody yet to take the compound, Blank. The Madbulls have been looking at it for a little bit. Fleeke worried, but KASIK stay on the hills.
That's going to hold back, set up the line. I think it's fair play too. To get some angles out here. Tuliket holds in the blue for just a little second. See if he can catch a pick off. Zerich on the other side of things, always a protector of the team at the moment, trying to look out for any of these cheeky angles that maybe KASIK is looking for.
They are very worried. KASIK might be the first team to make this crash here. Mounting up in the vehicles, likely they're just going to send down. The fact that there is a UAS there may be slowing some teams, but they're worried. You can see they are clearing fully. They expect players to be here, but they're just not. And now KASIK have the circle.
Okay, well, anyway, the compound that I knew was going to win the game wasn't taken. Wasn't taken by the team that I thought would take it, but I'm going to take solace in that. Some great shots coming through right now from KASIK. MADBULLS very much struggling. Zadira, so Dagestan attempt to move early. Slightly dangerous of a play to go for. English once again popping up, lighting up the elimination feed.
MADBULLS cannot make it magic this time around. Everybody wasted too much time getting into this compound. Dagestan with the knock on the outside. The blue zone is encroaching. Going to be a while before they can even think about getting this res. Limbo will be the one to do so, and KASIK will play on with 3. Skills is on the wide angle here. Will look to regroup. And it is just, again, a KASIK circle. Dagestan going to have to cross the road.
Yes, they will, and it's not an easy crossing either. It's a very, very difficult crossing. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the compound that has the foundation on it where you can actually shoot underneath. No, it's not. Okay. There is the one across the road, though, which will make life a little harder. A good smoke train coming through from Dagestan. There had to be full team fire coming through from KASIK, but limited ammo from a couple of the players. Good shots from Skillses, holds them down.
Limbo on the window as well. Zadira super low with the blue zone at your back. That was a good smoke train, but it was the first of 2 necessary moves. Skillses just refuses to die here, and KASIK will finally lose that outpost for them, but the damage is already done. Zadira super low. They have got control of this roadside. Somehow, though, Dagestan have got an opportunity. Zadira falling, though, might have just done it. A nade necessary to land now. Needs to find damage, needs to find a knock. Skillses is down, but they don't need him. Will be flushed away. Limbo the last to stand. Steps out into the blue, and KASIK will take it down. A chicken dinner for KASIK team, who have done exceedingly well today. Their bid for the front page has been phenomenal to watch, and I'm hoping we see a lot more from this team to come.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners, great stuff. I mean, from very unlikely situations as well for this team. KASIK able to extricate themselves out from Painan 2. Fantastic stuff. Really, really well done. I think English, you know, back in the day, English was kind of known as like a completely unbelievable fragger, kind of a demon in the lobby. And then there were just a lot of additions in terms of new teams, new players that kind of stood up to that role quite well. But it's nice to see, you know, that he still has it in him. He's still got that dog in him, and, you know, it's good.
If only there was another team who could have taken that compound, maybe KASIK wouldn't have had that opportunity. But Blank, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't think there was anybody else who could possibly have gone for that rotation.
No,
we'll see what the
obviously not.
studio thought about it.
Doesn't matter, because KASIK team does it here as they're able to get the victory off on the back of this. I think a lot of the teams, Max, when looking at that situation, saw 1 or 2 of the vehicles kind of perched up against that compound and were a little bit indecisive about crashing it, right?
Yeah, you just can't scout it really efficiently because third-person perspective, no one is going to be actively showing themselves through those windows. Yeah. You're going to look at that car, you're like, we expect a team to be in that position. And I know KASIK team sent it in that compound and we're like, wait, it was free this whole time?
Yeah.
You could have gone in like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, it was completely open for them. And the moment they get it, not only that, sending Skillses across the road, Kalaris, was such an integral play to slow down the approach of Dagestan 77. So really love what Skillses have been doing, and like what an improvement throughout this first phase from KASIK team. 16 points now to wrap, well, not wrap up the day. We still have a Livik, but to wrap up your normal maps, like this is a really strong display of skill from KASIK team that I really enjoy.
Yeah, it's been a belter of a day, maybe even a squiffy day, some might say, but this has been KASIK team looking really, really good. Dagestan get themselves 12 points on the board alongside Alpha team as well, who Alpha team, I do think there was opportunity for somebody to make a quicker transition on that west side, but then you're still leaving yourself a little bit liable to shots from the back, right? So either you finish those fights extremely quickly and then start moving, or you run quite a major risk, right?
I do appreciate how Blank was trying to bargain with Alpha teams. Like, I know you have a car. Yeah. Don't lie to me. You have a car. Use it. But yeah, it was a bit messy on the West. You had a few like SPG, VIRTUS.PRO, Alpha team, Major Pride. I am still not a fan of how SPG exit outside of Paradise Resort. This is their drop location, and they are still very slow to get to the points of interest around it, especially the southern edge, which is a good small high ground plateau, which gives you an oversight on pretty much anyone trying to get close to Paradise. I want to see them try and use it more, but they keep trying to rotate very slow and with minimal information, which, as we've seen multiple times now, really makes them go out super early, when in a circle like this, you should see them at least make it in a top 5.
Yeah, you would think so, I suppose. Again, the chaos that does exist around that area is difficult. I'll tell you who I did expect a little bit more from. Those teams in the north. Like, if you're thinking about SHOCKWAVE having an opportunity to try and make a huge rotate around there, I think Muerte ended up there. But they were kind of wounded, though, right?
Down to 2. I think they were down to 2 players, and then SHOCKWAVE cleared them. But SHOCKWAVE actually had a decent opportunity to get involved, but then they start to push towards MADBULLS. They were forced to do so by the next circle shift. And MADBULLS, as we know, they had 4 players in a really strong compound, which has got a little bit of elevation, so it makes it tough to transition, I'd say, on that spot.
Oh, definitely here. As you say, for MADBULLS, they had a great compound and how that was going down, but KASIK team here was just playing it steady here. A very Sanhok game, trying to play it as slow as possible and expending all other options before trying to send to a compound that they thought maybe people were in. So I could understand the hesitation that could exist when they're trying to move in from that south side, even though, unbeknownst to them, they had so much room. Look at that, Trix, no damage. Good for him.
good for him, Trix. Thank you very much. I am, though, happy not only seeing KASIK team doing well, is English. I feel like we will have high expectations for English with how he performed back in the spring season of this year, 2023. So glad to see that he's been a little bit more on board, a little bit more present in the second half of this phase. Though we had some interesting early game action happening, and this, I loved it because Titan and Major Pride, looking back at that previous Sanhok, saying, oh, could KONINA Power win this compound? Let's send it. And then just Major Pride just instantly lose players, and Titan too, so it was a bit of a mess, but they now start to understand that these positions are really strong. It's pretty.
Yeah, quite the scrap in a lot of these early engagements, and a lot of DBS action, as always, being able to fly on in. And as Nexus did a lot of damage with their DBSs, people eventually came in and cleaned them up with DBSs. We see a lot of DBSs in these fields. Sprays down on Major Pride, they go down as well. And with KASIK team having to make a recovery on that south side, and once they actually removed a team like Major Pride from that south side, they had so much free presence to work with here. So, and again, as you say, with this off angle that KASIK team was taking, really kind of constricting the position of Dagestan. I love those kinds of plays, because all you have to do is technically position yourself. You don't even really have to shoot. Just make sure your opponents can't move. It's awesome.
Yeah, just wait it out. And not only that, I really enjoy what SkillsLess did crossing the road. It's not just crossing the road, we already mentioned it was a really strong off angle.
Yeah.
It's the time at which he did get to that spot, because he was waiting alongside, I think it was English and Trix on the bottom side of that circle. And he heard MADBULLS, Dagestan 77 starting to initiate a fight back and forth. And he was hearing that, like, okay, if I start to cross now, none of the 2 remaining teams are going to be able to like shut down my rotation. So he started to cross, got behind the tree, and we saw at the end how impactful that off angle actually was for them. So yeah, I think the timing was on point for SkillsLess to get the angle, and they just secured themselves a nice juicy win.
All right, well, with that done, now that means that our top 12 teams are going to be going into good old Livik. Let's take a look at the overalls and see how that panned out. So, well, unless Gladiators gets 50 points somehow in this Livik game, congratulations to MADBULLS for that first place with the 20 points. They have been monsters, despite having a bit of a quiet 2 days here in the last ones, Max.
They can have it, right? We can give it to them. They had such a good start to the phase that they can chill a bit more on the second half. It's not like it's going to help them out too much, except for the overall rankings. Like, you still want to bring points in there, because that would solidify possibly an extra 20 bonus points at the end of the 3 total phases. Yeah, Muerte were not quite able to hold on, but they put on a really good show. Like, I feel like Muerte has been the surprise, being able to compete at the top the way they have. So I do really hope this can continue in these following phases, and hopefully in this Livik, would be fun to see how Muerte can rock up on it.
Yeah, it's a bit of meteoric rise if you consider that a lot of us came in thinking MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride, Titan were going to be taking those major top spots. I don't know if anybody predicted Muerte, but anyway, that's by the by here, as we did have KASIK team breaching into that top 8 now, and the cut-off point, VULGAR boys, manages to get to the Livik, Max. And SPG doesn't.
Oh, no. I just thought, I don't like that. I don't like that. How dare they? But yeah, VULGAR boys, see how it's going to pan out for them. I don't really have much to say about that one, though I am a little bit sad to not see VIRTUS.PRO continue into that one Livik game. Of course, this one Livik is not going to be giga impactful, but it would have been nice to see them continue as we head on lower. Yeah, still a lot of things that need to be moved around. PERMITTA Esports, no, got himself a win, that's good, but a lot of their points are from that singular win. There's potential down there, but they need to understand, hopefully, throughout this week that's coming up after this Livik, that they need to bring drastic changes if they want to have a chance in the following phases.
And of course, moving on to Livik now, we have seen... Actually, we've had an opportunity, as we take a look at the Livik bonus as well, the extra prizes that are on the line. There is the Robin Hood bonus. However, I do believe maybe we'll see a lot of M1014s and things like that we've seen in TDMs. What do you think, Max?
Give me the P90.
Maybe.
Oh, the P90 is going to be fun. Yeah, just get yourself... for the Robin Hood, the pro strat, we talked about it last season. You just get yourself like a low DPS weapon and you just do the finishing blow with the crossbow. That's the strat. But if you want to do it for $300, I think it's worth it. I would try, but yeah.
Yeah. Look at my style here as well for all the interesting kills, or eliminations even, I should say. Pan. I don't know if we'll see any pans, to be perfectly honest, but maybe.
One-man army, most of them secured as the last man. Oh, so that's when the entirety of the team is dead and you're just the solo player, how many limbs you can get during that period of time. I've seen a few of that happening during other maps, so that could be a way to get some extra cash on board.
Yeah, it's an interesting map as Livik because it's very different to the other battlegrounds. The way it's designed, the fact that so many of those points of interest, or POIs, as you've been referring to, they're on the edges of the maps, so it makes rotations quite difficult if you're going towards those edges. That's why technically Crabgrass is kind of a cool location to drop, but not a cool location to hold down because it kind of bows down into that bowl, and usually I consider it a bit of a trap, Max.
Yeah, I go for my good old drop of Midstein. Midstein, whichever way we want to call it. That's what I like to go because
the biggest
it's
town.
Got some action. Maybe here you don't want that, but it's a good position. It's got a few high ground buildings, which is decent for scouting if you want to transition. Especially on the western side, you got some really good rocky hills you can play with. Easy scouting with that third-person perspective. So we'll see what's going to go. I mean, we haven't played that much Livik. I feel like in Europe, we've played a total of 3 times. And in last year, we had Vikendi in the spring season, so there's not that much experience for a lot of these teams.
I'm going to say I actually haven't played Livik in a while myself, to be perfectly honest. It's been a little while since I've rocked up to good old Livik. I used to drop all the way up in hot springs and chill out up there and sit in the waters for quite a while. That was always a good time. But yeah, I haven't... When was the last time I saw a Livik game? As you're saying, it's been a long...
It's been updated. It's been updated, actually, since the last time we saw it last year. I'm pretty sure, like, it's in the version 1.0. So it has... Like, the terrain has changed significantly. Midstein has been completely overhauled, I believe, in some aspects. Crabgrass has got maybe some minor changes. But you don't want to touch perfection too much. It is the best in the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. But of course, I'm looking at the weapons more specifically. I remember last time we played it, the P90 wasn't used too much, but I really believe it's such a strong weapon. Of course, if you can get an M4, etc., like you want to go for those, but a P90 can just blast like a full team so quickly if you're not careful. So I'm looking out for that one.
Yeah, don't get me started on the P90. It's it's a good weapon, it's fair to say. When we did have Livik in PMPL EU in the past, or Western Europe even, I should say, VIRTUS.PRO in a very different formation was fantastic as an organization on this battleground. So, you know, maybe they'll carry that lineage through here, Max. But again, it's a very different roster now.
Yeah, I don't even know what circle we're going to predict on this one. We haven't done this. Are we going to predict on phase 3? I'm not sure. Phase 4? Could be a phase 4 prediction. I don't know. Yeah, but otherwise, got a lot of, as you already stated, right? Oh, they're not?
Sorry, go on.
I don't know. No, of course, as you already stated, points of interest, you've got a lot of them around the circle, but because of the overhauls, you do have some better hilltops, ridges you can play in the center. So it's going to be, there's more interest, there's more of a worth transitioning in the center a bit earlier, so intrigued to see if teams are going to go for its early moves.
Let's see. All right. Thank you very much to Monster for joining us here, as we might have some monster trucks here on Livik as well. We'll see how as time goes on. But anyway, it's time to head over to the casters here for our final game of the day. It's Livik with John, Alan, and Blank.
12 teams, Blank. We're going to be dropping over into Livik, the top 12 from the Phase 1 games, onto a special map that's only for the very most special of teams.
Oh yes, I mean, it's the most special of squads that have made their way to the top to become as special as possible. So top 12 teams will be dropping in. KASIK team, they made their way into this one too, as did VULGAR. And we'll be looking to see exactly who can come out on top here in terms of grabbing themselves some nice bits of loot.
Unknown on these drop spots, really, so we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be anything that is a little bit hotter than we anticipated. Or to see if we're going to see a little bit of a cool start to proceedings. We'll have to wait for where these teams are going to go. Obviously a very, very small map, so the plane path kind of inconsequential when it comes to the availability of spots. It's just about the timing of when you actually hit the ground there. A little bit of a scrap potentially moving over to East Port, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of teams right in the middle near Crabgrass.
Yeah, everyone dropping out here trying to get as much loot as possible straight away. I mean, Muerte dropped far down towards the southeast side on logistics as well as Waterfall. I mean, everyone's trying to scarper away as fast as possible. This is a very tiny map, so on those shoots you can get fairly far. Major Pride already starting to take shots. I believe that is up towards English.
Potentially. I mean, it's KASIK team, it's Gladiators out that way as well. You've got Titans to the south on a split with Robs, the lone player. In the middle there, Reflect for Alpha, an outpost over towards the west side. That is KASIK losing that first player. Or you saw that knock before. But the Gladiators are close by here. Major Pride on a bit of a split. You can see that map still very, very hot around that Crabgrass area. Titan chiming into the engagement as Major Pride potentially lose Naomi. It's all about surviving after this one. Sure, you can extract some points out of it, but it's going to be a little bit better of an expected point value if you can just get away with all four of your players here.
Getting towards that top of the tables might be nice, but I think some of these players are just looking for limbs. Get as many points on board as possible, take some risks in these matches. Like I said, Gladiators nice and close by. MADBULLS equally close over towards KONINA Power. Off Hayes spots out the window as Frozen tries to make his cross.
He's denied that opportunity though. The circle keeps most of this in. I mean, you've got Nexus being cut out of it, Shockwave as well a little bit, but everyone else is going to be absolutely fine. I thought Eastport was going to be the hot point, but then I saw the Crabgrass cluster and knew that that needed trimming pretty soon. Making sure that those lawns are looking good. Those box hedges at the front, I mean, they look tidy, but they're about to get plenty messy, I'm sure.
Rob's going down here to Naomi as Major Pride pick themselves up their second elimination now of the match. MADBULLS are able to get a bit further ahead in terms of their points total, 243 now, so comfortably in a 50-point lead. The Gladiators might just be able to try and claw back a little bit of here on Livik.
They are going to disengage. Meku, oh, he gets spotted. Magnazada does find that shot and an immediate flush. Gladiators pretty quickly re-engage into this position. With Meku going down, Shockwave have moved in from that northwest side and have put a little bit of a stop on the route out from this western point blank, so difficult to move up after that south shift from Blomster.
Ooh, Agori goes down. Fleek immediately flushes him. All four players of MADBULLS are up, and I mean, for KONINA Power, this looked like it started off quite well for them, but MADBULLS have really had a nice little bit of a quick resurgence into this. Of Hayes spots a few of the players from MADBULLS, can't peek out too much though, no other angles to help out with.
Tulika just waiting for this peek and a lovely nade in through the window, but almost immediate flush, but there's a burn and a shot and a knock coming through from Frozen and Tulika. A nice 1-2 punch for the MADBULLS to keep themselves up and kicking on those angles. Fleek is close. Becker repositions away from the window and gets away from the nade as well. That would have been disastrous for him should he have gone down, but he's on the ground floor and there are MADBULLS waiting as there's fire up the stairs as well. He's burnt down to half. Fleek doesn't even want to take that peek. Frozen in through the window, drops a nade, and it's Frozen to deal the final blow. MADBULLS handle KONINA Power.
Yeah, it's a pretty insane push actually from MADBULLS. Some really lovely Molotovs and utility used to completely just push KONINA Power out of any of those buildings. I felt very bad for them because it was a case of you run away from a nade, Frozen's already put a Molotov into the path of escape. In terms of setup, I don't think MADBULLS really ever had to see KONINA Power before they eliminated them. Famas, though, comes through, immediately takes down Kitsune. That's Dagestan wielding that bad boy.
Bad news for Gladiators, but good news for Muerte right now, who started down on that southwest side near that logistics center. Blank, as you said, they've now moved up towards Reeds and will be playing on that southeast side, relatively untouched by this one. Muerte happy about the Gladiators going down because, of course, they are looking to try and take that second spot at the end of the phase. They started 10 points behind on this fight, on this game. So they are looking to close that gap as much as possible. Titan similarly looking to close that gap, but they're 6 points even behind Muerte, which puts them 16 behind the Gladiators. So a little bit taller of an order from them, and they were in the hodgepodge mishmash over to Crabgrass.
We can just about see the blue on the map. It's creeping in. It may take a while though. I don't think we quite have the esports settings on Livik just yet. So although this is a small map, I think we've got a similar circle to Erangel so far. So I think teams should just be able to chill out for quite some time. We can just vibe.
I mean, a lot of action took place very early on. We've shredded a lot of players out here. 12 teams started, 11 remain, 38 players. Of course, going to be a little bit lower than the critical density of a circle right now, which is, of course, going to allow a little bit better of a time for teams just trying to, as you say, chill out for as long as possible.
Yeah, 50 seconds before the blue even starts to come in. Teams will just loot up as much as possible, I suppose, and then try and look for maybe a central position. Alpha already sent Reflect down towards the valley side on the road in that compound. As the team can try and regroup alongside him later on. They did lose one player early on though, so I think that's Mandarin, Tenchik, Reflect up, so as Ashipa was eliminated.
Everybody just trying to keep themselves together in their pieces. Shockwave could potentially lose Scars here if they're not careful. I don't know if they know that Trix is nearby. But I would imagine they're super aware of that fact. They have moved in and moved away now, though, so Trix maybe not able to strike out in potential fashion that he wanted to with those elimination points just to rack up for KASIK team. A really important performance today for KASIK to keep themselves in the conversation, to make sure that teams are worried about their positions. We've seen how strong they are on holds. They've fended off some really strong teams and some difficult pushes. Trix needs to do so again, but won't be able to get that first knock. The M1014 just blasts him back.
Elevate tried to go with the jump shot and just got blasted back into the ground. Fortunate. A shotgun and pellets basically make a small hole for his grave as well. Shockwave will get away with this one unscathed.
KASIK on 2 players already. As Skills, this is locked down here. Close to Matic from the Gladiators. They've got 2 of their players alive. English and Skills is the last 2 for KASIK, and to be fair, that's a pretty solid duo to take forwards from that roster. You'll take that effect for Major Pride forwards, and they have all 4 of their players alive. Only 2 eliminations from this difficult position that they found over in Crabgrass, of course. The MADBULLS taking the most points so far in the lobby as they took a full 4v4 fight over in Eastport. They've definitely come out the best of this lobby.
I mean, honestly, it's still just going to be a lot of this western side that is just held down by so many teams. No one really wants to leave. It's very difficult to get out from this position. But it does move down towards the southeast, which means the Muerte will have themselves a nice little spot. You know, they looted a lot over towards Logistics Center, Waterfall, Shipyard. Huge amount of loot on their side, and they can start to play around the lake area.
Just trying to keep that zone to themselves. There's the drop down back to their south. They want to go out for it, but not going to risk that because MADBULLS are coming to party. They should be able to see this position over to World Plaza from Muerte's spot. Major Pride trying to conclude this fight, but Matic, the M1014, you see how brutal it is. He convinces himself, you know what? I'm going to go for this flush. I'm going to get the point and see what Tixi can do here, because he does have an angle around the side of the windows. Major Pride are wary. Playing as 2 as well, it's possible for Tixi, but a disengage coming in. 1 elimination found, and I think they are just going to fall back off this, because look at Nexus. They're driving around. That is a threatening noise to hear.
All right, immediately getting back into position. Unfortunately for Tixi, all is lonesome now. Team does have 1 point, which is great news. I think SHOCKWAVE, it took a little bit of that elevation, will be able to move down from that northwest edge. Circle starts to move in 40 seconds. And a lot of these central teams already found themselves some decent spots on the map. Plaza held by MADBULLS. Muerte just holding around closer towards the open side on reads.
Having crossed from that logistics center, they'll try and take that south hold. Redux now close for Nexus. Octavian as well. Moving through. Nomi spotted. Jump shot. Hits the windowsill. Not going to be able to land the damage there. Nomi repositions. But he's still visible by Octavian. This time it goes through the window, and that's a lot of damage. Has to go much closer to that position. And will be in danger. Redux finds his way up to the roof, and now they're going to try and drop on through. Octavian opens first. Naomi tries to answer, but it's Major Pride to hold strong for now. Redux still trying to move down these stairs, but with Octavian out of the mix, it's going to be a lot harder for Redux to make it work. Will be fully flushed as well. Naomi holding behind this bar and looks for another spray around the side. A reposition out wide comes through, and Naomi now in danger. Has to reload. Swaps to the Microzy. The swing in comes through, and he still is able to hold it. Last player for Major Pride, and Nexus crumble, trying to breach and clear. Kapahala now with the next challenge, looks for the player behind and will be able to finally close it down. But here comes Tixi against 2 players from Nexus. Can they hold it down? He's got that AKM on the window, and again, it's Redux to bat him back.
I love the Kapahala comes through the door with the shotgun, shoots Redux, assuming that is Naomi there. But they deal with the solos in play. Titans finish off the remaining players of Alpha, just instantly sending over towards the compounds that they were playing earlier on. Another southeast shift for Muerte. MADBULLS also similarly will be happy with this. Currently at 4 eliminations and look like they're set on getting themselves a chicken dinner here.
Shockwave in the northwest having to deal with Nexus, and actually the last player from KASIK team, English, does go down, and now Shockwave can move. They should be able to look for this res now. It's going to be dangerous because Nexus are pretty close by, still around this crabgrass area. What phase do we figure out what stage we're predicting?
I'm predicting Livik. I think we are predicting Livik.
It's on the page.
I guess 4?
Stage 4. Given that we're down to 7 teams already, so next phase after this one.
Yeah, we'll go zone 4.
Right now, if I had to predict, I'd probably be picking Muerte in this spot. They're on that mainland. Likely that it's going to go up to the north, although that split isn't entirely unlikely. Dagestan on that south side, a nice heads-up swing from that power plant position to the west point of logistics center, so they could potentially have a little bit of a spoiler there. And there's, of course, the MADBULLS on the east side, already holding that plaza as they have been for a while.
And that's Nexus out, Titan down to 1 player. As Furious ends up that way, basically trying to solo take on the entirety of Titans. Not doing too badly either, all things considered.
I mean, Titans are on 1. It's just Old Boy remaining, which is a bit of a topsy-turvy position. Normally used to him going down before the others, but this time around, gonna have to try and get this res onto Icy. I wonder if Fury is actually going to be able to spot him.
Fury just running back. Tresley also from VULGAR. They stayed out of the way. Probably a good playstyle here for Livik, honestly, but coming over towards where MADBULLS are holding on, pretty nice bit of high ground. Likely VULGAR's going to go down shortly.
It is already a pretty small circle. I mean, we're not used to it at this stage, but the map is so small. It does crunch in quite a lot. Shockwave playing on that northwestern side. The circle does zone south, so Dagestan potentially with a little bit of priority on this position on the south side. The MADBULLS are going to have to face off against Muerte on the northern shore.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to predict MADBULLS, for that. We'll do MADBULLS. Okay. I got to see the Bulls swim across the river. Probably quite difficult. I don't know, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very tricky position for them. They'll have to fight off against it. I'm going for Dagestan on this one, as I think, yeah, the desk are looking for that one as well. If they move fast enough, which, I mean, you wanted Alpha to do so, you know you can't rely on your teams to do what you want, but If they get that position on Logistics Center, it should be done and dusted. Question is, can they make that call yet? Titan still fighting forward, still playing with 2. Icy committing, trying to get that heal. It won't work, but Terminus will be taken down by the nade. Old boy looking to heal out again. You can see the predictions coming through as the desk agrees that Dagestan on the south side should just be in favor. You've thrown that curveball to the MADBULLS.
Yeah, they're going to win. I've decided.
That is a very good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, they're winning this match. Unlucky to all of you guys picking Dagestan. Totally unreasonable call from you. VULGAR boys though, oh come no. No. Come on, VULGAR boys. Stop that. Frozen low. They do get a knock onto Pillhouse, but that doesn't quite find the distance. And you are breathing a sigh of relief, but it is quickly cut short. Blank. They take it back into control, and the MADBULLS are down to Fleek. The circle keeps the river in, and potentially Muerte can play around those ruins further. Why? Okay, never mind. They're not winning the game. VULGAR boys too strong. Terrible rotation from them, but just does ruin MADBULLS. It's fine. Still 2 players though, and they're in 3rd place. So you know that's classic VULGAR boys. Well done. You've ruined me once again. Perfect.
Titan get 10 points on their match this time around, and looking for Muerte. They are still in it. So can they put 6 more on the board than Titan to try and keep hold of that 3rd place position, because the Gladiators likely to stay up in that 2nd place. Muerte sit in 3rd place with that 6-point lead right now, but Titan have gotten quite a hefty chunk here. 3rd place already, 2 eliminations. Muerte can find 1 or 2 more points. They're going to have a good time to ladder up and get that extra bonus point.
Oh, Dakiri cheekily finding his way in. He's in the bushes. He's still going. Blue's going to hit him, though, big time. On the other hand, Tresley coming in for the old assassination play over towards Dagestan.
Oh. Can he get through? He is completely unscouted right now on this west side of Logistics Center, because Dagestan have moved out. The circle shifts all the way to the west, and he is closest to it. Dagimi spots Zadira as well. A beautiful distraction to allow Tresley even more time to move on in. Limbo takes the shots out towards him. Zadira probably rezzed here by Keep, who is close by, but Milky Way's close to the river as well. Potential for Muerte to upset this one.
Oh, classic Tresley play coming right up on your screens. Taking down Shifu, look at this, coming in. He's about to take the side swipe of the century. There he is, there's one. Man, Tresley is just such a good player.
He is so skilled, so ready to take every opportunity that presents itself completely at his feet and blindfolded. And he's going to make it work this time around again. There's the shot from Limbo, though, to keep them in. That's the P90 Max wanted to see. Malloy with the challenge. Last player to stand for Dagestan on that south side, and needs to move through because Muerte have taken this excellent timing to move across the river. They have got control here. Milky Way open the door for them. Zadira low, sprayed down, and Tresley picks up a much-deserved point.
Yeah, Tresley's going to win this game now, easily. They have no idea where he is. He's hidden. Hidden rabbit.
Crouching rabbit, hidden.
Look at that, bang. Look at that, Dagestan, down.
So good. He's so good. Tresley is performing quite well here, to be fair. M114 behind the truck. He gets the first and goes to the flush. Furia plays close. He's out the blue. He's got the health, but Furia shuts it down. My goodness, what a performance from Tresley. But Muerte keep that 2nd place position. I don't think they're going to have jumped up potentially. Actually, hang on a minute. With that finish, Muerte could actually find themselves all the way up and over in 2nd place. A brilliant close down for them. They just were able to take down the Titan that was Tresley in those final moments.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, honestly, coming against Tresley, I'd be terrified most of the time. And the fact that Muerte is able to just deal with him, you know, despite like quaking in their boots, just frightened by the power of the VULGAR boys, they're still able to honestly finished out that game strong. The funny thing for me is that Dagestan actually just completely removed themselves away from the winning position of the map. They actually were there for the majority of the game, and then they left for some strange reason. Don't know why. And Muerte just happily swim across. Odd game, but there you go. Muerte once again taking themselves a win and possibly laddering up.
Very important position. We'll see if they are up into that 2nd place. I'll tell you who's going to let us know that fact, Blank. It's the desk. Let's go over.
That's us. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Wait, let me. Yeah, that's right. Muerte actually, what might be a very impactful win here, might be able to move themselves up into second place, as they were mentioning here on the cast, as we do have them getting themselves 15 points. VULGAR boys, 11. Titans, 10. I can't believe Dagestan threw the way they did, but that's the reality of things, Max.
Dagestan committed way too soon to the eastern edge. I feel like they saw, who was it at the time? I think it was Milky Way that was trying to cross over. They're like, oh, Milky Way, they're crossing that position. Let's commit to that angle. And then Milky Way's dropped, and you have the 3 other players of Muerte to the west have the circle come their way. They're like, well, it's the easiest cross ever. They just cross on over, get more control of the circle at the time, and then I feel like at that moment, Dagestan realized the mistake they made, an absolute blunder, because I truly think this should have been their win, but a little bit of a throw to wrap up the day. Feels bad.
Oh well, down towards the other places here. Quite a few eliminations everywhere at northwest side. Very, very busy. With a 12-team lobby like this, there's actually a lot of room for teams on Livik to at least solidify themselves in the mid game. You saw as those circles kind of narrowed down, there was only really 5 teams remaining because there was so much battling going on up in that northwest side.
Oh, Tresley, most eliminations on the game. Okay, nice little rotation. Did cause some problems for MADBULLS, so unfortunately for Blanca, VULGAR boys were the undoing of that team. But yeah, Tresley just able to survive a solo for as long as he did. Confirm a few eliminations here and there. Good to go. Though, rotation-wise, rotation-wise, I wanted to talk about weapons. As much as I want to see the P90, it's very clear that on Livik, the M1014 is the meta. Like, it's just getting spammed everywhere. It's just so good, but yeah, unfortunate. But the P90 had some play here and there, so I got a bit of what I wanted.
Yeah, QPZ as well, making an appearance, of course. Quite the stable 5.56 gun, so why on earth not actually work that in if you can do so. As for MADBULLS in I think they were over at Esports, right? To try and kind of find themselves a bit of a start there, and then eventually transition on down. So they get themselves a few early eliminations and be able to transition down that east side.
Yeah, against KONINA Power, actually got himself a four-man squad wipe and did survive as a 4-man after that. So really good start to the game for MADBULLS, as they also get a bit of extra loot to initiate the early transition. Though talking about what's been happening at the start of the game, we had, what, 4 teams going all towards Crabgrass?
Yes,
that was
Midstein was not taken.
Yeah, look, if there's going to be some mess like that happening, it's going to be Livik, because I do think, and I don't know if you agree, Kalash, but this has been the map that's been the less, if not scrimmed at all, compared to the other maps. So there's maybe a bit of unknown as to how drops and rotations are going to go. So if there's anywhere hot drops are going to happen, it might be Livik. So I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to throw caution to the wind in Livik. And if you can avoid the hot drops, of course, teams probably will try to do so. But yeah, when people are trying to lay claim on Crabgrass straight away, everybody, maybe we see that have a knock-on effect at the end of Phase 2 or Phase 3. We'll see when those drops come time. But let's take a look at the daily winners here for the day. We've had so many games. If we included the 2 TDMs as well, we have blitzed through the day as a whole. KASIK was actually fantastic throughout the day here. Max able to pick up 2 victories.
Yeah, I think that we may be also going to be using that as some helping point for our prediction for the MVP of the day. Maybe we'll see how that's going to be panning out. But yeah, good day overall. VULGAR boys, I still don't feel great about that prediction. But, at least got himself a win. So that's going to help them just a tad on the overall rankings. And actually, we're talking about this game for Muerte. That might result then in an extra bonus point for the end of Phase 1. So that point could go a long way. All
right, well, time to predict our MVP. And well, even before they actually got themselves the second win, I was thinking English, but I'm going to go that way. What are you going with, Max?
I was thinking English after their second win, so yeah, I'm going to go with English too. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what actually results from this. No, what?
What?
We got bamboozled.
Oh. Okay, Dagestan 77. Let's go. 13 limbs on the day. Now I want to load the stats to really see how close it is. There's no way the English is far away. But yeah, okay. I mean, Dagestan have had a good day. I always like to describe them as a third-party team. They're always very opportunistic in the way they approach things, and I really learned to appreciate how they do play the games. Zadira in particular has been really interesting to play in his off angle. So yeah, I do really rate this team pretty highly, and I feel like the more experience they get, the higher the chance of them performing better phase after phase after phase, and I'd like to see them play in the championship. I feel like that would be the peak of what they can show they can perform. It would be in the championship, so yeah, it would be hype.
That's the thing, right? They were able to get to a lot of late games, but not really able to round out as many as they potentially should have been able to, right? So if they're able to overcome that slight hurdle that stands between first, second, and third, then maybe it will be even better for them. But anyway, let's take a look at their overalls here. Let's see if Muerte was able to jump into second place, and they were by 4 points here. Congratulations to them. That's again, 1 extra point, but actually kind of a big statement to say they were able to finish second on this phase.
That's one of a hell impactful Livik. Doesn't happen very often, but yeah, Muerte to capitalize on that one, cross the river and get himself a second place just over the heads of Gladiators. So love to see that happening. We didn't expect MADBULLS to move away, so that was just locked in from the get-go, heading into today pretty much. But down low, some improvements, no coming out on Nexus Gaming in particular. Still no strong on the fragging side of things, 129 eliminations. Lacking a bit more on the placement point side of things, but all of these teams, I would say, Kalaris, have shown true potential that this can hopefully transition in the next 2 phases. So I am pretty hype and happy with the top of the page, except for Major Pride that has been slipping.
I mean, of course, we gloss over the fact that MADBULLS as well, 250 points. It's ridiculous, right? Like, but at the same time, the last 2 days for them were quite quiet. So there is a world where they could have done even more in a ridiculous scenario. But yeah, 9th through 16th, all the way down now to 20th here. For some of these teams down towards the bottom, there's going to have to be big changes coming up in the next 7 days before phase 2, Max.
Yeah, you have a week. At least you can. Normally, there's going to be scrims happening in the background. So if you want to try something completely different, I feel like teams at the bottom have to try and completely overhaul what their game plan was entering into this, because it's clearly not been working out so far, and you want to try and avoid relegation at the end of the fall season. That is going to be a very scary spot to be in. And I just checked the MVP list. English is second, so we were close, but no cigar. Yeah.
Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, well, let's check in with our predictions as well. I think I've been absolutely bamboozled by this today as well. And I will be in place.
Oh,
and Max is in first. So congrats, Max.
Hey, to be honest, James, you only played like one half of the phase, so no, it's good. I mean, this is actually just for this half of the phase. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is just actually, I was just rubbish. Like, thanks, Max.
Yeah, I was trying to, like... I was trying to be nice and everything, but okay. But yeah, I overtook the prediction game with my prediction of VULGAR Boys. I still don't feel great about it, but I'll take what I can get.
That's true. That was the determining factor for you. If you hadn't have gone VULGAR Boys, then what a win. All right, well, thank you to Monster. They're always winning here for PMPL EU Fall. So a big thank you to them for joining us here on this journey. Max, that does it for phase 1. He's coming over to Poland for Pierogi. He loves everything big in with P. He loves it. But Max, what are you thinking here for the final moments of the day?
That was a good phase 1. It was a good phase 1. No, nothing. That was a really good phase 1. I really enjoyed the dominance that was on display by MADBULLS, but we are expecting, as you said, on these 7 days to have improvements from a lot of the teams. So I'd be looking. I won't be there for the first 3 days, but I'll be looking very attentively. I might come and say hi.
There you go. Oh, yeah. You could actually just pop in. As I'm...
Hey, guys.
Yeah, you could do that. All right, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. Thank you to Max here at the desk as well with me. Thank you to John and Blank for doing all the casting stuffs. We are done here for phase 1. We're back in 7 or 8 days as we will have phase 2 rolling in. Congrats to MADBULLS here for phase 1. They looked awesome. We'll see you next time for more PMPL action.